Good morning. My name is Evan Marshall. I'm the Senior Engagement Officer for GSQ, and welcome to this technical workshop for industry here in Mackay at the Resources Centre of Excellence. It's wonderful to see so many people here in the room. There's a few more desks and chairs up front if you want to come forward, but happy for you to stay where you are as well. I'm going to run through a little bit of housekeeping and ensure we have a great couple of days. If you haven't already noticed, the bathrooms are just towards the back of the room here. Go past the stairs, the gents and the ladies are there. Should there be an emergency, head downstairs and we'll gather in the grassed area. Can everyone hear me okay, volume-wise, back of the room? We're running a hybrid event here today as well, so anybody online, I'm hoping there's quite a few people there. Can everyone hear me okay? A couple of thumbs up online from Zoom, hopefully. Nobody? Not yet? We're good? Excellent. So thank you for coming along today. We've got a strong contingent of GSQ personnel here today, so if you have any questions or concerns or want to talk about any of the programs GSQ are running, we've all got black shirts on. Please hit us up at any point across these couple of days. But without further ado, I'd like to welcome Philip Kemp up to the stage. Philip is a traditional custodian of the Yuwi people who will be delivering our welcome to country. Welcome, Philip.
Thank you, Evan. In the language of my grandfather, Binbigaribiri Yajla, which means G'day today. On behalf of the ancestors and descendants of the Yubira people who are the traditional custodians of this area where we meet today, I welcome you to Yubira country. For those who don't know me, my name is Philip Kemp, and through my mother and her father and his mother, my great-grandmother, my family and I are descendants of the Yubira people who have existed in this area for many generations. This immediate city area is Yubira country and is part of the Greater Mackay area, now referred to as Yuwi country. So the Yuwi people, we achieved our native title determination only 2020, so 25th of February 2020. And so that's when the different clan groups all came together to form the Yuwi people. It was recognised at first contact. There were in this Pioneer Valley area, Mackay Pioneer Valley area, there were 5 different clan groups occupying this space, making up a population of about 10,000 people, I think it was. And they were the Yubira, who were the most dominant group for this Mackay City area, Port Mackay. The Kungulburra people, south of Mackay, down to our southern boundary. The Tilgunburra people out towards Eaton and Nebo. The Garraburra people up at Pioneer Valley area and Netherdale. And the Googabburra people who occupied our north area, plus also some of the nearby coastal islands. So 5 different people groups, but in recent times we've all recognised that we need to come together as one group, and so we're now referred to as the Yuwi people. The boundaries for Yuwi country extend north to Midge Point, about 100 k's north, south to Cape Palmerston and Ilbilby, about 80 k's south, west to the Clark and Connors Ranges, and takes in the coastline and nearby coastal islands, about 10 k's offshore between our northern boundary and our southern boundary. So we're a land and sea traditional custodian group, and it's important to recognise that we walk in the footprints of people who walked on this land and cared for this land for many thousands of years prior to colonisation. I acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait people from other country areas who have settled in Mackay, made Mackay their home, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I pay respects to all the Yubira and Yuwi elders past, present and emerging. And I also acknowledge my connection to the Australian South Sea Island people through my maternal great-grandmother and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Mackay is one of those unique central Queensland regional centres where we have the 3 cultures. And it's important to recognise the significant contribution of all of those cultures to the early development of Mackay. Mackay was first recognised as a sugar centre, basically. We have, as you've been travelling around, you probably notice all the sugarcane fields and that. And so Mackay was built on sugar initially. now we have the coal mining industry that is in our hinterland in the Isaac region, and all of the coal gets shipped to Hay Point and Dalrymple Bay for then to be sent over, loaded onto the big ships to be sent over to other countries, basically. It's interesting that the Yuwi Corporation is, as I said, we're only a couple of years old, 3 years old, but we're still developing our corporation, trying to come to terms with what our responsibility is now for looking after and caring for country, caring for the land and the sea. And we were holding a bit of a collaboration with BMA just a couple of weeks ago, and I came to realise that Cape Hillsbury is quite a significant site for geosciences, basically. And I understand that you guys all went out to Cape Hillsbury yesterday and had a look around the area. The Cosgrove volcanic chain that starts at Cape Hillsbury, it's quite an interesting site for all of you guys. So I feel that with the Yuwi people and Geosciences and Greening Australia, all of those different organisations now, that we can all come together to work together to tell the history of the area, but also make sure that we look at the health of the country. I come from the hospital, so health is one of my sort of passions as well. And I understand that a healthy country means healthy people. And at the moment, our country isn't all that healthy, so we've all got to work together, all of the different departments, working together to look after our country, basically. I was reading a State of the Environment report about a month ago, and it said that in Australia in the past 200 years, since white settlement, our biodiversity we've lost about 30% of our biodiversity just from the way that we have been looking after the country. So we need to really look at the country, understand the history, the region that Cosgrove chain, about 32 million years ago, so that's quite a long time ago, but Aboriginal people have been on this continent about 65,000 years. And so there are some stories, traditional stories, that we're now sort of making a connection with some of the historical geo events that have happened on country as well. So I think there's lots to learn, and I'm very honoured to be invited here to do the Welcome to Country. So I understand there's probably people from all around the country, and even maybe some overseas people have come to our Mackay region. So I welcome you all here today, and I hope that you enjoy hope you enjoyed yesterday, for instance, Cape Hillsbury, but also hope you enjoy the next 2 days of the workshop, the webinar, and hope you go away with something learned, but also maybe with an intention to come back to our beautiful spot here in Mackay. We're fortunate that we live in such a beautiful country here. Lost my train of thought now. But anyway, I welcome you all here today to the land of my forefathers, and I hope that you enjoy your stay here, and may our ancestral spirits watch over you all and keep you safe. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Philip, for that very lovely welcome, and I can assure you we did have a lovely time yesterday at Cape Hillsbury, and I know as geologists and working in the exploration field, we want to do the right thing by country, so we echo those sentiments, and yeah, thank you for coming along this morning. At this point, I'd like to welcome Matthew Greenwood up to the stage. Matthew is the Acting Director of Minerals to deliver the first presentation. Just before Matthew takes the mic, at lunchtime, both today and tomorrow, Stephen Boxall, who's just at the back of the room, has kindly arranged for underground tours of the simulator to be available to everyone in the room. So just behind Stephen, I've got a couple little pieces of paper. One's a drone, one's a geopic. If you'd like to be a drone, you can do the tour today. If you want to be a geopic, you can do the tour tomorrow. But it's a neat facility, and thank you, Stephen, for making that available to everyone in the room. So I'll welcome Matthew to the stage. Thank you.
terms loading the presentation. Hi, my name is Matthew Greenwood. I am Acting Director of Minerals Geoscience at the GSQ. I'd like to begin by thanking Philip for his welcome to country and acknowledge the Yuwi people as traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. Pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. But as we're streaming this event, I'd also like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of all the lands in which we meet today and our attendees join us from today. I'd like to thank Steve Boxall and the staff from the Resources Centre of Excellence for hosting us here in Mackay today. And we're looking forward to this event over the next 2 days and getting to meet the team at the Resources Centre of Excellence. As I said, I'm currently acting in the role of Minerals Director after Helen Degeling's departure a few months ago from the GSQ. From July 1st, Janelle Simpson will be in the director role from the Minerals team. She's sorry she couldn't join us here today, as she gets on to work on the Carpentaria Conductivity Anomaly MT survey, which I'll be talking a bit about today. She's trying to get that survey up and running before she assumes the role from July 1. Most of you will have met Janelle, I imagine, and if you haven't, she's going to be a great leader for the Minerals Geoscience team heading forwards. The GSQ's role has traditionally been one of a database, a knowledge base, a data custodian and provider of that pre-competitive data. We do this with the goal of supporting the industry to make new discoveries in a number of ways. As custodians of the state's geoscience exploration data, so we know what's been done before and what it's able to inform future success. As providers of that pre-competitive data, geophysical surveys, geological mapping, geochemistry, and conducting mineral system studies. It's easier to find the big things when you know what's been found before and what the smoke from those systems looks like. In a nutshell, we do the jobs the industry wants to do that are too big or too hard for one company to approach on themselves. Awesome. Thought I'd start with a bit of a rundown about how the GSQ works, an introduction to some of our recent programs at the GSQ. GSQ works through a series of limited life funding that we get awarded from Queensland Treasury. The last few of those have been the Strategic Resources Exploration Program, which went from 2017 to 2021, the New Economy Minerals Initiative, which started in 2019 and is progressing through until 2024, and the Queensland Resource Industry Development Plan, which started in 2022 and runs through to 2024 as well. The SREP, the Strategic Resources Exploration Program, ran for 4 years and is finishing up next year. The focus was very strongly on the Northwest Minerals Province, and the money was provided under the Northwest Minerals Province Blueprint. So a lot of that program was to support economic diversification in the region. For our part, that meant helping to diversify the industry in the resources sector away from the dominance of one giant mine in Mount Isa. The New Economy Minerals Initiative has been running for the last couple of years now. That's a more recent funding package which is focusing on critical minerals or new economy minerals, which we originally called them, which definitely do include copper and other commodities that we need to transition our future energy needs into the future. And then last year we were awarded more funds through the Queensland Resource Industry Development Plan, which was announced in 2022, with more programs, again, focusing on that critical minerals. So I guess the question is, why are we talking about critical minerals here? Just a couple of slides to really focus on that. You can see on the slide here, they're looking at the need for critical minerals. Copper and other minerals are going to increase by 500% for some of those minerals that we're going to need for graphite, lithium, and cobalt. There's some stats recently that we need to mine the same amount of copper in the next 25 years that human history has mined, the humans have mined in the whole history up until now. So the need for copper to meet those 2% climate targets is massive. And also the range of the minerals are required across the green technologies like our solar panels, our wind farms and our electric vehicles are diverse, and a lot of minerals we haven't explored for traditionally in the past. Again, another one to focus on some of those minerals that are important for those low carbon technologies. You can see technologies like energy storage do require a vast amount of those critical minerals. But there's also minerals like copper, which is required across the entire chain of all those kind of technologies we require, as well as nickel. So there's lots of requirement both for a breadth of minerals and a breadth of technologies that we need to enable that low carbon future. The The GSQ's work program is one of collaboration, and I hope that the list of varied speakers that you're going to hear from over the next couple of days really brings that home. We have a large program of activities we undertake with academic institutions, exploration and the resources industry companies, as well as other government departments, both state, federal and international. And you'll hear from partners both in academia, industry and governments today and tomorrow. And just to emphasise this, the strength and the diversity of that collaboration we undertake, here's a snapshot of just some of the companies, institutions and organisations that we are actively working with. This list is not exhaustive, but hopefully it brings home the message that GSQ does not work in isolation. In fact, far from it. We do what we do. We could not do what we do without the involvement, feedback and support of everyone in this room and online, and we thank you for that. So if we come to the New Economy Minerals Initiative, which is a program which started in 2019, there's two streams of programs, our Hidden Value program and our New Exploration program. And I'm just going to break that down a bit into some of the activities we've completed under there, so ongoing activities, and that'll push always in also into the Queensland Resource Industry Development Program plan as well. Under the New Economy Minerals Initiative, the Hidden Value program, here it's trying to understand what we know about current mines and assets in Queensland. Vladimir Lisitsin and Courteney Dhnaram will be talking shortly to focus on a lot of the activities being done under the Northwest Queensland and Northeast Queensland reference collection. Al-Tamini will be talking tomorrow about the deposit atlases, as well as Nick Cook from SMI. And we have multiple presenters on the Hidden Value program here as well. We're also working with the Sustainable Minerals Institute at the University of Queensland to understand what we call our secondary prospectivity. That's defining the value of mineral and metal assets left behind in tailings dam and waste stockpiles post-mining. To frame this importance of this work to the GSQ and the Department of Resources more broadly, many of the sites that we're working on here are abandoned mine sites. That is, they are liabilities that are maintained and managed by the Queensland Government at significant cost to the taxpayer. However, there are significant resources, including new economy minerals, remaining both in the ground and in the tailings stockpiles at these sites. Recommercialisation of these sites would transform them from a taxpayer burden into royalty earners for the state, reprocess the tailings, would alleviate some of those environmental legacy items, and also satisfy the principles of circular economy, which I'll be talking a bit about later on. Working with SMI as well, we're also looking at improving extraction of rare earth elements in particular, using techniques like bioleaching, phytomining, low temperature and low acid hydrometallurgy. There's some examples from some work done at the University of Queensland on phytomining and extracting rare earths using fern. In the new exploration space, in the New Economy Minerals Initiative, first we're looking at rare earths in a belt of volcanic rocks containing peralkaline volcanic units. Dave Purdy, who led the field trip to Cape Hillsborough yesterday, will be presenting on that work later this morning. We'll also spend some time looking at the rare earth potential of phosphorite deposits in Queensland, as well as testing technologies, new regional geochemistry technologies like ultrafines and hydrogeochemistry. We're also doing more, what we'd label more traditional geological survey activities, geological mapping, geophysical interpretation, geochronology, and a program we call regional prospectivity, which is building up a better understanding of the prospectivity of the eastern succession in Mount Isa through a collection and analysis of exploration drill core, new assays, and new geophysical interpretation. Coming to regional geophysics, the GSQ has traditionally been a provider of pre-competitive geophysical data. Here we have our statewide gravity coverage, but also recent data from our Kenobi Airborne Gravity Gradiometry Survey to look at airborne ways that we can improve our gravity coverage in a broad section of Queensland. We obviously run airborne mag and rad surveys. On the left there's an image of the Mount Isa merge, which is a compilation of 5 GSQ-driven surveys over the last couple of years, 20 exploration surveys in one big merge covering 45,000 square kilometres of the Northwest Minerals Province. We do deep seismic programs in conjunction with Geoscience Australia, and here's some work done by Karen Connors at SMI and Dominic Brown from the GSQ on building a cohesive understanding of those different seismic provinces. We conduct MT surveys through our resident expert Janelle Simpson, who will be director shortly, looking at understand the broad crustal connectivity of the area. In particular, the regional geophysics space, the MT space. We've conducted a bunch of surveys around the Cloncurry area and down in Boulia, as well as along seismic survey profiles, and we continue those programs now with a survey just about to start. I'll cover it a bit later. We work with Geoscience Australia on airborne AEM surveys and interpretation of those surveys. And again, we work with Geoscience Australia on the compilation of nationwide geophysical programs, the Oz AEM and Oz LAMP and Oz Array programs, to look at nationwide coverage in the geophysics space. As part of the NENI program as well, we had a continuation of the Collaborative Exploration Initiative program. Emma Beattie will be covering that tomorrow, talk more about the CEI program and future rounds, as well as some success from our current rounds. So in July last year, the Queensland Government announced the Queensland Resource Industry Development Plan. The idea of this plan is to help position the resources sector for the energy, environmental, geopolitical and investor shifts that we know have begun to occur and will continue to occur across the globe. The Queensland Resource Industry Development Plan has 6 major themes, but for the GSQ and for the geoscience perspective in particular, there are 4 new programs: geophysics for discovery, mineral geoscience, mineral systems and geoscience, circular economy mining, and an extension of the CEI program. In the Geophysics for Discovery program, we will collect, again, more new regional airborne surveys. We have a survey in the Georgetown, north and east of Georgetown, due to start in July to cover an area at 100-metre line spacing that traditionally hasn't had high-resolution data. If you want any of this data as well, I will have we can talk about as well, so I can see you taking photos of it, Julie, but this data will start to fly in July and should be available October, November, depending on how fast we get the data through. We're also working on a new gravity gradiometry program and regional AEM programs. We'll continue to work with Geoscience Australia, expanding Oz AEM coverage and Oz LAMP coverage across across Queensland. We'll again work with Geoscience Australia to continue some of our deep seismic programs to build a larger network of deep seismic across Queensland. And we're working with the CSIRO to bring their mobile petrophysics lab to the EDC at Zilmere, which will enable us to build a comprehensive understanding of the petrophysical values of the core in key deposits across Queensland, in conjunction with some of the reference collection work that Vlad and Courtney will talk about shortly. And again, that should be coming this month to the EDC. We're also working with Geoscience Australia on improving the fundamental gravity coverage and refreshing the stations across Queensland. The CCA MT survey, I put this in for Janelle, because this survey should start in the next week. This is looking at building a framework of sites in the Eastern Sub-Province to understand that carb material conductivity anomaly that we've seen in the CF2 and CF3 MT surveys. The acquisition will be starting in June along those red dots. So the black dots there are our currently acquired sites. The red dots are infilling that to understand how we can really tie down where that carb material conductivity anomaly sits. In the New Economy Minerals Geoscience program, we have new hydrogeochemistry work. That's already started the fieldwork acquisition for that in the Georgetown area. We're updating our geochemistry data holdings. We have further work on the northeast and northwest minerals reference collections. We'll continue to work on the well-received deposit atlases with a new phase looking at the northeast and the northwest, with extension of some of those deposit atlases, and a continuation to maintain their accuracy and currency of that data in those deposit atlases. We're building a 3D geoscience digital twin. Steve Mickleswaite will talk about that tomorrow. That's some quite spectacular work that I'm very excited about seeing more about. And we'll continue more of our minerals geoscience research that, again, Vlad and Courtney will cover on more of. So finally, the last section in the Queensland's GSQ's QRIP involvement is looking at the embedment of circular economy mining principles in the resources sector. The circular economy mining program work includes the continuation of work programs with SMI on secondary prospectivity of mine waste, recommercialisation and advances in mineral processing. But we're also looking at improving the characterisation and identification of waste pre-mining, the use of geophysics in characterisation of tailings, and we're also working with groups like the Sustainable Futures Institute at the UTS and Corio on processes and policies to enable circular economy practices within the resource sector to reduce the waste and optimise the use of resources. And Charmaine Pushpamali will be talking more about this later today, tomorrow, on the circular economy mining. So there has been a lot of data I've talked about today. Rather than put up links for all the data sets, we'll have these up around. These are QR codes to look at the data created through the Strategic Resources Exploration Program or the New Economy Minerals Initiative via our open data portal. We'll continue to develop and add more data sets to these as they're made available. But if you're after any of that data, please do come to us, talk to any of us in the black shirts, or follow up and we can provide you the links for all the data sets that we've created so far or we'll be creating shortly. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. Any questions? If there are any questions online as well, if you can use the Q&A section in the Zoom chat, that'd be great because then we can answer them live. And if we don't have a chance to answer them live now or you think of it later, still ask them in the Q&A chat, and Emma will triage them and send them to whoever needs to answer those, and then we can answer those as required. Cool. All right. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. Something I neglected to mention earlier is we do have a lot of talks today and tomorrow, 32 in total, so we will be keeping to time, and thanks, Josh, for keeping Matt on his heels there. I'd like to welcome the next speaker to the stage, Stephen Boxall, who's the CEO of the Resources Centre of Excellence where we meet today, and the title of Steve's talk is Common User Facilities Are the Key to Unlocking the Future. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the welcome, and thanks for coming to Mackay and also coming to the Resources Centre of Excellence. I've got a fairly ambitious presentation. I've only got 15 or 16 minutes, and I want to get through talking about what we're doing at the RCOE, along with some of our future stages. And I'll preface it with, I'm not a geologist. This is not a technical presentation. This is more to showcase what we've been able to do with our common user facility here in Mackay. So at the Resources Centre of Excellence, we're leading the Greater Whitsunday region and Queensland to a whole range of new horizons. From NASA astronauts to Green members of Parliament from Germany, anyone and everyone's interested in what we're doing. We were established to sit between industry, research and government to fast-track innovation, training and new industry solutions. But the RCOE is well on its way, taking our region to the world, showcasing innovation and collaboration across traditional sectors and emerging sectors, forging a path as a global leader in resources. In the past year alone, we've had more than 18,000 people through our facility here, 500 different companies at a range of different events. I think we've had every state minister, we've had the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, the Federal Resources Minister, and really the story of the RCOE as a common user facility is one of successful collaboration, and it's one of positive exemptions. The RCOE is one of Australia's most unique epicentres. It's where government, project and grant funding are working together. It's where industry, business and economic development collaborate to evoke change, opportunities and sustain economic growth. If you ask me though, our success has been built on relationships. So we've got high-level partnerships in place with our founding partners, being Mackay Regional Council and the Department of State Development, but it also now extends to other state departments such as the Department of Resources, industry players like BHP and BMA, Anglo-American, and a range of others. Since opening our doors in 2020, we've now got a total of 6 different companies that operate out of here, employing 15 full-time employees, and you'll see people like the Mackay Manufacturing Hub, Resource Industry Network, Strata Worldwide, Gilmore Space, Trading Track, CQ University, and BMA, all with a presence here. As we enter our full third year of operation, we really have become that place where the brightest minds in research, technology and education come together to work in the resources sector. So we're a state-of-the-art common user facility that started as an empty industrial shed, and now we're bursting at the seams with a whole range of different people using our facility for a whole range of different things. Most days you'll see anything from training, innovation, collaboration and education, but along the way we've been able to support a whole range of other not-for-profit organisations, community groups, Indigenous groups providing meeting and collaboration space. So we estimate just in the last 12 months we've provided over $200,000 support to a whole range of entities that have been able to come and use our facility free of charge. In terms of our users, that's just a snapshot of some of our regular day-to-day users, and then there's some of the people that we've been supporting across the community. As we move into our next phase of development, we've got a program called our Innovator in Residence. So it provides free access to our facilities to allow faster research and development and quicker path to market for innovators. One of these companies recently was a Mackay success story, Real Time Instruments, that are owned by a global venture capital fund. They were able to test, trial and demonstrate a world first piece of equipment right here at the RCOE before being installed for the first time at a Bowen Basin mine site. The CEO of Real Time Instruments, Jason Fisher, said that the RCOE gave an opportunity to showcase their technology as a broader part of the coal and critical minerals landscape, and they were able to test and undertake critical work here in an in situ operation without having to travel hundreds of kilometres to site to undertake that real world testing. So that's the type of work that we're doing, and it's with businesses like Real Time Instruments that we're able to help people get into the supply chain of mining companies with the latest and greatest technology and innovation that's out there. Another great example was an innovation trial held last year by one of the big mining companies around proximity detection systems, and the company was able to make a business decision within 3 months, as opposed to normally it would take 12 plus months if they were using their own mine site to undertake that innovation. So it's initiatives like our Innovator in Residence that's helping to build on the RCOE's growing capability across a whole range of traditional and emerging sectors. So as we go into our third year of operation, reflecting on what have been a couple of the highlights, probably seeing a US astronaut come and work out of the facility here and undertake activities with kids around encouraging them to pursue careers in the space sector was one of the highlights, but probably the number one highlight for me was hosting a German Greens MP who charged through the front door downstairs and demanded to see me because he wanted to tell me that coal was dead and that coal, you know, no one's using coal in Europe and so on. So obviously we showed him around, we showed him the story of what we're doing. He didn't even understand that there were two different types of coal. By the time he left, he thanked me for giving him an education and was going to go back to Germany and talk a lot more about metallurgical coal and the need for steel in the cleaner, greener future that everyone's after. So moving on to where to from here. So our next stage is called our Future Industry Hub. It's been fully funded, so it's funded via Mackay Regional Council and the Department of Resources via the Queensland Resource Industry Development Plan. So it will sit on the block of land right next door to us. That's what the building looks like. We had the State Resources Minister and Treasurer here last year to announce the state government's contribution. The major component of our second stage is a pilot mineral processing plant that's being designed and constructed in partnership with UQSMI, being led by Mohsen Yaya Yi. And Mohsen will be here presenting tomorrow and talk about that project in more specific detail. but it's being planned to be a multi-user, multi-purpose pilot processing plant targeting critical minerals, coal and other tailing reprocessing. So we believe that that'll be up and running before the end of next year, and that will be the major focus of our second stage right here in Mackay. And then as we move on to our third stage, which is the Isaac Resource Excellence Hub, which is located out in Murrumba, it's an entire precinct that's being designed and built to support the traditional resources sector, but also capture new and emerging industries and opportunities out there. So it was flagged by the Treasurer late last year as a project for priority funding. If you dig into the budget yesterday, there's been substantial money allocated to this project, which will hopefully be announced officially in the next few weeks. So, so that's sort of our next phase of development, and we'll just see if this. Is there any sound? Can we? I can probably talk through it without the sound. It's only music in the background anyway. So it's just to show the ecosystem that we've created around RCOE stage 1 and 2 in Mackay, and then what we're looking to do at the site in Murrumba. It really shows that what we're doing is it will be an entire precinct. So we're looking at this facility, hopefully, depending on funding, starting to be under construction in the next financial year at some point. But it'll be a project that goes on for some many years, and hopefully continue to support the traditional coal sector out there, but also start to capture some new and emerging industries. As you can see there, as part of the precinct, we're looking at including mining heritage and First Nations centres. There's a new mines rescue facility being built there. We're looking at a tertiary facility, and really focused on anything to do with research and development around renewable energy, land care, circular economy, and also training capabilities. So just to wrap up, I'd like to talk you through a couple of the other projects that we've got underway. So all of the, I suppose, the sustaining operating model that we've built here at the RCOE is that we've never been given any operational funding from government or any other sources. We've built our own sustainable operating model through people coming and using our facility, partnerships with large mining companies, and undertaking project work. So a couple of our significant projects are our Decarbonisation Accelerated project, which is $1 million project, and it's a roadmap or a blueprint for our region to capture the opportunities of decarbonisation. The plan is that we first roll this out in the met sector. Once we get the plan right, we then move it into aquaculture, agriculture, tourism, and a whole range of other sectors in our region. So rather than be on the back foot, we want our local, particularly met supply chain, to be on the front foot around decarbonisation, and start to educate their staff, start to capture the data that's going to be needed around what they're doing to eliminate their own emissions. So that project starts on the 1st of July and is funded by BHP and has 3 full-time people working on it. Our next project is our Queensland Circularity Project. It's also funded by BHP. It's a capture of mine site waste from pit to port. It's a project that's being led by the RCOE, but the work is actually being undertaken by an international material flow company by the name of Metabolic. And also we're working with Corio, who the previous presenter mentioned as well. We've just been appointed by the Department of Environment and Science to be the local circular innovation hub, and we'll give out grants to people that are working in the innovation space around circular economy. You'll see downstairs that we've got an Anglo-American virtual reality training laboratory that I'll show you when we go for a tour. I mentioned our FlexiLab pilot processing plant, which is in partnership with UQSMI. We've got a range of other mine site rehabilitation projects that we've been contacted by industry and that we're currently investigating. And we're also building a world first flight simulator concept, but for coal sector training on equipment. That will be the signature part of what we do out in that Moranbah facility. So in a very short space of time, that's what we've done here at the RCOE and a little bit about where we're going. My board is just about to endorse our new master plan, which will see us over the next three years as we bring to life our second and third stages. And importantly, if you're interested, I would certainly reach out to Mohsen when he's here tomorrow to further inform and discuss the final design and use cases of our mineral processing plant. So thank you very much. Oh, and sorry, just one thing. Yeah, would love to host you on the tours to go down in our simulated underground environment over the next couple of days. We've got a few different activities that are already happening down there, so it'll be good that you can see the place in action. And I would certainly encourage you. We're hosting a drinks event at the end of today, which is going to be really unique as well. We're going to have that down in the underground environment. In 3 years, this will only be the second time that we've allowed that to happen. So I'd certainly encourage you to stay around for that, because it'll be pretty special. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Stephen. Do we have any questions from the floor? Any online? No? Thanks very much, Stephen. That was a fantastic presentation and wonderful to learn about the future plans. So thank you. We do have a slight change to the schedule. Next presenter is Helen Degeling, who many of you will know. Helen's now wearing a blue shirt. She's now with Cobalt Blue. So as Helen takes the stage, Helen will be presenting twice today. Her first talk will be on realising alternative opportunities from government initiatives, critical minerals in mine waste. Welcome, Helen.
Thanks, Evan. It's pretty exciting to be here, actually, and also a little bit weird to be part of a GSQ event and not be with GSQ. So thanks for having me back, guys. And also excited to tell you a little bit about what I'm doing now. So next slide right now, I've got my notes on this screen, and I'm going to do this because I now work in industry. Here's a disclaimer: don't believe anything I say and don't buy shares just because I said so. Right. When we think about geological surveys, certainly in Australia, we think about things like geological mapping, geophysical surveys, like the stuff that Matt was talking about earlier, and those things are over large areas. We also think about the provision of historical data or historical company reports and getting access to that data from those previous sampling campaigns and drilling results. So all of those things do fall into the bucket of pre-competitive data. That is, ultimately, it's the public data that's available to a company before they commence their own competitive and commercial activities. So companies use this data to guide their tenement selection, to do target generation, that came out worse than I thought, and guide their greenfields exploration activities. But these days, the concept of exploration potential is evolving. So as supply versus demand curves continue to show bigger and bigger gaps, and of course I'm showing you the cobalt supply-demand curve here because I work for Cobalt Blue now, the commodities that were nothing but a distraction 20 or 40 years ago are now becoming really, really important. So we're going to have to get smarter about where we think we might find these things, and this is also that we can pull off this global energy transition that, you know, is in the news every 5 minutes. We still need to find new deposits, no doubt, and as Matt said, they will be deeper, they will be more obscured, and they will be harder to find, much less actually physically mine. But in all of the thousands of years of human mining activity, what have we actually overlooked? What did we discard 100 years ago, or 50 years ago, or even 20 years ago, because we just didn't need it then? So rather than going and digging up new mines, there's more and more attention now going back to historical operations, abandoned sites, and even currently operating tailings facilities and waste stockpiles to see if yesterday's trash might be today's treasure. Reprocessing of tailings or old stockpiles is nothing new. As metal prices go up, it becomes more and more economic to go back and look at low-grade stockpiles and waste. New Century and EQ Resources have been great examples right here in Queensland, and of course there was the news yesterday that New Century has now been bought by Savannah. Shane Goodwin is going to share his story of tailings retreatment at Century tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to. However, this type of opportunity, whilst it might have been recognised in industry, it's been ignored by government geoscience agencies until recently. And in Australia, that shift in focus has been led by our very own GSQ and the Sustainable Minerals Institute at UQ, and I'm very proud to have been part of that work when I was with the GSQ, and I can quite honestly say that that work then has led directly to my current position with Cobalt Blue. The thing about this list on the screen here is that the majority of these are reprocessing waste to extract the primary commodity of the original operation. So in the Century example, it was a zinc mine to start with, going back, reprocessing zinc that was put to waste. But what about the discarded value, the metals such as cobalt that were ignored and disposed of the first time around? So as many of you know, and you'll hear from SMI in detail about this program later today, the GSQ SMI collaboration on secondary prospectivity began in 2019 with a small pilot project looking at cobalt in Queensland's giant copper deposits, mainly in the northwest. The concept grew from sampling of a few tailings dams to find out what was in them, to a statewide map and data set of critical mineral potential in mine waste of all types, then to a nationwide mine waste atlas, which was announced by Geoscience Australia 2 weeks ago. But it doesn't stop there. The ICMM, the International Council on Mining and Metallurgy, not mining and metallurgy, ICMM, who look after tailings dams, have plans for a tailings database to support the development of reprocessing opportunities as a way to reduce tailings volumes. And with all of that, I'm pretty happy to admit that I'm probably biased. I think that the Queensland model of new sampling to generate modern factual data on geochemistry and mineralogy of mine waste is the gold standard. I know that there's more coming, but right now I think the Atlas of Mine Waste only really tells us where tailings are located and what was originally mined there. So you can predict how much of a primary commodity, such as copper, will go into a tailings dam based on resource models, production data and recovery information. But we need to know how much of the stuff that we ignored is in there as well. So with my new Cobalt Blue hat on, and I do actually have a Cobalt Blue beanie, so I didn't bring it because we're in Mackay, how much cobalt was thrown away with the unmineralised pyrite, for example? That information just isn't available. It was waste, so why would any company spend money understanding something that at that time had no value? So here's an example. It's one that I've used plenty of times before. There is, of course, no public cobalt resource for the Mount Isa copper mine or the tailings, but we do know from public data that some spot grades in the copper ore body have been reported up to 9% cobalt. There was historical cobalt production from Mount Isa over just a couple of years in the 1990s that was halted due to a fall in the price of cobalt. And there are approximately 22 square kilometres of tailings at Mount Isa. That's outlined in yellow on the image on the screen. So what an enormous opportunity that is to look for cobalt that has already been mined and is at surface, ready to reprocess. Here is a snapshot, again, a slide that I've shown before with my GSQ hat on. That's some of the results from the GSQ SMI project for Queensland, particularly for cobalt. It's a bit out of date now. I don't have the latest one, but I think it's something like 30 or 40 sites have been sampled so far in Queensland, and you can see the map on the right which shows most of those. The team at SMI have examined the whole spectrum of critical minerals, but of course I'm just focusing on cobalt. The map on the left shows the corridor of high cobalt projects stretching north and south of Cloncurry. including Rocklands and Osborne. You'll note that Mount Isa and Ernest Henry are missing from this map because not everybody collaborates publicly, unfortunately, but for Mount Isa, as I showed in the previous slide, it's not hard to infer that the opportunity is there. So what does all of this mean, and this type of data, pre-competitive data, mean for a company like Cobalt Blue? Cobalt Blue has a three-pillared strategy, starting with their Broken Hill operation in New South Wales, which is currently in definitive feasibility and will produce a mixed hydroxide product from a cobaltian pyrite ore body. So not something that most people would look at and then move to production. That material will then be fed to a cobalt and nickel refinery in Kwinana in WA, which is the second pillar of the company's strategy. The Kwinana refinery will also take material from other sites around Australia, and the third pillar, where I come in, is to develop additional sites around Australia or the world through the reprocessing of mine waste. Maybe we need a new battery in this thing. The first point of call in that third pillar has been to develop a waste streams project, recognising initially the huge potential for cobaltian pyrite in Australia's large copper deposits, as I said before. The majority of that pyrite has ended up in waste stockpiles and tailings dams because it is too difficult to get the cobalt out of the pyrite. And historically, to be honest, the demand just wasn't there. In addition to metal value, pyrite in tailings is one of the major sources of acid mine drainage associated with mining operations. That's nothing new to anybody in this room. Cobalt Blue's process specifically targets pyrite as the source of metal, and one of the byproducts of that process is elemental sulfur. So by reprocessing the pyrite-bearing waste, we can effectively desulfidise the remaining material. So by viewing pyrite as a value stream and turning it into useful products has not only economic value, but very strong and positive environmental outcomes as well. So in late 2021, Cobalt Blue executed an MOU with the Queensland Department of Resources to participate in the secondary prospectivity project. This is the one that's collaborative between GSQ and SMI. The idea of Cobalt Blue's involvement in this project was to offer an alternative to conventional processing of cobalt from pyrite and demonstrate the applicability of our technique across the range of deposits and waste compositions present in northwest Queensland. Now, one of my new mates from Cobalt Blue, Aaron, was going to be here to present some of that test work and how that all happens later today, but he couldn't be here, so I'm going to be giving his presentation on that this afternoon. Right, so as I said before, the project that we became a part of is run by the MyWatch team at Sustainable Minerals Institute and funded by GSQ. It's divided into three streams. Stream 1 is a first-pass investigation to establish which critical minerals are present in the waste at a particular site. Stream 2 is a more detailed investigation based on selected sites with promising results from Stream 1. And then Stream 3 sees the development of bespoke mineral processing methods for one or two sites that are deemed to have the most potential. Cobalt Blue's contribution is in Stream 3, in addition to the R&D carried out at the processing labs at UQ. So here are the results that the MyWatch team have analysed thus far for cobalt in mine waste. And there are equally exciting results for things like rare earths and a variety of other critical minerals, but again, I'm just showing cobalt. You can see that there are some really great opportunities for reprocessing of cobalt, with the most outstanding results, of course, being located up in the northwest of Queensland. So we can pull out with the stars, we can pull out Osborne, Great Australia and Rocklands straight away. There are, again, those glaring missing sites such as Ernest Henry and Mount Isa, but we'll ignore those for now. Now, apart from these data sets, which are new information on mine waste, there isn't a lot of public information on the composition of tailings and waste stockpiles. So, Geoscience Australia, with the Atlas of Mine Waste, collaborating with Gavin Mudd, are pulling together predictive tools to be able to say this is the historical production at a mine, and based on the public recovery methods, we can predict that this will be the composition of the tailings. But as I said, it doesn't include those other byproduct minerals. It just focuses on the primary commodities of the original operation. So how do we deal with that as a company? A lot of guesswork and a lot of inference. If one company in a region reports cobalt in their copper deposit, such as, you know, Mount Isa producing cobalt for a little while, but then the others don't, the best I can do at this stage is to infer that the cobalt is there in those other deposits that are genetically similar to the original one, but it just wasn't reported. Whether it's there in economic quantities is another matter, but that just shows the value of the work that GSQ and SMI are doing in producing these brand new data sets. And here is how Cobalt Blue will be using that all-important pre-competitive data. So basically, we'll end up compiling our own database of global opportunities, ranking them by jurisdiction, by scale, contained metal, and mineralogy. For a final shortlist, we'll start working with whoever actually owns that site to understand the processing viability and the economics, as well as the regulatory barriers. That's the topic of a whole other talk, so I'm not going to go into it here. Within Cobalt Blue, this project has been going for a few years before I joined the team, so there's already been a really good start to collating that data. This is a screen grab of some of the global projects with reported cobalt production ranked by grade. Personally, I really like the look of the one at the top of this list. The print is very small, but so I'll tell you it is Agua Blanca in the Iberian Pyrite Belt in Spain. Spain isn't even on the little pie chart on the right showing the global sources of cobalt supply. But unfortunately for my travel plans to Spain, the company that owns this mine is already producing cobalt instead of throwing it away, so they probably don't need Cobalt Blue's help. But this list, which is way longer than what is shown on the screen, is derived from things like USGS datasets, as well as any publicly available information such as company websites, ASX or TSX announcements and the like. And as I said, it's based on known cobalt production, not an ignored opportunity that didn't make it into public or even private datasets. So using all the sources of pre-competitive data and excellent government initiatives, such as that being led by GSQ, Cobalt Blue will be growing Australia's potential to produce battery-ready cobalt for the energy transition and cleaning up waste sites while we do it, which makes me personally very happy. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Helen. Do we have any questions from the room? Simon? Yeah. Oh, just wait for the mic. So.
I think Greenvale was the biggest cobalt producer in Queensland, 35,000 tonnes of cobalt. You talk about glaring misses, but the Yabulu treatment plant in Townsville's got to be on the list.
I have some private data on that one, but it's not part of the pre-competitive data package, and the ownership of Yabulu is not conducive to collaboration. And the other aspect I suppose that I should mention here is that with Cobalt Blue, we're very much focused on, at the moment anyway, focused on pyrite opportunities. So Greenvale is a lateritic deposit, so oxidised essentially.
Hi, Helen. Now it's on. Quantifying resources in tailings dams is obviously a very different sort of technical process than quantifying in-ground resources. I was wondering if there's been any moves to, say, update JORC or put out some best practices to actually do that process, or if
Not
people
yet.
are just kind of making it up as they go along.
Not yet. So I think at the moment we see exploration fundamentals being applied, resource development as you would for an in-ground resource, then applied to a tailings resource. I don't know if Shane can comment on that, having been through the process of developing a resource at New Century or at Century. But from my understanding, the process there was essentially a drill out.
Any more questions from the room? Anything online? No? Great. Thanks so much, Helen.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
At this point, I'd now like to welcome Vladimir Lisitsin to the stage. He'll be presenting with Courteney Dhnaram, and the topic of Vlad's talk. Sorry about that. Characterising signatures of mineral systems in North Queensland. Welcome, Vlad.
Okay, thanks, Evan. How do we get it started? Go forward. Okay, while we get it sorted, thank you all for joining us physically and online. It's a very interesting meeting, and it's the first time we're having a meeting in Mackay. And while we're trying to sort out the technical problems, I'm going to give you just a very brief introduction to a major program of work GSQ started doing in any seriousness probably 4 years ago. We have done a great deal communicating some of these results to date. I'm not going to try and replicate it because it's something we've been doing for more than 5 years. So right now, just about everybody in the team of 10 is doing most of their work on this job. If I try to replicate and summarize all the results worth mentioning, it will become just brown noise for those people who didn't see it and white noise for those who did. So I will just give you a quick overview of what we're doing and why, the general workflow, the general logic, why you should care. And if you good people from the industry want to take home one thing, is just treat that as an invitation to talk to us, to continue to start or continue working with us, because it is in your best interest. It's also for common good. So if you remember just one thing, remember that. And I will try to save some time and give more time to Courteney to talk about Northeast Queensland. To a large extent because that's the area where we returned to do some work relatively recently, and nothing has been discussed so far, and because we're in East Queensland. So first, quickly outlining the scope of the problem. So it's a group of 10 people. We have the entire Queensland to work on, starting from northwest Queensland. It's the area of the size of probably about half of the state of Victoria. So there are half a dozen mineral systems worthy of investigations. The number of deposits which are worthy of investigations is many more than people doing the study. So hence the amount of work we can do to characterize deposits and their broader mineral systems. Northeast Queensland, that's the area where we spent a great deal of time in about 2014-17. So that was a major program for us, together with extensive work from James Cook University, Terra Search, Simon Beams and Company, Greg Morrison. I hope Greg joined us online. Then we moved our attention entirely to Northwest Queensland, but now we're back, and Courteney will tell you more about what we've been up to there. But again, that's a huge area. That's about 800 kilometers by, say, 300 kilometers. It's a multitude of genetically different mineral systems, dozens of deposits worth of investigation, and we try to figure out how to do some work which is meaningful and helpful to people on the ground. And it would be good if the battery was better. Let's try again. you will try to imagine. You will try to imagine the next slide, which is going to show the general workflow of what we're trying to do. So basically, everything starts from top-down prioritization of mineral systems and deposit types we're focusing on. So after we defined the mineral system and deposit type we're working on right now, we go and investigate. Thank you. Investigate what we have in our possession and in discussions with the company the deposit geology to identify the drill core which can be truly representative of that deposit, and that's the bulk of work. So then the next big thing is to make sure that we actually have the drill core to work on, and that's sometimes taking up many years of efforts, and many of you have been in contact with Courtney over the last several years, and please keep the conversation going. And once we have the drill core, which is representative and of a good quality to do some work, we do routinely continuous scanning. Our working horse of a high-logger hyperspectral scanning machine in the GSQ. We're doing lots of campaigns of scanning, like continuous XRF. We have a mineralizer operating in the core store right now, and for the next couple of months, we had campaigns with another technology of TrueScan. We did a bit of more core scan hyperspectral mapping. After that work is done, we're using the information to target more spot analysis, and traditionally we focused a great deal on whole rock multi-element geochemistry for full characterization. So if there is an element of any interest to anyone, probably we measured it in dozens of samples per deposit. And increasingly, we're getting more and more into microscopic characterization, because bulk chemistry, bulk mineralogy is good. But as we get interested in critical minerals, we need to know exactly where the critical minerals sit, spatially in the drill core, and in which specific minerals. So we're getting more and more into techniques like micro-XRF, MyMap of CSRO, or Tornado, which we're hoping to get in our facility operating in a couple of weeks' time. And we're getting increasingly into SEM, TMAP, automated mineralogy, mineral chemistry, geochronology, isotopic work, and our focus is shifting more and more towards the bottom right of this picture. So some results released so far. I haven't mentioned anything about secondary prospectivity. It's a topic of separate talk. Anita Parbhakar-Fox is going to get it covered. So these are the results which have been released, and these are reports from our collaborators and our data packages. As you can see here, the vast majority, like all but one, is from Northwest, is just because that's the area where we got started. And so the results of work so far. So far we covered about 100 deposits, primary and mine wastes. Mostly North Queensland, which is a massive amount of work for a team of 10 people and 4 years. So we acquired multiple truckloads of drill core going into many tens of kilometers, and we're doing some more, and I encourage those people who have heard from Courtney and haven't offered the core, please do. Drill core scanning goes into tens of kilometers and ongoing. Multi-element geochemistry for full characterization, all up, we've hit probably about 5,000 samples, which is orders of magnitude more than anything we've done on deposit geochemistry so far in many years. And we're getting into more and more detailed work, which is normally the realm of universities. And the only way we could do it, this is the popular slide today. I think something like that is appearing in every slide. And this is not just a token. This is the true reality. That's the only way we can do it, in collaboration with other research organizations, and more significantly in collaboration with industry. So please participate. Please talk to us on the sidelines of this conversation. And we're happy to do some work with you and for you in the future. And at this, I will leave it to Courtney to talk in more detail about what's happening in Northeast Queensland. Okay, thank you. Cheers, Courtney.
Hopefully I can master this. Sweet, could be a skill error. Okay, cool. Thanks everybody for letting me hijack half of Vlad's talk today to give you a really brief update on the sort of work I've been doing with my team on Northeast Queensland. We've been running this project for nearly 3 years now. It's been quite ambitious, as Vlad mentioned. Northeast Queensland's huge. There's a lot of deposits. I want to give a massive shout out to the team, but specifically to Frederick Olinsky, who honestly has kept the ship afloat for the last year. And you'll see why with just the amount of drill core and samples we've been trying to get through in the last 18 months. Quick outline on the work that I've been doing that's wrapped up at the end of last year on the tin tungsten systems around Herberton. Everybody's favourite intrusion-related gold systems in Northeast Queensland, and my plans for the next year, and obviously ongoing. So as Matt mentioned this morning, the funding for this project is part of the New Economy Minerals Initiative. And really we're just focusing on not so much deposit types, but really the main critical metals of interest. So tin tungsten, tungsten molybismuth, base metals, and I snuck gold in under the, saying that there's silver, but essentially, everything's up for grabs. We're focusing on intrusion-related systems just because that's what the majority of the deposits are, and because we've had a lot of really good work in the past trying to characterise and understand the timing of these events. So what have we done so far? We have over 230 new drill holes in the collection. The majority of them are from the Herberton region. We were able to get our hands on about 170 historical drill holes that have been done from the 1960s onwards through the Herberton tin field, which has been delightful to work on because there hasn't been any modern geochemistry ever collected on these samples. For High Logger, we've scanned over 14 kilometres of scan drill core, which is about 110 holes, complete or partial. We scanned 5 kilometres of drill core so far with the mineralise, which has been really brilliant for some of the historical deposits where maybe the core is AQ, BQ, super small, and if you do destructive sampling, well, you destroy all of your material, so that's been excellent. We've collected approximately 500 multi-element geochemistry samples. There's no point. From the Herberton area, and we've just started into TEMA and sort of doing more detailed microanalytics. These are the areas we've been working in. Vlad's map had all the way to Horn Island. Yeah, it's pretty much anywhere in Northeast Queensland. But these are the areas we've been predominantly working on as part of this data collection. So for the tin tungsten mineral systems, really, I wanted to take a different approach to something that Vlad has mentioned. Instead of focusing in great detail on a couple of big deposits, we decided to do a spatial reach and try to sort of understand the entire tin field and where the different elements and metals occurred. A lot of really, really good work was done in the 70s and 80s, and then a whole bunch of really good work was done out of JCU, but this work was focused on the one major element. So we're like, this is the tin area, this is the tungsten area, this is the copper area. And as we know, it's a lot more complicated, which is great for potential of this area. There's really not any modern geochemistry available, even from some of the deposits that were being mined. A lot of them was only a handful of elements available. So this was a really good chance for us to see what critical minerals exist, and then what minerals they exist in, and then leading into potential retreating and the work with the secondary prospectivity team. Cool. This is an area showing you the spatial spread of samples. It looks like there's not many points, but I can guarantee you that's hundreds of samples, and showing sort of the spread almost getting towards Chiligo. This is a quick graph because I don't have much time, and I wanted to just sort of show you the exciting geochem that's come out. So we have up to about 67 elements that have been analysed. So one of the interesting things are we've got Wolfram Camp, which is obviously a tungsten moly bismuth pipe. We've got Mount Garnet, which is a polymetallic skarn. We've got the Balgammon base metals and the Herberton base metal veins. So some things to point out, aside from the tungsten area, is that tin, which I can't actually show on here, but that's right. Tin is everywhere. Tin is in all of these systems. Tin is in the base metals. Tin is in your skarns. So that's really interesting potential for the whole area. And looking at critical minerals, you can see that in Balgammon and in the Herberton base metal veins, which is part of the same system, there's a lot of indium. And it's quite interesting that indium seems to be in some of the tin-only deposits. It seems to be in the areas where you have tin and copper, and then obviously tin, copper, and zinc. So, you know, the mineralogy is quite complex, but it means that some areas that potentially might not have thought of having, you know, indium there, there's actually a lot more around. And some really good work has been done by Avish Kumar, who are presenting possibly today or tomorrow. And he has done some fantastic work looking at the deportment of indium and how it exists in these sorts of deposits. So what I've been working on since the end of last year is intrusion-related gold system. Now, yes, I know that a lot of the germanium and a lot of cobalt and other elements do exist in VMSs, but predominantly most of the deposits in northern Queensland are part of this family, and it allows us to look at all of the different commodities, including some more overlooked areas. There's been a lot of really good geochronology that's been done, so we have a good understanding of maybe the major events and the sorts of deposits that are formed, but we don't actually have lots of public geochemistry available. So this has been the main focus of the work so far. And if Greg's online, hopefully, this is a lovely map that he made. The deposits highlighted in blue are the deposits I'll be working on in the next 6 months. And the first one that we've started doing is going back to some of the historical drill core we have from Mount Lation. So we have a beautiful suite of core from Kidston and Mount Lation. So we've been collecting some new geochemistry on this, which I only just got back before my holiday, so I haven't had a chance to really, honestly. I've got pictures of rocks, people, come on. Terrible plot, but this is just the outline of the pit. Everybody knows dealing with historical data that you try and put what you can in to see the suite of samples. These are 4 holes on the spread of samples. We collected about 100 geochemical samples and about 60 or 70 samples for potential TEMA work to really start to characterise this and get sort of like an atlas out of what the textures look like and have it all located in space. So reading all the previously good work in the papers from older deposits, it's really hard to get, you know, sample IDs, locations in space to see how it fits in 3D. So this has been our aim. Here's some pictures of some pretty rocks, and I'm only talking about the major elements as well, but it's been really interesting to try and understand what high-grade gold looks like versus low-grade gold, the different breccia textures, and also what silver is doing, what bismuth is doing, you know, what tellurium is doing, and zinc and copper. And some of these samples in Mount Lation, which is a gold deposit, have, you know, 3.5%, 4% copper, which is interesting and surprising. So this has been really nice to start at, and this is sort of the first step in what we're doing for intrusion-related gold systems. And as I mentioned, it's really nice to see where they sit, you know, having that context too. Our work program for the next year is we're focusing on Kidston. We were really lucky to get about 110 pallets of about 35 holes from Red Dome, Mungana, King Vole and Girofla on loan for us to do a really big hyperspectral characterisation and geochemical program, which is fantastic. And we're also looking at Mount Carton gold and base metal deposit in the epithermal sort of part of this system. We're scanning mineralised, and we're trying to put a couple of holes from every deposit through here, but really we're trying to not have many holes from each deposit, but just have an example of similar types to compare across the area. And we're moving into micro XRF characterisation of ore, making pretty pictures like this, which is showing you, as a last sort of thought, the green in there is your zinc, and this is the Balgammon deposit, and the zinc is showing you where some of the indium is as well, and you can see we can start to pull apart, you know, where it is, how much there is, and then where this, you know, different elements are moving. So thanks. Sorry, I didn't have much time to talk. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks so much, Courtney and Vlad. Do you have any questions from the floor for Courtney or Vlad?
We'll also put up links to get data. So Mineralise is available on the Mineralogger portal. You just need to log in, and it's all publicly available. And Ozscope is probably your best for the look so far.
Great, thank you. Any online, Emma? No? Excellent. Thanks, Courtney. Thanks, Vlad. I'd now like to welcome the final presenter for this first session, Mitchell Bouma from Geoscience Australia. Mitch will be talking on data-driven discoveries and exploring for the future. Welcome, Mitch.
Thank you to the Geological Survey of Queensland for inviting us to provide a brief update on some work that GA is doing. So what I'll be presenting today is the work of a whole host of very smart people from Geoscience Australia and wouldn't have been possible without the collaboration of the GSQ and a range of other groups. There we go. Firstly, I'd like to thank Philip for his welcome to country on behalf of the Yuwi people. It's a tangible act of reconciliation, and it is important to acknowledge the fact that when we do our work on country, that it's preceded by tens of thousands of years of knowledge by first Australians. They are the first miners, the first resource managers of Australia. So I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians throughout Australia, particularly the Yuwi people whose land we're meeting today. I extend that acknowledgement to the elders, the communities, past, present and emerging, and extend that acknowledgement to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today. So today I'll be providing a brief overview of two large programs being delivered by Geoscience Australia. As Australia's national geoscience agency, we work all over Australia, but I'll be focusing today on a couple of pre-competitive data acquisition programs that are relevant to Queensland. So first up, I'll give a quick overview and detail on the EFTF program, or Exploring for the Future program, as well as the Data-Driven Discoveries program. So the Exploring for the Future program, or EFTF program, is effectively Geoscience Australia's flagship pre-competitive data acquisition and analysis program. Everything that I'll be talking about today will be or is publicly available. And so the first phase of EFTF started in 2016, finishing in 2020, with a focus on Northern Australia. The second phase, starting in 2020, looked to move to national sort of data sets and a couple of regional areas that you can see there on the right in those polygons, the coloured polygons. Current funding for the program finishes in 2024, so there's a busy year of data publishing coming up and finalisations. The program itself is very large, so I'll probably only have a very short amount of time to focus on a couple of things. But as you saw, it has a national scope, but there are also some regional scale activities, and I've chosen one to talk about, which is some work that was done on the South Nicholson region. But there are a range of other similar scale projects across Queensland. So if we move to the work that was done in that South Nicholson region, it was chosen as an area to explore because of its relatively underexplored status. The program started work in this area back in 2017 with a range of geophysical activities, including deep crustal 2D seismic, which are those bold lines that you can see there in the middle, 20 kilometre spaced airborne AEM, so airborne electromagnetics, they're the red squiggly lines that run up and down on left to right, 50 kilometre spaced long period magnetotelluric surveys, they're the red dots, and 50k spaced passive seismic array, which are the wider dots there. These surveys were targeting an interesting gravity low you can see here on the right, and seismic surveys over the area confirm the existence of the Carrara subbasin. It is completely concealed under Cambrian cover, and up until the EFTF program, it was completely unsampled by drill holes, and it was only possible to speculate about the nature of that with other Proterozoic basins. But Geoscience Australia wanted to do more than speculate, obviously. So in collaboration with the MinEx CRC, the program drilled the NDI-1 Carrara 1 drill hole. And you can see that with this green line here across this seismic section, that it's quite easily correlatable with the Century mine, which has some really interesting implications for base metal prospectivity around the Carrara subbasin, and there's also prospectivity for hydrocarbons in that area. The Carrara 1 hole has something like 25 published reports, peer-reviewed journal articles, and a whole stack of associated data, which makes it one of the, or if not the most well-studied drill holes in Australia. So moving now to national scale activities, and we heard a bit about this from Matt as well. I'll fly through these very quickly, so if you want to know more about where you can find the information, come and see me afterwards. So first off, we have AusLAMP, which aims to collect long period magnetotelluric data from stations at a national scale at a 55 kilometre spacing. It's a long-term program starting in 2013 So 10 years later, here we are with sort of almost 50% of the country covered. The red dots being areas covered by the EFTF program, and the white dots are other stations that were stationed in collaboration with several other agencies. And what I've got here on the right is the national map for conductivity that existed before AusLAMP. As you can see, it's pretty blurry. It's got some interesting features, but you can't actually make too much out of it. And this map is the new map. It's not quite the same area, but you can see that you get quite a lot better resolution with that once the AusLAMP data has been included. Moving now to the AusAEM program or project, which is the largest, as far as I know, as far as we know, airborne electromag survey in the world. And it maps EC, or electronic conductivity, across the nation, which is useful for imaging basins and sort of shallower features in the top several hundred metres. And this figure here shows some progress of the AusAEM program across the years. As you can see, moving to a national sort of coverage now. Still a little bit to go, and on the bottom right there you can see the pink lines show where interpretation has occurred, which is lagging a little bit behind because it's such a large survey. And finally, to complete this trifecta, the program is adding to the National Passive Seismic Array, and this project leaves seismic monitors in the ground for a year to monitor the background seismicity, and provides it will provide a national seismic velocity model, which will improve constraints on things like the lithospheric thickness, depth to moho, and other several features in the crust. And also identify where more tightly spaced arrays should be put into the ground. And for an example of that is the map here on the right, which you see shows the Carrara sub-basin using a tighter sort of seismic array. Now, I've already raced through that. There's a couple more sort of national scale data projects the EFTF program is delivering. This one here is the National Subsurface Geological Mapping. It's a pretty important piece of work to help improve the resolution of subcropping and deeper rocks that aims to de-risk investment decisions when developing a resource undercover. And you can see that above that sort of black dotted line is data that's already released, which does cover a good proportion of northern Queensland. Remaining maps will be published soon. And then finally, two other ones, one of which we've heard about today, are the Heavy Mineral Map of Australia and the Mine Waste Atlas. So if you want to know about where minerals that have been sampled in the sediment in sort of northern Queensland there, or where historical mine waste may exist to be reanalysed, both of these data sets have kind of got you covered. All right, moving on to another program, which is one that I'm working on. This is the Data Driven Discoveries program. It was announced back in November in 2021, and it's a relatively large size program. And it's focused on the Ada Vale Basin, so data acquisition purely in the Ada Vale Basin. The Ada Vale Basin is quite interesting. It's Devonian aged. It can be quite deep, more than 7,000 metres in places. Covered by Galilee and Eromanga rocks. Historically, it's been of interest for its gas, with a small producing gas field at Gilmore, which is now finished. But there are a whole heap of other interesting rocks and geology there, which we're looking to get a bit more of an understanding of. In particular, there's things like salt bodies there, which have some interesting potential for storage of hydrogen, for example. So what are we doing? It's a 3.5-year program, as I said. It's a series of 4 discrete projects run in sequence, starting with the chemostratigraphic analysis project, seismic reprocessing of legacy data, acquisition of new deep crustal 2D seismic data, with the final project looking at drilling a stratigraphic research drill hole. So the first component there, the chemostrat work, we had 10 drill holes existing in the Ada Vale Basin, which are shown there on the white dots. And we were looking at sort of running analyses to target or give an indication of the whole rock geochemistry, the carbon and oxygen isotopic composition, within carbonates, as well as model mineralogy across the whole core. We did that by sampling approximately 1,500 chip samples across those 10 stratigraphic wells. So the point of that was really to aim to correlate the source rock from which the Adavale Basin sediments were sourced and to figure out the depositional environment that occurred and how it differs across the basin. This work is actually almost finished with publication expected in the sort of next couple of months. The second phase of the work is reprocessing of old legacy seismic. So we selected around 2,700 kilometres of legacy seismic data, which varied in vintage from the 1960s to the 1980s. Included things like 3 to 4 second industry data, as well as some old BMR, so Bureau of Mineral Resources, precursor of GA, deep dynamite data, very low fold. And the lines chosen to reprocess were designed to tie into the chemostratigraphic analysis work. And they're the blue lines there. And the black lines are the old BMR data. This work is also complete. We expect publication of the raw data in the next few months, maybe towards the end of the year. And the data that we saw varied in quality quite significantly. You can see here that one on the left there is the reprocess stack, and there are a few areas that you can see. You can see where the data's sort of improved. When we release those data sets, you can expect both a shallow and deep data set with all of the following the post-stack time migration, pre-stack time migration, and pre-stack depth migration. There's some areas there. And this is just another example to show that, the data we started with was pretty poor, varied in digital quality, but we were able to get some good uplift on that there with the reprocessing. So that naturally fed through to the acquisition of new 2D crustal seismic, so deep down to 20-second depth of a modern seismic data set across the Adavale Basin. We're currently acquiring this at the moment. It's just over 50% complete. We're looking at over 1,740 kilometres, and it's going to do things like tie in nicely with the Belliando Basin there, look at the relationship between the various Devonian-aged, thought to be Devonian-age basins in the area. Look at things like the half-grabens and the structures that have been less well studied in the Adavale Basin. And there's one thing I haven't put on there, and that is looking at better demarcation of some of the salt bodies that are in the basin, because at the moment they're not particularly well studied. And this we can expect to see both a raw data set for this and also some interpretation that'll be done, and that'll be released towards the end of the Data-Driven Discoveries program. And all that kind of led to the final stage, which hasn't yet started, but we're looking at this now. We're working with government and the GSQ to see where we might potentially drill a stratigraphic research hole in the Adavale Basin. Where will we do that? It's going to depend on a couple of things, particularly around looking at the findings that we come up with, seeing what's available in terms of location, working with landholders and all that sort of thing. So ultimately that hasn't been decided yet, but we should hopefully be able to start working on that in the final 2 years of the program. Okay, thank you. That's kind of all I had. Sorry if it was very rushed, but there's a lot in the EFTF program which I haven't been able to talk about. But if you do want to come and talk to me or contact me or anyone at GA, you're more than welcome to do that. The last thing is basically a shameless plug for the Exploring for the Future showcase, which is free and online. And if you want to do that, you can use the QR code there. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mitch. Do we have any questions from the room? Online? No? Excellent. Thank you very much. That actually rounds out our morning session, and strangely enough, we're well ahead of time. So that's a good position to be in. So for the benefit of everyone in the room, morning tea will be downstairs. So head on down, grab a cuppa, grab a drink. The food will be out in a few minutes' time. It's on its way. We'll stick to timing, so if everyone can be back in the room at 5 to 11, that would be great. If you want to do the underground tours either today or tomorrow, please put your name on the sheet at the back of the room. And for those online, we'll be recommencing at 11 a.m. and we'll speak soon. Thank you. We're going to be starting back in a couple of minutes, so if people want to grab their seats, bring your coffee, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, we're going to make a start with the next session. Callum, you're up first.
Hopefully you can hear me all right. Yes, got a slide for me. There we go, fantastic. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for having us along. My name's Callum. I'm the Principal Geologist for Pacgold. My talk today will provide you with a broad overview of the geology of the project, an insight into our exploration philosophy, and also highlight some of our recent successes, up at the Alice River Gold Project in Cape York Peninsula. What I aim to inevitably convey to you today is the scope of the project and how the company is aimed at unlocking the secrets of what's shaping up to be a very prolific gold corridor. Just the usual. So Pacgold's a gold exploration company with work focused up in far north Queensland at Alice River. As you can see from the map, we're located in a highly endowed area of Queensland with over 45 million ounces mined to date. We listed on the ASX in July of 2021, and on the back of the success of the first drill program, we made a high-grade gold discovery. Some of the results you can see on the board, 17 at 9.3 and 24 at 8. Recent first-pass metallurgical test work has also proved very positive. We're now mobilised and drilling again after the recent wet season. Our successes resulted in the company being the best-performing gold IPO on the ASX for 21-22. I believe this success is underpinned by the application of new ideas to the project, some new exploration techniques, some old-fashioned geology, and a bit of out-of-the-box thinking. So this is home for me for half the year in Cape York. The photograph on the right gives you an overview of our recent gradient array survey, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. In the left-hand photo, you can see the old Alice Queen open pit. It produced about 30,000 ounces at 5.6 grams in the late 90s. Pacgold now owns the project 100%. That comes with 8 granted mining leases and 5 exploration permits. As you would know, there are many benefits associated with granted mining leases, which gives us obviously the ability to fast-track some development scenarios. Bit of history. So gold was discovered by the Scottish geologist John Dickey in 1903. The most significant exploration was completed by Cyprus Gold in the early 80s. For the last 20 years, the Alice River Gold Project has seen limited exploration as it was owned by a private prospector. The project was purchased by Pacgold in December of 2020. This is the extent of our granted EPM and EPM applications. I want to draw your attention to the scale bar in the bottom left-hand corner of the image, which is 10 Ks. We currently have 30 Ks of strike tied up with numerous historical prospects. Our focus has been concentrated on the 7-kilometre long zone, which you can see in the right-hand picture. In particular, at the central target where most of the drilling from 2021 and 2022 has taken place. A lot of RAB drilling was completed in the late 80s, which focused on scattered anomalies. Even to the south, our southern target, historically, there were drill intercepts 8 metres at 55 grams per tonne, and these prospects haven't been drilled for 30 years. Our objective at Pacgold is to join the dots and show that we've got the potential to unlock a major goldfield up at Alice River. You can see in the image that we have numerous historical intercepts with strong gold anomalism that need to be followed up. It's the first time in several decades that both the MLs and the EPMs have been held and explored under one entity. Our most recent 2022 IP survey and drilling has continued to demonstrate the district scale opportunity of the project. I have no doubt that we're going to find multiple ore bodies that are high grade and close to surface. You can see the drill rigs there on the right hand side. We've done a lot in 2 years. We've actually drilled about 20,000 metres since the IPO. It's not a small feat for a junior exploration company. This is our most recent long section. You'll see the extents to which we have gone with drilling since acquiring the project. Small dots on the long section is the historical drilling. It shows basically that previous exploration barely scratched the surface down to about 100 metres. Bit of geology, because we're at a geology conference. The Alice River project resides in Cape York Peninsula, in particular within the southern Savannah province, a north-south trending belt that forms the western part of the Cohen Inlier. The belt includes units of Proterozoic sediments, intrusives and metamorphic units which have been intruded by late Silurian to early Devonian granitoids, which are part of the Cape York Peninsula batholith suite. We do have portions of the project that are covered by early sedimentary sequences, which include Jurassic Sandstone and Quaternary alluvium. Multiple regional deformation events in the Proterozoic and early Paleozoic helped form major northwest trending myelinitic shear zones, and these were reactivated across the region around the early Devonian. The Siluro-Devonian granites at the Alice River Gold Project are cut by a series of faults within the Alice-Palmer structural zone, and of particular interest to us is the Alice River Shear Zone. These faults contain gold mineralisation in several places, which was in place during the early Permian hydrothermal gold event that we see hosting the multitude of gold deposits across the Cohen Inlier. This is broadly synchronous with the Permian granites and felsic volcanics north of Cohen. Argon-argon geochronology of alteration and vein sericite suggests that the gold mineralisation across the region was in place in a single hydrothermal metallogenic event in the early Permian. The event correlates with an episode of spatially extensive magmatism across northeast Queensland with associated tin, tungsten, epithermal and intrusion-related gold deposits. Now, I stole this from Vlad, but as you can see, there's a lot of work being done by GSQ and many others to help understand the geology of the Cape, and as you can see on the board, this includes significant work on the geochemistry and geochronology for the widespread hydrothermal gold mineralisation that we see. So we promote it. Slide 11. So one of the things we realised early on was the opportunity to capitalise on data gaps. Since the program was acquired, we've coded and amalgamated the historic databases and have completed detailed geological mapping and sampling. Historically, there was no multi-element geochem sampling in the old database, and I think we all know how important it is in an intrusion-related gold system to have this data. So we've ended up classifying multiple vein phases, mineralisation assemblages by just studying the rocks and getting into the field and mapping what we see. Early on in the project, it was realised that the understanding the host structure would greatly expedite our geological understanding. It'd be key to unlocking the value of the project. Historically, explorers with small stretch budgets opted for shallow percussion drilling with very limited diamond core. Pacgold, however, opted to drill with triple-tubed HQ, obviously to maximise orientations and recoveries. And to me, this has been absolutely pivotal in understanding, or to our understanding and modelling. We also send samples for 4-acid digestion, ICP-MS. We've been able to characterise the rocks, determine the evolution and fractionation of igneous rocks. We've been able to quantify alteration intensities and have inevitably deciphered different assemblages. We've been able to pick up trace elements and pathfinder minerals with principal component analysis that wouldn't have been obvious by just looking at the core. And most importantly, we've been able to relate this back to the petrographic and logging observations. The pathfinder geochemistry and positive correlation with certain elements supports an epizonal style of intrusion-related deposit. Geochemical ratios show that Alice River is intrusion-related, and this understanding provides us with yet another tool to vector towards mineralisation on both a local and regional scale. The geochemistry is powerful because it shows major elemental controls, lithological associations with mineralisation, elevation influence, metal variation by vein type, which is a big one, high-grade pathfinder associations, and sulfide controls. The slideshow, or this particular slide, just shows some of the geological variability in different economic intercepts. So I just want to sort of point you guys to the changes in vein textures, the colour, the veining orientation, the different styles of brecciation, the structural overprint, and the alteration. We've also been doing a lot of detailed petrographic work, and that work continues just to unlock the secrets of fluid evolution and to help build our paragenetic relationships. As you know, the petrography can tell us a lot about the evolution of the deposit, what were the fluid phases, timing of the ore-bearing fluid, what inclusions do we have, what fabrics and textures are we seeing, and how can we use this information to plan even better drill holes and exploration programs. Some of you guys would have seen this, but one of the things we realised early on is that the project had good IP data that was acquired in the late 1980s. We knew the IP should work or at least be interesting, as it's been a successful exploration tool in Queensland and across the world, and as a plus, it was free. We reprocessed the gradient array IP and immediately noticed that the resistivity lows were highlighting an extensive structural zone that was hosting our gold mineralisation. The unaltered granites are resistivity highs, and hydrothermally altered granite along the Alice River structure are resistivity lows. Nice and simple. This strong anomalous corridor of resistivity low signature was defined over 7 Ks. Unfortunately, for those before us, they had done what most would have done with the data, particularly back then, and that was to focus on the shallow chargeability highs without much luck. they concluded that the IP data was not a useful exploration tool. So realizing that the gradient array produced this resistivity contrast, we decided that we needed to follow this up with our own pole-dipole IP to answer the question, what does it look like in 3D, and what does it look like at depth? And are there any other sort of structures and intrusives that are undercover or less pronounced? And like the gradient array, our results highlight the significant resistivity low anomaly. We now have high-resolution data to 180 meters depth across our main targets. At the end of last year, we completed another 9.8 line Ks of pole-dipole IP, which now gives us data out to 12 Ks. We've infilled around the northern target and a prospect called White Line to the south, where we have some pretty exciting prospects. The results have continued to highlight that the mineralized corridor exists across our other prospects. This is one of the drill sections, and you can see that the IP really shows a strong correlation with the drilling and with the location of the high grade. It shows the shear zone continues to depth, which is good for us, and this is confirmed by our high grade results from our follow-up drilling. So the IP is really helping us to define large zones of potential mineralization at the coincidence with these resistivity anomalies. Another one of our early observations that is, and everybody suffers from this problem, but yeah, there was gaps in the auger gold data. In particular, we looked between our central and southern target, and we realized that the basement was actually being masked by Jurassic sandstone cover or transported material, and that historical auger sampling through this probably didn't highlight the true AU potential. So one of the ways we're actually getting around this is by utilizing hyperspectral and radiometric data sets to look at the distribution of alteration minerals at surface. The data should aid us with understanding the regolith and any transported material. We're utilising historic weathered and regolith maps of the Han River by Geoscience Australia, and we're comparing these with the radiometrics and a lot of ground truthing as well. We're obviously aiming to produce a really comprehensive regolith map which will aid in our exploration efforts. I guess one thing we wanted to do early on was to understand the Alice River project, not just locally in reference to deposit styles within the Cohen Inlier, but just to look at other major deposits that could help advance our ideas and observations. One of the models we sort of draw a few analogies to is that of Donellan Creek in Alaska. Bearing in mind, as some of you may know, it's a 30 million ounce ore body. I'm not saying we're there yet, but we're very early stage. We observe a lot of the epizonal mineralization and structural characteristics seen in the deposit. And one thing it does suggest is we may be looking at the tip of a much larger system that develops with depth. This is evidenced by our observations of veining assemblages and gold and multi-element results from the core. So this is the long section through the central target, which has been the focus for 2022. Sort of understanding how this pieces together, we could then take the geological model to other areas in the project. You can see there that our deepest hole returned a very encouraging intercept of 4 meters at 10.3, including a meter at 32.8 at a depth of 520 meters. As we go deeper, we move away from a lower grade black silica mineralization that we see into our later stage gold bearing white silica. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what's beneath this hole and how significant the vertical extent may be. This is the southern target. That's a big focus for us in 2023. We're looking at the gradient array, and you can see the well-defined resistivity zone, which has at least 2.5 Ks of strike in this area. So this hasn't actually, well, up until recently, this wasn't drilled for 30 years, but had significant historical results, and as I mentioned before, 8 meters at 55 and 4 meters at 22.7. Historically, like the rest of the project, there was a lot of shallow drilling. I think the average historical drill hole was about 40 meters depth. Last year, we completed 2 diamond drill holes, which are the deepest on the prospect. One had visible gold in. I haven't got the results here, apologies, but this was the first time that the prospect had actually had a diamond drill hole on it, which is exciting. So we've had an exciting 2 years, as you can imagine. We've got a strong discovery-focused team, a healthy budget, an exciting gold project, and one of the things I like about it's in Queensland as well. I appreciate that we're not afraid to draw on the expertise of those in the industry. We're working alongside people like the GSQ and other professionals and consultant experts in this style of mineralisation and Queensland geology. We've got great relationships with the local landholders, traditional owners, and the local businesses that make up this part of the world. But by applying modern exploration techniques, looking at things a little bit differently, I don't think we're dealing with a couple of isolated prospects. I think what we've done is unlocked a continuous structural corridor with enormous gold potential. So our strategy is to identify and follow the high-grade zones to depth. What we've learned over the past 18 months has been vast, in particular the understanding of the geometry and the controls of the high-grade. Our focus has been on the central target, and as I said before, with the lessons learned, we have a unique opportunity to take the geological model that we've developed and apply it along strike to the 30 kilometres that have been neglected for so long. So thank you for your time. That's it.
Thanks very much, Callum. Do we have any questions from the room? No, and we're grateful that you're in Queensland as well, Callum. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Sorry, one question, just one moment.
I was going to save it for after, weren't you?
Thanks. So looks like all the gold mineralisation is concentrated along a fault zone, but using an intrusion-related model for it. So what are the distributions of the causative intrusions along that fault? And
well, we haven't worked it out yet. So we're doing some work at the moment. We've intersected some intrusives, and yeah, I guess we're looking at how they fit within the model at the moment. So the geochemistry of what we see within the associated with the gold is suggesting that we're sort of intrusion related and sort of the veining textures that we're getting. At the moment, we obviously haven't been able to locate the big intrusion at depth or anything like that, but we've definitely got some indicators, and obviously some of the work that we're now doing with the GSQ is hopefully going to unravel that story and go, okay, well, is it intrusion related? What is ultimately driving the source? We think we have an idea. Obviously, I'd like to talk about it, but not really allowed to. So, but yeah, I mean, as I say, what we see at the central target, we've all sort of replicated down at the southern target. We've got multiple prospects all the way along with similar veining assemblages, similar geochem. I'm sure they may be slightly different, but it's a big project and it's developing. We learn every day. We drill a new drill hole, and so it's sort of fascinating to be up on site at the moment. So.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. It's a really exciting project.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Callum. Next, I'd like to call up onto the stage Steve Harper from Ravenswood Gold. And also thank you in advance to Steve for generously putting on the networking drinks tonight when we're back at Moss and Wood. But Steve's talk right here and now is Ravenswood, building Queensland's biggest gold mine. Welcome, Steve.
Morning, everyone. I suppose with Ravenswood, the geology is fairly well known, but the most significant thing happening at Ravenswood over the last few years is the expansion of our processing facilities and the commencement of our Buck Reef open pit. So I'll run you through the geology. I'll do a little bit of stuff on the expansion and a little bit of exploration stuff at the end, so it's like a geological sandwich or hamburger. All right, so we're situated about 100 k's south of Townsville. We've got about 1,200 square kilometres of tenements. We're owned by EMR Capital, JV'd with GEAR, which is an Indonesian firm. Our steady state of what we're trying to achieve at Ravenswood is 200,000 ounces a year, which will make us Queensland's largest gold mine. So we're currently mining out of the Buck Reef pit and looking to expand the Sarsfield pit next door to it as well and build a little bit of a bridge between the two as well. We're a CIL processing facility. Our resource currently is just over 5 million ounces, and reserves at about half that. All in sustaining cost is about $800 US an ounce, which is quite low, but needed to do the expansion to achieve that. Regional geology, we sit within the Ravenswood Lulworth batholith. Underlying us is the Cape River province and the Thalanga province, with the Drummond Basin and Bowen Basin to the east and south of us. And also of importance is the Cannindah Igneous province as well. We've seen this this diagram before today. Ravenswood itself sits in the Mesozonal area, porphyry area. Down there, Mount Wright, which we finished up mining a few years back, sits way up in the epithermal zone. So we've got a wide variety of mineralisation styles that we're exploring for. We've got the Carboniferous Permian intrusion related, obviously Ravenswood and Mount Lation. Carboniferous Permian as well. Devonian orogenic lode, gold style mineralisation, which we're doing a little bit of work on. We'll have done a little bit of work on 2 prospects with that style in the last couple of years. And we've also got the Thalanga Ordovician VHMS style, which runs to the south of our ground as well. So our host rock at Ravenswood is the Jessup Creek tonalite, so Ravenswood batholith. We get diorite and gabbro enclaves within that as well. Structure is a main focus for our mineralisation. We have steep chloritic faults, so the Buck Reef fault, which was pre-prepared east-west. You can see that running across from Sarsfield into Buck Reef. And that's quite extensive. We've picked up that structure about 670 metres east of Sarsfield as well. Unfortunately unmineralised, but worth a stab. And then we've got the Area 4 and Nolan's faults as well, which also is a focus of our mineralisation. Overprinting that, we have north, south or northeast, southwest faults that cut those that east-west structure. And where we get those intersections, we get our best mineralisation. So the big focus in Buck Reef is around that Buck Reef fault, where those lodes, those high-grade lodes, cut that structure. We also get reverse and strike slip post-mineralisation faulting, just to make things a little bit more interesting. Here's a cross-section of Sarsfield. Key things to pick up here is the Buck Reef fault over in the right-hand side there, and then also the A4. So they're our chloritic faults and big focuses of mineralisation for us. We also have the Keel fault, which dips to the southwest, but we also have flat-lying lodes that cut across all of those structures as well. And we also, where we get those intersections, we get our best mineralisation. So it's a pretty complex vein system. The structures themselves are quite extensive, but the gold distribution within those can be quite spotty, and it's down to that intersection. You need those intersecting structures and that plumbing of the depth of the fluid. Here we've got a couple of photos. Thanks, Mark. On the left there is our general grant mineralised zone. So it's not just one vein structure, it's a group of vein structures in close proximity. And that structure itself is one of the historically mined lodes in the area, and quite rich as well. On the right there is our Sunset lode, which sits over to the west of our pit, also mined historically. And as you can see, that waxes and wanes and pinches and swells quite extensively as well. And then where those structures, key structures, intersect with Buck Reef, we get a lot of our mineralisation. At the top of the structures, or at the top of the pile, basically, we get these weak stockwork zones, flat-lying structures. They extend quite they go from all the way from Buck Reef into Sarsfield. So they're quite extensive and long-lived. We can pick them up and have modelled these over a long distance. We do get some gold associated with these, but they're not the main focus. But because there's a lot of it, we can get quite a bit bulk tonnage out of that as well. So back in 2017, we had Jun Cowan and Brett Davis have a look at these structures. Thanks again, Mark. That was good work. And they sort of categorised the vein structures at Ravenswood, in Sarsfield and Buck Reef into the category A, which is our main north-south structures, the Sunset, Grant and Duke sets of veins. And then the category B, which is the Nolans, which runs to the runs sort of north-south as well. And then the category C, which are those flat-lying structures at the top. So essentially what we're looking at is a conjugate set of vein structures that is hosting our mineralisation. Into some rocks. So up on the top there, we have our Buck Reef fault, a Breccia system. Pre-prepared, structurally pre-prepared. Essentially get a chlorite, silica, pyrrhotite, pyrite zone in that. Quite some high grades in it where we get the intersecting structures. That can be up to 20 metres wide. And variably mineralised as well. As I said, we drilled a hole out to the east of us and looked great, looked exactly like this, except it didn't have the mineralisation in it. It had all the accessory minerals as well. Then we get the Nolans fault style, which is a chlorite pyrite shear, which runs in north to south through Sarsfield. And that's quite large and quite innocuous. It represents itself exactly how it is there, just pyrite veins. And you get the assays back and they're running at 20 grams. It's quite different to what we see in the Buck Reef. And then cross-cutting those, we get our Sunset, Grant, Duke lodes, which are our north-south lodes. And they're a quartz carbonate base metal sulfide vein with sericite chloride alteration. And then finally, we get those, the quartz pyrite tension veins, the flat-lying veins that sit at the top. And they're quite the whole lot's fairly difficult to model. Back in the day, I did Buck Reef, and it took me probably 3 months to do that one. And going back there, I had to redo it and include Sarsfield, and that was a big undertaking as well. Can't use it for resource calculations because the veins are too small, too skinny. So we end up just putting high grade into a very small space. We use MIK and LUC conditioning to model our resource, but it is good for targeting, really good for targeting. So our mineralisation model, we have a deep intrusive source, pushing those mineralised fluids up those steep faults, those chloritic faults. And then we have a potassic alteration in the northern part of Sarsfield and locally around our subvertical structures. The majority of the gold is precipitated in the shallow dipping quartz sulfide tension veins with phyllic and alteration halos, lower temperature. Our fluid source isn't intrusive and it's mafic, but it hasn't been recognised as yet. There have been holes drilled to try and find that source, but unfortunately we haven't got onto that one as yet. It's postulated that it sits closer to Sarsfield based on the temperature, but yeah, we haven't drilled that one yet. Now into some of the expansion data that basically Ravenswood Gold took over in April 2020. They purchased 15 Hitachi 3500 trucks, plus another 4 Cat 789s, and 3 large excavators and a smaller 1200. So we're running our head grade is about 1 gram, so we need to push massive tons through, and this is what allows us to do that. We're in really close proximity to the Ravenswood township. If you haven't been out there and you get a chance, go and have a look and see how close we are. We built a 9 metre high noise bund to try and to drown out the noise of mining, but we do run day and night shift mining operations. We need to fill that hungry mill. We've also put in a new tailings storage facility, and that's up and running. We're currently dredging Sarsfield to push the tailings deposited into the new TSF, which will allow us to open up mining in Sarsfield. Put in 6 new leach tanks and a brand new crusher, which has the world's largest gabion wall. So if hands up, anyone who knows what that is? No? Yep. So quite an extensive undertaking. And this stuff is really the key thing about Ravenswood and the biggest significant change there for a long, long time. We've got a new 12 megawatt ball mill, gravity circuit and second tailings thickener. We've also moved chimneys from the old Buck Reef area, and there's one sitting up on the high wall that's been protected. And we've also installed a Chrysos photon assay machine as well, which allows us to get our grade control samples through very, very quickly. We'll look to push that into the exploration space over the next couple of years. We just want to make sure that that's JORC compliant. So, expenditure since 2020, we've spent $460 million, including $330,000 on community and over $1 million on heritage, preserving what was around the Buck Reef pit. We've gone from 240 permanent staff to 450. 94% of those are from the region. We've got greater than 19% female workforce, 200 permanent contractors and 600 construction contractors. So that was quite significant for a little town and a little camp that we had. But we got there. And keep in mind that all of this was done during COVID as well. So quite a substantial undertaking. So moving forward, we're looking forward to recommencing mining in Sarsfield pit. We've got a lot of EAs in at the moment, and any help on those would be most welcome. We've done a lot of community and road projects. We've done a causeway on the entrance into Ravenswood, and all of this will essentially allow us to become Queensland's largest gold mine. Now back to the rocks. Okay, so we've got a big mill. We need to find more reserves and resources to feed that. We're looking for plus 300,000 ounce deposits within our current tenements, but also looking to review potential ground for applications, joint ventures and toll treatment opportunities as well. So our targets for this year were to convert inferred and unclassified material around Sarsfield pit to indicated resource, and that's going really well. We're finding every hole we drill, we're finding more gold in the walls of Sarsfield. Earlier this year, we commenced drilling at Donnybrook, and we want to finish off some more drilling at Donnybrook as well. I've got some stuff on that. And then we're also looking at an RC program at Last Chance, which sits out to the east of us, which is a lot different to what we're looking at in our Ravenswood mineralisation style. So looking forward to getting into that. Onto Donnybrook. So Donnybrook is about 8 k's south of Ravenswood. It's a historic mining centre. We own the land that Donnybrook sits on. We had Intrepid Geophysics reprocess our mag, and that's a shot of that in the bottom left there. They use Cauchy derivatives and to really hone in on the structures within that area, and that's picked out the diorite that hosts the mineralisation in that area. We recently completed 12 RC holes in that area. 9 of those holes returned greater than half a gram. I think the best one was about 7.6. We've got further drilling planned in 2023, and essentially what we're looking at is a structurally controlled mineralisation within a diorite. The photo on the centre there is a really good cross section of what we've been drilling, with a steep fault with stockwork veining sitting around that. So low grades thus far, but there's a lot more area to cover than just what we've drilled at the moment. So looking forward to getting back in there. We also did some work up if you know the Welcome Breccia, there's a shear vein that sits off that called the Milnes Reward, and this work was done back in 2020-21. And key intersections there is 20 metres at 1.5, 50 at 1.1, 13 at 3, 11 at 2. So we're onto a bit of a Devonian sort of structurally hosted lode style mineralisation up there. I really want to see how that interacts with the Welcome deposit, and that story's not finished as yet. We're hoping to push that towards a resource in the next couple of years. And back to Ravenswood, we've got a couple of deep holes there, that BRD 356, 18 metres at 3.32, and SFD 506, 9 at 4.88. So they sort of underline for me the underground potential that we still have at Ravenswood. Obviously, we're looking to shore up our resources and at the moment, but that's certainly on the horizon as a deep target for us and an underground target for us. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Steve. We do have time for a question or two. Anybody in the room? No? Anybody online? Emma? No? No? You're off the hook. Thanks so much, Steve. Next up, I'd like to welcome Chris Chambers from Minjar Gold to the stage. The title of Chris' talk is Applying a Scientific Method at the Pajingo Epithermal Gold Silver Deposit. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks very much. So I guess the title of the talk probably sounds a little bit pretentious. In reality, it's pretty much exactly the same as what our previous two speakers have been talking about, which is really looking at every technique possible that we can apply, whether it's geophysics or geology, and analysing that data, developing a hypothesis, and then testing it ultimately with drilling. So my name's Chris Chambers. I'm the exploration manager at Pajingo. Been there for a while. Love the place. Still got lots of potential. So what I'm going to be talking about today, though, is not so much what you might have heard in the past, which is geology plus what we've been doing and what the potential is. What I really wanted to cover this time was more about what techniques we're applying and why. But briefly to where we are, in very close proximity to Ravenswood. So we've got about, I think it's about 1,800 square kilometres of EPMs in the blue there, and we've got about 4 mining leases, which you can see in the red there. Most of our exploration is focused within the mining leases, but we did get $5 million approved this year for regional exploration, which I was pretty chuffed about. Briefly, it's a complex slide, but I guess the main takeaway from this is that there's been quite a number of owners over the years. It's had it has had 40 years since discovery, and it's been mined since 1986 almost continuously. And it's now total endowment of about 5 million ounces. So Pajingo's been a great deposit. And now we are no longer Minjar Gold. Since from the time that I registered to now, the company name's changed. Still the same parent company, but we're now Yuwi Holdings. This is a fairly, I know this is not exploration techniques, this is just a bit of background information. So this gives you a bit of an idea as to how we've performed over the years. So the yellow bars on the chart there, they show how much exploration expenditure we've had over the years. The red is the resource that we've had at any one year. And green is the reserves, and the white line down the bottom there is production. And you can see from that essentially the more money we've spent, the more gold we've found. And I would like to point out that you can just see reserves and production picking up, especially with the Eye of Faith. These are just some things we've been doing. I guess if you really want more information on it, you're probably best off coming and talking to me later. I guess the short version, though, is that over the last 4 or 5 years, we've managed to add about 500,000 ounces of resources. And that's mainly in Steph and Lynn, and that's where we're mining now. Okay, so just a bit of an overview for those who haven't had the Pajingo talk before. The mineralisation at Pajingo is Devonian-Carboniferous, so 342 MA. The primary host rocks are about 360. So the map on the left there, the pink blob up in the top left, that's the Lulworth Ravenswood, which comprises a range of rocks, Ordovician and Silurian intrusives, but Canberra Ordovician, metamorphics and metasediments. The Drummond Basin itself, you can see the Anarchy inlier, that's Neo-Proterozoic, but then there's been mid-Carboniferous Basin inversion. So we zoom into the tenement. Unfortunately, I don't have a pointer that I can use here, but so you can see the tenement outlines. The squarish red lines are the mining leases. The other red lines are the known veins based on mapping and drilling. The green rocks are the what we locally call the Mount Janet andesite, or the Virunancy volcanics. They're dominantly andesitic, but they do range from rhyolitic all the way through to andesitic. Just to the north of that, we have the Palomana sandstone. It's a micaceous sandstone that's probably derived from the Charters Towers province. And then to the south of that, we have quite a bit of cover, probably cycle 2. And then we also actually have a tertiary, which covers about 80% of our tenements. It can range, anywhere from 50 centimetres up to 50 metres. So this is the model. So this is the started with Larry Buchanan back in 1981. Greg Morrison updated it with vein textures, and Corbett and Leach they added geochem to it, and essentially it works. I guess the only caveat that I really have to put on there is, 1, it's a model, and 2, the depth is not an absolute gospel. It's quite variable, because we have one deposit, Vera South in particular, which extends down about 500 metres from surface. But certainly as a general guide, as a model, it works quite well. It's a good summary of what we see in terms of vein textures, vein mineralogy, alteration, and geochemistry. This is an example. So I guess if we talk about the science of what we're looking at, one thing that we know about these systems is that that boiling provides you with the right fluid conditions to be able to precipitate gold. And fortunately, vein mineralogy and textures can give you some indication as to whether you have those right processes occurring. So crustiform banding, that gives you an indication that there have been multiple events, possibly seismic events, but certainly multiple events where vein material has precipitated, which in itself is not diagnostic of a change in fluid conditions, but it's a good starting sign. Okay. Then we move on to textures like coliform. Now, they are diagnostic of a change in fluid conditions. Coliform means that you've had silica supersaturation, which probably doesn't sound like much, but one way to achieve that is to rapidly get rid of a whole lot of volatiles. So that is telling you straight away that you've got the right fluid conditions to be able to precipitate gold. Big question, as always, is there gold in the system? Another aspect is adularia. So adularia, when you lose volatiles like H2S and CO2, you end up with a near-neutral fluid, which is more likely to be able to precipitate out something like adularia, which is near-neutral pH stable. Then we move on to alteration. So alteration gives us an indication as to what's happening with the fluid conditions as well. A standard low sulfidation epithermal fluid is reduced and near neutral, and yet our most proximal alteration includes kaolinite, dicite and illite. Now they are not minerals that you would normally expect to be associated with a near neutral fluid. And then as we move out from there, they become a lot more near neutral. We move out to illite, interlate illite, smectite, pyrite, hematite, and then eventually to the more distal chlorite calcite, which is more near neutral. We're also able to determine something about the structural conditions. So this is based primarily on work by Greg Morrison back in 2000. So we look at what does the quartz look like. Are we dealing with solid veins? Are we dealing with stockworks, stringers, vein breccias, or are we even dealing on the bottom right there, a silicified fault gouge? Other techniques, gravity. Again, I wish I had a pointer. I could point to this screen here. It won't help you. Essentially, what we're looking at is mineralisation is located within fault systems. And those fault systems we know have hundreds of metres of normal dip-slip fault movement on them. And that sort of fault movement tends to bring contrasting rock types into contact with each other, and what results is you end up with a gravity gradient. So at a very coarse scale, gravity works quite well. And the longest thick red line that you can see on the map there, that's the Virenancy trend, and you should be able to see up into the northeast of it, it's a lower, generally lower density, whereas to the southwest of it, it's a slightly higher density. And what we're seeing is a thicker volcanic package in the southwestern portion up against probably something with a thinner volcanic package underlain by the micaceous sandstone. Oh. Hey, there we go. Magnetics is another useful tool. So what we're dealing with is, as I indicated previously, is predominantly andesitic volcanics. Andesites do contain magnetite. So that generally gives us a fairly decent total magnetic intensity. The hydrothermal alteration, as I suggested before, or said before, it tends to be dominated by illite pyrite, so it's magnetite destructive. So we end up with corridors which of low magnetic intensity, so linear mag lows. It is somewhat complicated by post-mineralisation magnetic intrusives, particularly tertiary basalts. But as a general guide, these linear magnetic lows are quite a useful tool. And gradient array IP. So we use two different types of IP. We've got the old gradient array, which I'm showing up on screen there. And to help you out, that's the known veins. So in general, in the top 50 metres, we are able to identify quartz veins, but also felsic dikes as linear resistivity highs. And deeper than that, for those of you who were at this last year, you probably would have seen Tav present this slide, so I thought I'd just steal it from him. So deeper than 50 metres, we have pole-dipole IP, and what we see in the response is slightly different. So whereas in the top 50 metres, resistivity is very good at detecting quartz veins, below 50 metres, it's actually better at identifying lithological contrasts. So we see, you can see some of those red lines there, so they are known quartz veins, and the contours, they are the resistivity. So generally what we're looking at is a Horst-Graben arrangement, where the Horsts are higher resistivity and the Grabens are the lower resistivity. Also what we see in the hanging wall of the fault zones, it tends to be chargeability anomalies, and that relates, if you reflect back to the combined Buchanan model earlier, that relates to the illite pyrite alteration. So we think it's probably the pyrite that's giving us the chargeability response. And the blue on the screen there, that relates to the basalt. I'm running out of time. We have tried seismic. It is very good at identifying stratigraphy. Also very good at identifying faults, not that great at discriminating mineralised faults at this stage. So with 1 minute left, I guess the message that I want everybody to come away with from that, after that very brief talk, was that we don't think that there is any one silver bullet in terms of exploration techniques. What we apply is a range of techniques, so really an integrated approach. All of these techniques, and it's using the scientific method, make the observations, develop the hypothesis, drill some holes, do some more geophysics, review the hypothesis, because as most of you know, when you get the new data, it's rarely what you expect. And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Do we have any questions in the room? Just a moment.
Thanks, Chris. You mentioned that the mineralised structures sit on the mineralised structures have hundreds of metres of offset on them. Horsts or Grabens, and are there preferential orientations for those?
Short answer is no. We see mineralisation on a whole range. We see mineralisation on a whole range of orientations. Certainly the bulk of mineralisation is on the northwest-southeast, which is the Virunancy trend. But we've made them, well, I say collectively, every explorer over the last 40 odd years has collectively made the mistake of assuming that there was a fixed depth, fixed orientation, fixed dip direction, even that was most prospective. So while we are aware that the bulk of the 5 million ounces is on that northwest, southeast orientation, we're not restricting ourselves to that. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Have you tried using subaudio magnetics through the area?
I'll have to take that question on notice. I'm pretty sure that that there might have been a SAM survey done. If it wasn't at Pajingo, then it was at Cracker, and I'm getting my wires crossed.
Not a silver bullet, but combining magnetics and resistivity, it sort of sounds like you get a product that could be quite useful.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much,
right.
Chris. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to invite Scott Hall from Savannah Gold to the stage. Scott will be presenting on the Agate Creek Gold Project, Metal Zonation New Insights. All yours, Scott.
Thank you. So many of you may have seen me before. Laneway Resources was more commonly. We've only changed name in the last sort of 6 or 8 months as part of the acquisition of the Georgetown project. So, yeah, Laneway Resources, junior explorer. We've had Agate Creek since mid-2000s and been slowly building that story since that time. So, late February 2022, we finally got agreement with the previous owners of the Georgetown CIL plant, which we purchased, and as part of that, we picked up an additional 500 square kilometres of tenements, which brings our sort of combined holding to over 1,500 square kilometres, 18 exploration permits, 18 mining leases, which means we've got a lot of work ahead of us to try and take advantage of those. But as part of the acquisition, we picked up the CIL plan, as I said, which was originally put in place in the early 90s and run for a little while then. It was then refurbished by Deutsche Rohstoff in 2010, 2011, and they ran Electric Light and Red Dam. It's passed through various holdings since then without much progress, but we're quite excited about the potential of the region as a whole that has been significantly underexplored historically by everybody along the way. Kidston had a bit of a look, but it was right on the outer reaches, which would have made sense for them to truck. So, although it did get some focus, it wasn't concentrated focus at the time. And the other thing is the processing plant was only ever set up for oxide materials, which rules out the majority of the Georgetown historical mines, which down to 15 metres were lovely oxides, but below that level are significantly sulphide. That doesn't concern us. We've already got plans and studies in place to move the plant to a float circuit and create a sulphide float con for either processing on-site or selling a dirty con off-site. So we're looking at a longer-term strategy. And as part of that, we hope to take advantage of the many, many projects that are stranded within the region. There's been over 10 million ounces around the region. Kidston's obviously the biggest of those, which is now turned into a solar farm. But there are still significant projects in the area, many of which we hold, including Red Dam and Electric Light, as I mentioned, which are historic, quite high-grade deposits that have only been mined down to about 20, 25 metres. Red Dam's current resource as an underground target that was thrown around a couple of years ago is 21 grams underground, still 1.5 metres thick, so very tempting. Not quite the same scale as Ravenswood at 7.5 million tonnes per annum. We're happy with 200, 250,000. And at narrow vein underground, that is going to be hard work to keep fed, even at that. But there is a lot of, as you can see, prospects in the area that we think are very attractive to a junior as we are, and we're transitioning through to hopefully a mid-tier. So, as I said, we've been mining out of that, playing around at Agate Creek since the early 2000s. We did do a toll treatment campaign and ran 70,000 tonnes down to Blackjack back in 2019 at 7.3 grams for a 97% recovery, which was very nice. And we've reopened that Sherwood pit this year, late last year, which fed the plant for most of last year. We've now moved on to the line of deposits you can see out at Sherwood West. Again, quite small oxide, most at 2 or 3 to 1 stripping ratio, surface outcrops. All of the Sherwood mineralisation classes as oxide for metallurgical purposes, although it does move into some sulphides at a deeper point, but it is all very nice recoveries, 96, 97% as a standard. And since we started processing in September last year, we've put through about almost 90,000 tonnes for almost 8,000 ounces for about 21 million in proceeds. As everybody is, we're waiting on a couple of VA amendments for expansions, which are very close at the moment, which will help us to expand both the Agate Creek operation and also the Georgetown plant itself. So, quite a few people in this room, I think, helped contribute to this map. The Georgetown region and the Middle of Genesis has been developed by Simon, Greg, and Vlad, I think, was involved as well. But there's the three main types of plutonic, which is the shear hosted, which there is a lot of immediately around Georgetown that move into that sulphide around that 15, 20 metres. There's intrusion relation, which the obvious one's Kidston, and then the epithermal, which is what Agate Creek's historically been known as a low sulphidation epithermal. But a lot of ounces combined in amongst those, and as I said, a lot of exploration needs to be done to further advance these. The structural setting, I won't go into a great deal of detail, apart from to say Agate Creek sits down within the Robertson Fault Zone, which is an extensive feature, runs northwest, southeast through the region, which also has the Robin Hood Fault and the Delaney Fault that run into it. Sherwood itself sits on the northern end of the main Agate Creek caldera and all the agates that are down there, which brings fossicas out, which are a bit of a bane to my existence, but to be tolerated. And our mineralisation at Sherwood is cut off by the Agate Creek Fault, which was originally seen as the primary feeder to the mineralisation at Sherwood. Thanks to some of the government funding with a couple of CDI holes we put down in 2013, I think it was, which showed that it wasn't the Agate Creek Fault that was the feeder. It was very much dry, very little silica, with a lot of late stage movements, which made us start looking at other options as to what was the source of the mineralisation and how it worked. I won't go into a great deal of detail with the geology, apart from the fact dominantly Proterozoic basement in the area. Sherwood, the main pit itself, has got a Silurian granite intruded by significant Permian rhyolites, and those rhyolites have been identified as one of the primary associates with the mineralisation. We're still not 100% clear on exactly how they interrelate, but the rhyolites are definitely a significant component on the mineralisation at Sherwood, and I think with quite a few of the other deposits within the Georgetown region that we're going to be working through. To the southwest, we've got an unconformity to the Jurassic sandstones, which makes exploration hard, but also has quite a significant amount of cultural heritage sites, which makes the exploration effectively a no-go zone. Although the dominant part of our tenements can be accessed without the sandstones and are just on open savanna land. So, as I said, in 2019 we mined at Sherwood open cut and ran 70,000 tonnes. That's a picture of the pit from that time. You can see that pink outline around that darker unit is a sub-horizontal vein set of a chalcedonic breccia, extremely hard, on a contact with a rhyolite in through the Silurian granite, as I said, but significant rhyolites in through there. And that lower picture, you can see some of the intercepts we've got within those vein and breccia units along with the rhyolites, and our expected cutback that we will be starting on later this year, probably drag into 2024. The standard NQIRGS model with Sherwood sitting up in those upper reaches as part of that as the low sulphidation epithermal as it had been identified historically. Some of the structures didn't really fit with that. As I said, the couple of deeper holes we put in didn't show that there was an obvious feeder system within the area. So we started looking at what else we could look at and what would fit in, specifically talking with Greg Morrison, as everybody does in North Queensland, to what else it could be. And we started going down, is it potentially some IRGS components as well? There is definitely epithermal structures and features amongst it, but there's something else going on as well. So this took us down the part of a multi-element survey. We luckily had a historic pulp library on site of about 47 of the 60 kilometres that have been drilled since the early 90s. And as part of that, we set up a couple of portable XRFs to run all of those samples through handheld XRF, but 1 in 20 was sent off for wet chem with 4-acid digest a multi-element work, so that gave us a good correlation between both the portable XRF back to wet chem, so we could work that out. And then thanks to the Terra Search guys, we did some complicated statistics and Z-scores that I won't go into details because I struggle to understand a bit of that, but anyway. And then we plotted those Z-scores for those components up against the basic gold contours and some basic geology, and looked at principal component analysis around that, and we found the most reliable elements to look at that was arsenic, copper, moly, lead, tungsten, zinc to a degree, and also some antimony in areas. So from that we came up with how the modelling fit in, and as I said, the rhyolites are definitely part of the story. We still haven't quite worked out exactly how that fits in, but they're definitely a large component of that. Within the rhyolite sills, we get a moly tungsten with the free gold at the tips of those rhyolite intrusives, along with brecciation and chalcedonic silica overprinting. But the other thing that it highlighted is the Agate Creek system is much larger than we first thought when you start applying that through to rock chips and some of the surface chemistry we had as well. So we start working through that. You can see in that right-hand diagram to the right, that yellow zone, that's called the Nottingham deposit, which had always had a lower grade, very similar structures, very similar textures that we never quite got a handle on. But this recent work has given us a couple of targets in that we're hoping to follow up, hopefully later this year with some drilling. This is specifically a couple of plots in relation to drill core. As I said, we looked at rock chips, surface geochem and everything else, which showed the enrichment suite was gold, silver, arsenic, antimony, moly, selenium and tungsten that are all tightly related to those rhyolitic intrusions. And then on a more proximal sense, we start to get in copper, lead and zinc to a degree as you move away from that zone. But the high-grade gold, historically, particularly the really high-grade stuff, is a very high gold-silver ratio, whereas the background lower-grade, more epithermal mineralisation is a much more electrum-type gold-silver ratio. So from the zonation, this is a more modern model that we've come up with Greg's assistance, that there's definitely a distinct metal zonation model that can be applied both at Sherwood, Nottingham, but we also think on a regional scale. Electric light comes to mind. It's definitely got some textures that suggest that, and we're starting to apply that through that data set that we've picked up in the last 12 months as part of Georgetown. We get the zinc, bismuth, moly, tungsten on the deeper dike swarms, leads as we move away, but there's a real zonation pattern. And as I said, it's the breccias at the tips of the dikes that are definitely where the best gold sits, which we'll definitely be following up. As I said, we're going to expand this out into the more regional sense with rock chips and these new data sets we've picked up, which we haven't had a chance to look at as yet. We've been flat out feeding them a new mill and keeping some cash flows coming out. But Sherwood itself is open in all directions. We've got the Nottingham structure as well, which looks like it's another feature. And there's another couple of areas a bit further to the east that also look very interesting. But what's come out of this multi-element is there is a zonation model that we can apply on a district scale to try and find additional mineralisation within our now very significant tenement holding in the area. So a bit of a comparison to the old boiling zone epithermal that we were running with for a long time, which has transitioned into this more epizonal intrusion-related system. There is definitely still epithermal components amongst it, but the system itself is much, much bigger than we'd originally expected, which we'd always hoped. And we were hoping for bonanza grades, which I think are probably still there. It's just going to take a little bit more science to get there, which we're working through at the moment. Bit of rock pawn to finish off with. So you can see on the left there's just the standard silicified rhyolite, very low grade, 0.1, 0.2s. Getting into that more shattered rhyolitic textures, that's probably one or 2 grams. That more sulfide matrix, you're looking at 2s and 3s, and then that marcasite with a free gold, you're looking at 10s on the right hand side there. That, not the electric light one there, so you can see the texturally there's a bit of a similarity there. That's a 50 gram rock, But the bottom right, that real rhyolitic with the hematite dusting, that's a 15 gram rock out of the ore body from the first stage of mining. The usual resource stuff. And Rick's here too, if you want to have a talk to him about the Ashford Coal project that they're managing on behalf of us at the moment. All right. I think I finished a bit early, but thank you.
No, that's great. Finishing early is good. Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott before he steps down?
Hey, Scott, do you have any indications of paleotopography when the system was forming? Because you have like Heddenquist models for epithermal systems. It can involve volcanoes, where you might begin to explain some of that epizonal to epithermal transition.
So the Agate Creek fossicking area is a caldera. Like, you can actually see relic cones. I'm not convinced they're centres. There's a couple of people that suggest a couple of the areas actually on top of the Sherwood Hill are centre-like. I don't think they're quite there. However, not the best person to be having that conversation. But look, we've definitely got epithermal textures there. We've got the caldera right there, so there was definitely boiling and fluids. But I think there's been a secondary component that has just enriched it. The gold definitely seems to be multiphasal. The really high grades are a later stage, very high gold material. And then there's a much earlier 60-40 electrum superfine that probably is part of the earlier epithermal, and I think the higher grade golds is more of the later stage IRGS secondary overprint.
Any more questions?
There's a couple over here.
One over here.
Colin, you could ask some of the earlier people some questions. I don't... No, plenty in the creek over the back.
You were referring to the molly bismuth tungsten zone. How does that relate to the gold, or is that from separate fractionated granite source? What's the source of that?
The best guess at the moment is to do with the rhyolites as they were coming in, and it's actually potentially part of as the rhyolites have come through, favourable weaknesses within the rocks.
So an early
part of it is my best guess, but the free gold is definitely right in where the moly and the tungsten is highest, is where you see the majority of the free gold.
Okay.
But it's right on those rhyolitic tips and on the contacts.
Scott, do you see any primary basinal structural controls on the distribution of the gold or the dikes?
Sherwood West, which we're mining at the moment, the dikes have come up through what was an old contact between the Proterozoic metasediments and a dolerite. So that was obviously a weakness plane that the rhyolites took use of, and then the fluids came through after that. The main Sherwood pit itself, it's within the granite. So what it followed in that, I don't know, but I'm guessing it's some kind of earlier fracture. There's debates because they're so low angle as to whether it's actually part of the collapsed caldera, and as the caldera collapsed down, they're very flat angle collapses. Steve Nano was up there quite a few years ago, and that was one of his theories, but none of them quite explain at all. I think we need to potentially look at some other geophysical techniques to try and get a better handle on what is going on in some of those structural areas. We had Brett Davis have a look at it a few years ago. He's saying 6 or 7 at least deformation events. So it's a bit of a hodgepodge as to what exactly is going on.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Scott. Our last presenter for this session is Gideon Rosenbaum from the University of Queensland. Welcome, Gideon. Gideon will be presenting reconstructing subduction processes along the eastern Gondwanan margin. Welcome, Gideon.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move to a completely different scale, talking about tectonics and geodynamics. Here we can see in the photo Derek Hoy, now a geologist at GSQ, and former PhD student, standing in Percy Islands, approximately 140 kilometers southeast of here, and pondering about reconstruction of the subduction processes in eastern Gondwana. And he does that under the observations of two representatives from Zealandia, Hamish Campbell and Nick Mortimer. So what we've been studying, me and my students and collaborators in the past 15 years or so, is the geodynamics of the eastern part of Gondwana, part of the Terra Australis, which was the active margin of Gondwana during the Paleozoic and the early Mesozoic. And we've been looking at fundamental tectonic processes, arc activity, and crustal growth, the role of terrain accretion, the development of back arc basins, plate boundary migrations like trench rollback, trench retreat, and trench advance. And we think that these processes are important because ultimately future resource exploration will require an understanding of the underlying geodynamic processes. So in my own research, I have looked at those processes from 4 different interlink kind of angles. One of them is oroclines. I looked at the arc, the magmatic arcs, terrains, and oceans. And what I'd like to do today is just briefly outline some of the past, present, and future activities around those themes. So what we see here in the image above is the aeromagnetic map of the southern New England origin. Brisbane is the square white, the white square that we see on the top left. And the reason that I show the image from that angle is that from the moment that I've seen this image quite a few years ago, it always kind of reminded me a little bit the kind of structural grain of the Mediterranean region. And in the Mediterranean, as you can see here in the image below, we can see that the Alpine Mediterranean origin forms a kind of network of curved belts, from the Betty Reef in the Western Mediterranean, in North Africa, and then curving to Sicily and Italy, and then again curving in the Western Alps. And when we ask ourselves how these kind of curvatures form, we see that the role of trench retreat is really important. So I'll ask Simon to start the animation, and we can see here that in reconstruction, just two-dimensional reconstruction of the Western Mediterranean, we can see that really what controls the development of the curvatures of the oroclines is the kind of rollback, the retreat of the subduction zone, the development of back arc extensional basins, and finally giving us all those curvatures. And in the image below, we can see the kind of 3D implications of these processes. This is an image from the westernmost Mediterranean, from the area around Gibraltar. We can see that as the slab roll back, it is torn, and we can get a really complex network of mantle flow, toroidal and poloidal mantle flow, and block rotations. So the crustal blocks are basically subjected to vertical axis block rotations, giving rise to the oroclines. So the important thing is that if those curvatures, if the oroclines form by plate boundary migrations, and that's what we understand from modern plate tectonics. When we recognize those oroclines in the geological record, we know that these kind of processes may very well play an important role. So we spent a lot of time mapping those oroclines. This is a former student, Peng Phi Lee, and a map that he produced in the Texas orocline in southeast Queensland. These are the Texas beds, and you can see the curvature of the bedding and the fabrics. Peng Phi also worked further south in New South Wales. We have another example here from the Honours project by Liam White in the Manning orocline in New South Wales, again showing like the kind of curvature of those blue areas are the serpentinite belt. We can see that they kind of forming the structure of the orocline, and of course the internal structure, the folding, kind of outlining the hinge of that orocline. We looked at the whole kind of big picture of the southern New England origin here. You can see the Queensland New South Wales border in the north, and what we see here are just S-type granitoids. And when we went and dated those granitoids using uranium-lead shrimp geochronology, we saw that they pretty much all those S-type granitoids were in place simultaneously at around 290. So we have a belt of contemporaneous magmatism that is currently kind of outlining the shape of the Texas orocline in the north, the Manning orocline in the south, and even another curvature further east. We looked at the magnetic fabrics in the same kind of structure, and we see that when we look at the principal axis of the anisotropy of magnetic susceptibility, we can see that there's again some pattern here, with curvature. We can see the east-west kind of axis in the Texas, in the hinge of the Texas orocline, curving around and kind of outlining the shape of the orocline. We did palomagnetic work, and were able to show the roles of the role of block rotations. And ultimately, we were able to come up with all sorts of different reconstructions. There's a lot of gaps, obviously, in our understanding of the kinematic constraints, but we were able to entertain with different kind of tectonic models. And whatever we did, we always kind of ended up with the role of subduction rollback, trench retreat, and the development of basins. So the basin developments, the Boyne Basin, Boyne, Cannindah, Sydney basins that we see here are part of the rollback history of that system, and even the Nambucca Basin that is positioned here way to the east and previously been described perhaps as part of the accretionary complex is probably a back-arc extensional basin. Uri Shannon, a former PhD student, worked on those basins, and he was able to demonstrate. Here is an example from the Nambucca Basin. You can see a very strongly deformed, multiply deformed kind of sedimentary succession. And he was able to demonstrate that material, that the detrital material that was accumulating in that basin was derived both from the arc, which are the younger ages we see here, around 299, for example, and also from the continents, so the kind of characteristic New England margin or continental margin with the Carboniferous and earlier ages in the zircon provenance. And of course, the magmatic arc itself can tell us a lot of information on what the plate boundary is doing. We can see here a kind of compilation of Permo-Triassic ages from the New England origin, and there are very interesting features that we can see here. In the northern New England origin, for example, we can see this kind of belt of bent early Triassic magmatic arc, and we can see that there is a shift between the late Permian and early Triassic arc, so basically indication for trench advance perhaps, or flats or flattening of the subducting slab. So that occurs between the late Permian and early Triassic. That's the timing of the Hunter-Bowen orogeny, and indeed it coincides exactly with the timing of the onset of deformation, the Hunter-Bowen deformation. So we see that the big picture subduction zone actually behaving as we expect from the deformation that we find in the rocks and the way that the sedimentary successions are responding to that. If we look at the late Permian and if we look at the late Triassic, we can see that we have evidence for a trench retreat, both in the southern New England origin and in the northern New England origin. We can see that there is a movement, kind of asymmetric movement in the south, and a kind of shift to the east in the north. So indication that the arc is migrating to the east, and that corresponds to trench retreat. And the reality is that many of those ages are either inferred from kind of the context, or are very old potassium argon ages back from the 1970s. So one thing that we are doing at the moment is dating many of those gaps that we see here, that exist here on those maps. So collecting more samples, getting a higher resolution of kind of spatio-temporal resolution of the timing of magmatism. So the other thing that we would like to do in the near future is reconstructing the arc behavior using the detrital sedimentary archive. And we did that in New Zealand and New Caledonia quite successfully. This is an example from work by former PhD student Matt Campbell. And what we see here is information that is derived from the Murihiku terrain, so a sedimentary basin that receives sediments from the arc, and therefore provides a continuous kind of archive for what the arc is actually doing. And in the example that we see here, we see trace element compositions of zircon, of the data zircons. We can see that there are subtle but significant changes through time in those kind of trace element proxies that tell us what the arc actually is doing. So the example that we see here, something is happening around 230, which, by the way, is exactly when the Hunter-Bowen orogeny in Eastern Australia is terminating. So we would like to do exactly the same in the New England origin, in the northern New England origin, and that's a PhD project that will start soon with the funding from the China scholarship scheme. So a new PhD students will start later this year or early next year. Moving to the role of terrain acquisition. So we are essentially asking ourselves whether the New England origin and Eastern Australia in general incorporated exotic terrains, or just fragments, or just kind of recycling of the continental margins. So either a model that involving terrains that coming from elsewhere, like an island arc, or the alternative model, where we get kind of fragments of Gondwana, fragments of the continental margin that may get rifted apart during back arc extension, for example, and then kind of reuniting with the continental margin. So we've been focusing, for example, on the Gympie terrain. Derek Hoy did his PhD on the Gympie terrain, and here in the example that we see here from another group, we see the Gympie terrain interpreted as a kind of an exotic island arc, so coming from elsewhere. But when we look at the data, this is provenance data from the Gympie terrain, we can see that actually there are a lot of similarities in the provenance between the Gympie terrain and the rest of the New England. So basically an indication that if it got isolated from the continent, it was only for a short period. It's definitely it's very Australian in its affinity. So the Gympie terrain was attached to Australia, maybe got drifted apart and reunited, or maybe was always part of the continental margin. In other examples are the Devonian terrains. We find them in New South Wales and in Queensland. We recently did some work in southeast Queensland on the Silverwood terrain. Not the most fantastic rocks in the world, as you can see here in the photographs, but we got really interesting results here. Unlike the Gympie terrain, we did get first of all, we did not get much information on continental material that contaminated this terrain. It does not tell us that it's necessarily exotic. It can just tell us that it's very close to the arc. But we got we got the Devonian ages. We confirmed that it's a Devonian terrain, and we see that we have certainly an affinity for an oceanic arc terrain. So perhaps the Silverwood terrain is indeed an island arc that actually collided with the continental margin. So what we plan to do next is to look at the Calliope terrains in Queensland, and thanks to a very generous scholarship from the W.H. Bryan Foundation, Igor Gomez will start his PhD in October, working on that topic. And finally, the oceans, the role of oceanic development of ocean basins and their possible consumption by subduction processes. If we look at the New England origin, we actually see that there's a lot of evidence for oceanic material, going all the way from Port Macquarie to Percy Islands and Marlborough and Percy Islands. And the interesting thing is that this belt of ultramafic rocks, mostly serpentinized, is actually forming a kind of continuous or a semi-continuous belt that we can follow. It's not a random distribution in an accretionary complex. So our next target is to look at this ultramafic belt. It has implications for resources because I pressed too much. Because it is the kind of rocks where we find critical metals that are not readily found in other lithologies like chromium, nickel, PGEs, cobalt. So in a project that will start soon in collaboration with GSQ, GS New South Wales, and a couple of other universities, QUT and UNE, we will work on this ophiolitic material in the near future. And that basically is, in conclusion, we think that there are a lot of exciting opportunities for this kind of tectonic research in Queensland, and we think that it is important for for future exploration in arc systems or in ophiolites. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gideon. Do we have any questions for Gideon? Yeah.
Yeah, great talk. Thanks, Gideon. I don't know if you're aware of the work done by Peter Flood and those guys down at UNE about 20 years ago with all the allochthonous terrains down there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So Peter Flood worked both on the Auroch lines. We did have a lot of heated discussions about the numbers of Auroch lines that actually exist in the southern New England origin. And they also worked on the Gamila Roy terrain further south that seems to be, part of this Devonian arc system. But I think that today we have, in terms of the analytical capabilities, we have an advantage of really nail what those terrains are. So, you know, many of the ideas were there back in the 1980s already, but I think that we can do a lot more.
Gideon, obviously a critical time for mineralisation. Do you have a feeling for what the ARC's doing during those periods of mineralisation?
So, in which part of the...
The 290?
290, so I guess you refer to the belt of 290 in the southern New England origin in New South Wales, right? Because in fact, in the mineralization in New South Wales, this belt is actually pretty barren. So the mineralization in the granites in New South Wales are actually mainly in the Triassic granites, the I-type granites. So those S-type granites are not particularly productive. And I guess that one of the reasons is that they're not necessarily represent the arc. Our interpretation was that they actually form in the back arc region, that you basically get kind of a melting of the sediments because you are in a very hot back arc environment. So, you know, simultaneously to the development of big basins, the Bourne Basin, the Cannindah Basin, you actually, the temperatures are high enough to actually melt the sediments and form those S-type granites. But in terms of mineralization, it's probably not that important.
Gideon, what do you think has caused major tectonic mechanisms which have caused the change in orientation in the southern New England of that, the earlier I-type event, the 240 to 260 event, sort of trending to the northeast in that trench advancement that you've put up there in the presentation, versus the later Triassic north-south trending I-type event at around about that 210 to 235 million year event?
Yeah, you're asking about the southern part?
The change just in the southern New England origin.
Yeah, in the southern New England, we don't recognize the trench advance in the arc, at least with the resolution of the, the geochronology we have. We recognize only, so basically, during the Hunter-Bourne orogeny, we see kind of overlapping arcs. So, the arc is not moving, unlike what we think happen in the northern New England origin. But during the late Triassic, we definitely see this kind of asymmetric shift. And we interpreted that as another episode of rollback. So, and it's an asymmetric rollback with, for some reason, the rates of rollback seem to be higher in the southernmost part and kind of a very small or, no rollback around the Queensland New South Wales border.
Rotates around.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Any online, Emma? No? Okay, great. Thank you very much, Gideon. Really interesting talk. Thank you for that. That brings to a close this second session of the day, and we've done a great job keeping to time. I'd like to thank all presenters for delivering such informative talks and also sticking to the 16 minutes. Those people who signed up for the underground simulation tour today, in a moment, head downstairs towards the back of this building. There's a muster point where you'll get to wear some high-vis and join Steve Boxall on that tour. So if you signed up for that, do that first, and then I guarantee you we'll have some lunch for you on your return. And we're starting back up here in an hour. And just a quick note for anyone online, we do want to hear from you. We're checking in regularly. If there are any questions online, put them in the chat or the Q&A, and we'll restate them and make sure you're included. But we're on to lunch now, and see you back in an hour. Thank you. We're going to make a start for the last session, so second to last session. if everyone can just grab their seats, we're going to make a start in about a minute's time for the next session. Thank you. All right. Thank you to everyone for coming back after lunch, including those that have rejoined us online. Third session for the day. And I'd like to welcome up onto the stage David Purdy from GSQ. But before I introduce Dave's talk, I just want to give a shout out to Dave, my colleagues Emma and Josh as well, for preparing the field trip yesterday. We had 22 people head out to Cape Hillsborough, spend some time down there on the beach and scrambling over a few rocks, and it was a fantastic afternoon. So sincerely, thanks Dave, Emma and Josh for pulling that together. Really worthwhile, so thanks very much for that. Dave is going to be giving a talk now on the peralkaline magnetism in eastern Queensland. So over to you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Evan. Yeah, I'm actually today going to be doing a direct comparison of an enriched versus apparently barren suite of Cenozoic volcanics in Queensland. So this is part of that peralkaline magnetism project. So just a bit of background first. Peralkaline is simply a classification. It's igneous rocks that have more sodium and potassium than aluminium. And these most commonly occur in two tectonic settings, continental rift environments, and associated with mantle plumes in continental settings as well. And we're interested in peralkaline igneous rocks because when they become highly fractionated, they can be primary sources of critical metals. So things like the rare earth elements and other high field strength elements, but particularly the heavy rare earth elements. And they also form important starting materials, important protoliths for secondary enrichment, so the ion absorption clay-hosted deposits that we hear about. The mechanism for critical metal enrichment is in peralkaline systems is a very, I guess it's an important scientific underpinning of this whole project. But in very simple terms, it starts with very low degrees of partial melting of an enriched mantle, followed by very high degrees of fractional crystallization. And during that process, the resulting liquids can become hyper-enriched in incompatible elements, potentially including critical metals. When we look globally at the distribution of active mines and advanced projects associated with peralkaline igneous rocks, there's a couple in Queensland. There's not many around the world. There's a couple in Australia. So we have Brockmans in Western Australia, which is hosted in a Proterozoic tufaceous unit, extensive unit. There's also Toongai in New South Wales, which is hosted in a Jurassic trachytic laccolith. In Queensland, we also have a good prospect, which is the Southern Peak Range, which is hosted in Cenozoic Adrian rhyolite domes. And the enrichment that we see here really forms a benchmark for our study. So we're comparing the rocks that we collect against the Southern Peak Range because there is that known enrichment there. So it's worth talking about the Peak Range a bit now. So most of the work on the Peak Range comes from BMR in the 1960s, and then more recently by Ross Chandler's honours work at JCU and Carl Spandler and researchers at the University of Adelaide over the last couple of years. So here we are on the map. You can see the Peak Range in here, just to the north of Emerald. They're divided into northern and southern clusters that are interpreted to be associated with overlapping central volcanoes along the Cosgrove hotspot track. They're emplaced around 30 million years ago, The northern cluster is dominantly strongly perluminous rhyolites, while the southern cluster is metaluminous trachyte, but also perluminous rhyolite and perluminous trachyte as well. But between both of these areas, the volcanic features are actually quite similar. They're dominated by domes. Different types of domes, there's some dikes as well, but overall both of these areas can be considered extensive dome fields. So Ross and Carl identified the critical metal enrichment in the southern Adrian rhyolite bodies, and they did some modelling of those as the result of extensive fractional crystallisation from an alkali basalt parental magma. And they suggested that these have the potential to represent low-grade but very large tonnage resources of critical metals. So having a look at some of the rocks and landscapes now, this is the upper photograph there. The panorama is the southern peak range viewed from the Capella Road, so down to the southwest. And all of these individual mountains that you can see here, which are actually quite large, looks more spectacular in real life, each of those is its own little individual dome. And you can see there Clary's Dome. That image is from Ross's paper. It's an excellent photo showing you the form of one of the Adrian rhyolite domes. And it's a great photo because it probably didn't look too different to that when it was in place 30 million years ago. Just take away some of that vegetation, put some steam coming off it, and it probably would have looked pretty similar. And then we also have a hand sample there of one of the Adrian rhyolites, and this one's from Christmas Dome, which is one of the most enriched domes that's been explored by NorthX. And here we have the geochemistry from the Peak Range. So you can see in the green symbols there, the southern Peak Range volcanics are very strongly peralkaline and significantly enriched in heavy rare earth elements relative to the rest of the Peak Range and also other Cenozoic rocks that we've sampled, which are the grey symbols there. Okay, so zooming back out again, here you can see the Peak Range central volcanoes in this area here along the Cosgrove Hotspot Trail. There it is there. There's all the central volcanoes. So we start with the Hillsborough Central Volcano in the north, moving down through Nebo, Peak Range, Springsure, and Buckland. So we thought an obvious place to start looking is the central volcanoes on either side of the Peak Range. So the Nebo Central Volcano to the north and preceding Peak Range, and we've done a fair bit of work there. I'm going to be talking about that in the rest of this presentation. We also have a master's student at QUT, Sam Platt, working down here on the Springsure Central Volcano, the Minerva Hills Volcanics down there at the moment as well. Okay, so having a look at Nebo now. The felsic volcanics are these green units that occur down through here, mostly to the north of Nebo, so around 80 kilometres southwest of where we are here in Mackay. And these were formerly mapped as unnamed felsic volcanics, tertiary volcanics. We've now given them the formal name Britain Range volcanics and updated the distribution of each of those little bodies in the mapping. And you can see they sit in that sort of corridor there between the Connors Range to the east, so Carboniferous and Permian granites and volcanics to the east, and the Bowen Basin sequence to the west. Prior to our work, there was very limited descriptions of these rocks and really no usable whole rock geochemistry on them at all. So having a look at some of the rocks and landscapes associated with the Nebo Central Volcano now, this view is from the eastern margin of Mount Britain looking northwards. And you can see some pretty spectacular features in there. It gives you a good idea of what the northern part of this unit looks like. So we have things like the Diamond Cliffs, which is a tabular autoclastic body. It's actually peralkaline in composition. The Sydney Heads, which is a thicker tabular rhyolite lava flow, also with some autoclastic domains. The Marling Spikes, just to the west of those, are fairly similar. There's also a very extensive peralkaline rhyolite dike extends for around 7 to 10 kilometres in length. And you can see it's got some nice columnar joining there, which is perpendicular to the trend of the dike. Here we are here sitting on a volcanogenic sedimentary sequence. It probably also has some pyroclastic rocks in it here, and this is quite thick. It's probably around 60 or 70 metres thick, and it sits on top of a series of basaltic lava flows down in the valley down here further. And then as we go further up Mount Britain at the top, we're into another rhyolite lava unit, which also has auto breccia at the base as well. This is quite a glassy example. To the south, I don't have any good panoramas, but we have things like Scrubby Hill, which was mapped as felsic volcanics, but it's actually a thick body of columnar jointed alkali olivine basalt. Mount Donaldson is a rheomorphic ignimbrite, some nice columnar jointing in that. Mount Clark, which is down there, is the same unit. We also have the Peak, which is probably the only thing in this whole district that's similar to the Peak Range volcanics in that it forms its own individual lava dome, and it's surrounded by a circular ring of autobreccia. It's out to the west a little bit more so. Oops. We also have Mount Landsborough, which is a bit different. It's actually more of a layer cake, so there's at least 2 basaltic lava flows there before you move into rhyolite autobreccia, coherent rhyolite, more breccia, and then a trachyte lava flow up on top of the plateau there. And Mount Fort Cooper is the same age, a gabbro down in that area as well. Okay, so looking at some of the geochemistry, some of the whole rock geochemistry, here I'm comparing the Britain Range volcanics in that purple or maroon symbol against the Peak Range volcanics in orange and all of the other Cenozoic data that we've compiled. You can see the Britain Range volcanics are strongly bimodal in terms of silica content, but we don't see those high alkali compositions plotting up in here that we see in the Peak Range volcanics. And that's expressed in the peralkalinity as well, where we've only got 2 samples that are really truly peralkaline in the Nebo area, and we're not getting that high field strength enrichment. In this case, I'm plotting heavy rare earth elements. We're not really seeing that at all in the Nebo rocks. But when we dig into the geochemistry a little bit deeper, we start seeing some interesting things. So here I've just got all the rare earth element data for each individual area of felsic volcanic exposure in the Nebo area. So in that top plot there, I'm comparing the Diamond Cliffs and Sydney Heads in the purple and maroon and pink sort of colours versus Marling Spikes in the green pattern there. And you can see that although they're directly adjacent to each other in the field, and originally we thought that the Marling Spikes might just be remnants of that Sydney Heads lava flow, they have very different rare earth element patterns. And actually all of these different areas have different patterns. They're quite unique. Look at the lower plot here where we've got some rhyolite on Cannindah Station plotted against some of the volcanics from Mount Landsborough and the Peak. Very different despite being right next door to each other. Sorry. So I talked about fractional crystallisation earlier. I had a bit of a go at modelling fractional crystallisation for this suite through a 2-stage process. So for this I took one of our most primitive basalts, this red pattern you can see here, sample 157, and I used a plagioclase and olivine rich fractionating assemblage. I took that through to 50%, which is the green pattern you can see here, and then I used that as the starting magma for the next stage, where I changed the fractionating assemblage to be dominated by alkali feldspar. And you can see that when you hit about 70% fractional crystallisation, you get a pattern that's very similar to this purple pattern here, which is one of our rhyolites, sample 150, which is one of these ones from Mount Landsborough. So in a broad sense, it is possible to create one of our rhyolites from fractional crystallisation of one of the basalts, but it can only explain one sample or one centre. So it can't explain the geochemical diversity that we see amongst all of those rhyolites. And actually, it seems more likely that each one of these centres has its own unique petrogenic history, so involving different starting materials, different contaminants, different degrees of contamination and assimilation, different magmatic conditions, different fractionating assemblages, and so forth. So it's a very, on that scale, it's a very complex petrogenic story. And that's expressed in the petrography as well, where we see a lot of signs of disequilibrium, things like rounded pyroxene phenocrysts, you can see here, rounded quartz and feldspars, feldspars that have multiple phases of corrosion and growth, and also different domains of crystallinity and composition within the ground mass as well. Taking the geochemistry a little bit further to think about the prospectivity of the Britton Range volcanics, it doesn't look particularly good. We don't have any correlation between high field strength element content and indices of fractionation, so things like silica content or europium anomaly, or peralkalinity. So overall suggesting that if there were more highly fractionated rocks or more peralkaline rocks at depth or in areas we haven't sampled, they're unlikely to be significantly more enriched in critical metals. So a quick summary at this point, just to show the contrast between these two central volcano-related fields. They're quite different. Southern Peak Range dominated by domes and cryptodomes, so different volcanic forms, different mineralogy, different geochemistry, different petrogenesis, and I guess leading to different high field strength element contents. All's not lost though, so I guess that was a little bit negative about the Nebo area, but there are some other areas that we've been working on that are more similar to the Peak Range. So here's two examples here. So in the upper panorama we have the Mount Hedlow trachyte, which is actually a late Cretaceous aged unit, and you can see all of the individual hills on there are individual lava domes. It's certainly a different scale to what we see in the Peak Range, but the volcanic forms and the geochemistry are actually quite similar in a lot of ways. Same with the felsic rocks in the Noosa hinterland and Glasshouse Mountains. Again, you can see the individual domes here, so the volcanic forms are similar, and also a lot of peralkaline compositions amongst these. And here's the geochemistry of Mount Hedlow trachyte and Glasshouse Mountains. You can see a lot of peralkaline compositions in there, not really getting up to that strong high field strength element enrichment, in this case zirconium, that we see in Peak Range. But you know, in the Mount Hedlow trachyte, we're getting up to around 3,000 ppm zirconium, and there is some enriched samples amongst the Glasshouse Mountains suite we see there. I think that's pretty much the end of my presentation, but I did have some acknowledgements. Thanks to Emma for helping to work on the Nebo rocks, and Josh and Dominic for helping with fieldwork, and a lot of other people for various discussions on these rocks. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, David. Any questions for Dave from the room? No? Any online? No? Excellent. Thanks very much. Next up, we have Damien Wilkinson from the University of New England. Damien's going to be giving a talk on critical metal fertility on the leucogranites of the southern New England origin. Welcome, Damien.
Thanks very much, Evan. Yes, I am going to present to you the findings to date of the research on tin tungsten critical metal fertility of granitoids in the southern New England origin. And a big thank you to all of my sponsors, in particular the Geological Surveys of both Queensland and New South Wales, who are showing quite... Oh, do I? There we go. So what is the nature of the problem under examination? To try to understand why some granites are fertile for critical metal mineralisation and others are not. and to use as a case study the southern New England origin, in particular granites associated with the tin, tungsten and molybdenum bismuth belts. And also determine if any of those methods are able to be employed in future exploration programs for such critical metal systems. So the aims are threefold. Firstly, to determine what drives critical metal prospectivity within the southern New England origin, and to apply that to future critical metal exploration programs. And also to be able to take those findings and to try to build a fertility index model whereby any particular granitoid sample can be analysed and looked at in order to be able to determine if such granite has had the potential to have developed these critical metal mineralisation systems. I'll get there, I'll get the knack, there it is. And to determine the critical metal prospectivity of the southern New England origin. And the region of the New England region of New South Wales and up into the Granite Belt region of southern Queensland. Okay, so why the New England area? Well, mainly because it's been a very important, all right, over there. So it's become a very important area historically for production of tin and tungsten, as well as molybdenum and bismuth, ever since the late 1800s. In fact, in the 1880s and 90s, it was Australia's biggest producer for tin, and in around about early part of the 20th century, particularly around World War I, for molybdenum. So in terms of looking at the geology of the New England fold belt, it's a large zone stretching from just north of Stanthorpe towards Warwick in the north, down to Newcastle in the south, and from the northwest around Texas down to the southeast of around Port Macquarie. We have a large central zone called the Tablelands Complex, consisting of Devonian to Carboniferous accretionary wedge sediments, highly deformed and contorted, and into which we've had three main magmatic events, and Gideon had touched on this earlier in his presentation. In the west, in the orange there, we have a very large older 300 million years roughly event of S-type magmatism, and then after a hiatus we have a period of around about 240 to 260 million year in the late Permian in the blue, all I-types, and then further to the east and north-south trending zone called the Coastal Association, again I-types. And these are around about 210 to 235 million year event. If we just take out from those and highlight the leucogranites in that those three main magmatic events, you can see here the vast majority on the right-hand side, the vast majority are in the blue in that middle magmatic event, the I-type event. And that is by far the most important for leucogranites as well as mineralisation associated with those leucogranites. There is, however, a couple of exceptions. Importantly, down in the far bottom of that orange western S-type magmatic event, we do have one very important S-type tin system at Giant's Den. And then out into the east, we have a series of leucogranite associated mineralisation, a north-south belt associated with those bright green leucogranites. So if we okay. As part of my study, I've looked at trying to determine the critical metal prospectivity of the southern New England origin. And as part of that, I visited approximately 50 of the most famous tin, tungsten, as well as moly bismuth deposits, historic deposits, their associated systems, and taken samples for whole rock geochemistry, as well as various other analyses. Okay, so what do these leucogranites look like in comparison to the normal supersweet granites, the non-leucogranites? So on the left-hand side here, we see these are just a couple examples from that middle 240, 250 million year I-type event. In the very far south, we have the Moombies, and in the very north in Queensland, we have the Bungalla supersweets. And you can see mafic contents are around about 15 to 20%, made up of a mixture of biotite and amphibole, and quite characteristic pink K feldspars, quite often as phenocrysts through to megacrysts, especially in the Bungalla. Conversely, if we look at our leucogranites from that same aged event, magmatic event, see very pale coloured, usually sort of off-white colouring, very little in the way of your mafic mineral content. Total mafic content is around about 3 to 5%. So a marked difference there. And you can see that it's pretty much just a sort of an off-white to white and grey rock. And the only mafic minerals present are biotite. So the mineralisation associated with these leucogranites, directly above these leucogranite intrusions, we have quite often the formation of sheeted veins, and you can see there on the left-hand side. These are from all from the Sundown system, not far from Ballandine near Stanthorpe. And you can see the parallel, subparallel cross-cutting veinlets there. They're quartz cassiterite veinlets in a meta mudstone. That's of the Texas beds, and associated pale green, fine-grained sericite alteration halos. Within the leucogranites themselves, we have the uppermost part of the cupolas collecting mineralising fluids to produce beautiful Gryson deposits, and you can see there in the other two photographs a green and a sort of a greyish Gryson, all from the Sundown and Discovery Creek ore bodies, containing coarse-grained quartz, sericite, muscovite, with disseminated and veinlet cassiterite mineralisation. And if we look at what these look like in the surface expression, this is from another system just into New South Wales called Great Britain. This is actually in overlying Wandsworth Felsic volcanics, but the same feature. Any sort of brittle rock type can host these sheeted veins. You can see the beautiful subparallel nature on the right-hand side of these quartz cassiterite veins, and a zoomed-in version on the left-hand side, around about 15 to 20 millimetre wide open comb quartz, quite high level quartz veins with a healing of cassiterite. All right, so what do these look like under the microscope? These are all Gryson samples from Sundown in southern Queensland. We have on the far left-hand side interlocking quartz muscovite Gryson, and then a late-stage mineralising event going on consisting of early-stage cassiterite, and you can see there the cassiterite, and then a later stage base metal event consisting of pyrrhotite with subordinate amounts of chalcopyrite and sphalerite. So if we zoom in on the top left-hand corner of that leftmost photograph, you can see, we'll zoom in the middle photo there, sphalerite. And the sphalerite is quite commonly within the New England systems diseased sphalerite containing large amounts of exolved chalcopyrite in the form of chalcopyrite disease. You can also see there the pyrrhotite and some late-stage chalcopyrite-only formation within voids of the Gryson. Also, a very common feature of the New England systems, high arsenic systems. So for exploration, if you find big, look for arsenic alteration or arsenic halos, geochemical halos. You can see early formed arsenopyrite, beautiful subhedral to euhedral lozenges with later stage chalcopyrite and pyrrhotite development. These systems are generally very low in pyrite. They're generally in arsenopyrite. Iron sulfides are usually restricted to arsenopyrite and pyrrhotite. And then we have our other type of mineralisation in these systems, our selectsites. They're restricted to the uppermost portions of these cupolas, these apices of these mineralising leucogranite intrusions, and are consisting of coarse-grained interlocking quartz and topaz with subordinate amounts of sericite, and final infilling of the mineralising phases, usually in the form of wolframite, but we do also get bismuth, native bismuth and bismuthinite in those late-stage cavities as well. And under the microscope, we have that, you can see the interlocking topaz quartz of the Gryson, a little bit of slightly later sericite, and that final sort of infilling of wolframite with another phase of overprinting sericite as well. We've also done TEMA imaging on all of the Queensland systems. Left-hand side, this is the same granite, but on the left-hand side, or the western side, we've got a north-south zone of our tin tungsten mineralisation. And that's from Sundown, this particular example, but it's typical throughout that tin tungsten belt. Beautiful coarse-grained, intensely formed grisons with, in the light blue there, that's our cassiterite, early cassiterite with associated wolframite in the purple. And then a latter stage arsenopyrite mineralisation. And then slightly later than that, overprinting that arsenopyrite, or partially overprinting, we see the chalcopyrite there in that deep orange colour. Conversely, the same rock type, this is the Ruby Creek, in this case, Ruby Creek leucogranite, heavily mineralised. This is another ore body, but it's in the molybdenum bismuth tungsten belt. This is from Molly King near Wollongara. You can see here the original preserved granite, very little in the way of true gypsum alteration, a little bit of albite rimming of the plagioclase, usually a sodium-rich plagioclase, and then our molybdenum, late-stage molybdenum formation, usually within myrolitic cavities. So our geochemistry, we have, as part of the study, collected all of the available whole rock geochemistry plus augmented some of my own samples across all of the main granite phases. I've separated out that database based upon those three main magmatic events you can see there. In the orange, the S-types, and the blues at that main middle I-type event. And now on the east, we've got that younger Triassic coastal I-type. And I've also subdivided out the leucogranites in the pink. So we have a very large collection of leucogranites, a total database of around about 6,000 historic samples, plus a few of my own for confirmation and baseline. And you can see here what the fractionation trends look like in these leucogranites. In the blue are the non-leucogranites, and in the pink are the leucogranites. And you can see here how beautifully they fall out and separate out. The top row there, that's our incompatible elements versus silica, the Harker diagrams. In the bottom are our incompatible elements. And you can see here in the compatible elements, they are following beautiful fractionation trends of decreasing calcium, decreasing aluminium, magnesium, iron, as various mineral phases are pulled out of the melt, crystallised out of the melt early on, leaving not much left over for the leucogranites to go and make their own way and make their own crystals out of. Rubidium strontium is also an excellent indicator for fractionation in the southern New England granites as well. Conversely, when we hit this sort of a silica window, which for the southern New England granites is around about 75 to 78%, very tight window. As soon as you hit that, you get a sudden massive increase in our incompatible elements. And they're the places to look for things like niobium, gallium, yttrium, and even uranium is an excellent indicator for the fractionation. And if we look at what these are simply in the mean values, you can see in the blue, they are our non-leucogranites, non-mineralised. Silica versus, and the leucogranites are in the pink. You can see that tight window for being a mineralising leucogranite, 75 to 78%. And likewise, a sharp decrease in calcium, magnesium, phosphorus relating to early plagioclase, early hornblende, early apatite formation, so that those minerals do not occur or are very rare in the leucogranites because they've already been pulled, those building block elements have been pulled out. Likewise with iron, you can see total iron oxide of the non-leucogranites, you look for basically 5 to 6% total iron oxide. It's only around about 1.5 to 2% total maximum that you'll get in our leucogranites. And when we look at rubidium strontium, it's an excellent clear indication of what's going on. And very importantly here, not only does it clearly show in the rubidium strontium and conversely with strontium yttrium, the difference between the non-leucos and the mineralising leucogranites, but what's also important is that I've subdivided the leucogranites based upon the different types of ore bodies that are associated with them. And what I've found is that the moly-dominant leucogranites, these are moly-bismuth tungsten granites, they are far less fractionated in nature than our tin. The tin are the most fractionated of the granites, and also the tin are also the more oxidised of our leucogranites as well. So there are leucogranites and there are different types of leucogranites within them as well, which have resulted in different types of mineralisation. Fluorine is also another excellent indicator for us. You can see there that the moly leucogranites aren't really necessarily that enriched in fluorine, but the tin leucogranites are extremely anomalous in fluorine. These are samples not from the mineralisation, they're samples from the leucogranites themselves underneath these ore bodies. And in the critical metals, study, I found two main metal associations, one associated with sheeted veins, arsenic sulfides, and our base metal sulfide systems. These are all tin family on the western side of the New England origin. And these have a tin copper indium, a strong indium copper association, as well as an indium copper silver association. And tin is always there for the ride. And the other type of system, metal association I found, are associated with our selectsites, grisons, and our moly-rich systems. And this is a bismuth and what I call a rare earth or a rare earth-like metal association, particularly in things like yttrium, ytterbium, but also tantalum, scandium, niobium. So very different. And when we're just looking at the overall potential for these systems, I've just pulled out from the overall set, just the Queensland ore bodies. And within them you can see that Sundown, Discovery Creek in particular have some excellent indium values, as well as really, really nice silver values, along with tungsten and bismuth. And on the other side of the New England Highway, on the eastern belt, where it becomes the moly belt, we have strong moly-tungsten association, and further south it's moly-tungsten as well as bismuth, very high bismuth content as well. All right, so, and our future work just going on about ICP, MS, to try to characterise the absolute values of things like indium and bismuth and our rare earths in what deport to what mineral phases, and to actually work out what levels and what are the key sulfides and oxide minerals important for hosting the mineralisation. And likewise with the silicates, from non-Luca granites, seeing how these different elements change with the ICP-MS, laser ablation ICP-MS analyses. Thank you.
Thanks, Damien. Do we have any questions for Damien? We do have time. Steve?
Yeah, great talk. Where's the fluorine? You had 6,000 ppm of fluorine. Is it in the feldspars?
No, it's actually in very fine-grained topaz and fluorite.
Is
early, it's basically a magmatic fluorite and topaz.
Nothing online? Excellent. You're off the hook. Thank you very much, Damien. Next up is Al-Tamini Tapu from the GSQ. Tamini will be giving a talk on the increasing complexity of volcanic architecture along waning hotspots. Welcome, Tamini.
Thanks, Evan. This talk is probably not directly linkable to the exploration, targeting, or vectoring, but tries to address one of the fundamental aspects of mantle plumes or hotspots. So the mantle plumes or hotspots are the thermal anomalies that rises from mantle and which are relatively fixed points and generates long-lived volcanic activities. And also it tracks the plate motions. And these mantle plumes have finite life cycles. And variations in the heat flux and the resulting magma flux associated with the life cycle of the mantle plumes is poorly understood and it's not well explored. And the impacts of these variations in the overall magmatic products, eruption rates, and overall plumbing system architecture is actually not well covered in the current studies. So this study tries to address some of those variations and pinpoint what can we expect in a progressively waning hotspot setting, so in a dying hotspot setting, particularly in the continental interplate volcanoes. So for that, we'll actually need an extinct hotspot track that covers the lifetime of a mantle plume. And Eastern Australia covers world's longest continental interplate belt of hotspot, which starts from Cape Hillsborough. Some of us was in the field trip yesterday. And all these blue symbols in the northern part of Queensland are the older volcanoes, and the southern part of this entire track is the red circular symbols. Those are the younger volcanoes. That means Australian plate was moving northward and over a hotspot, and these are the superficial expression of that hotspot activity. And plume activities are controlled by the amount of the heat and the melt produced by the plume itself, which is known as the plume flux. And if a plume flux increases, the magma flux also increases, which we have seen in Hawaiian mantle plume. But on the other hand, what happens if the plume flux or the magma flux declines? So it's been suggested for Eastern Australia, the magma flux declines with time. That means the northern volcano, indicated by these blue symbols, are bigger compared to the southern volcanoes. And throughout this Cenozoic period, the plume continued to wane. And in the figure, the rightmost figure, you can see the eruption rate is declined from north to south. That is a proxy to the magma flux, and which again supports the idea of a declining magma flux or waning plume with time. And if we study the ages of these volcanoes, the bigger volcanoes formed to the higher magma flux conditions are longer lived compared to the volcanoes that form through lower magma flux conditions located in the southern part of the tract. And that again indicated by the blue symbols in the figure, and the red shaded symbols are the shorter lived volcanoes. And geochemically, it also shows very distinct pattern. The larger volcanoes are strongly bimodal in nature. That's what Dave suggested as well. And the southern volcanoes show a very wide range of composition, from basalt to rhyolite and the entire range of compositions that form through lower magma flux conditions. So the primary objective of this study was to outline, we can see these variations and what are the potential causes of these variations and the impacts on the overall magmatic products. So we have selected 10 shield volcanoes, or known as the central volcanoes, throughout the entire tract. And the reason behind the selection of these 10 volcanoes was they were formed through similar plate velocities and lithospheric configurations and lithospheric thickness. So during the Cenozoic time, the plate motion rate, or the Australian plate motion rate, was not homogeneous. So the plate motion rate dropped at around 26 to 21 million years at its half of its normal speed. And during that time, the massive eruption, the Tweed volcano, formed in Queensland, New South Wales border, which is marked by this blue arrow here. So to cover this, we have selected these 10 volcanoes that formed through a similar comparable plate motion rate. And we have used high-resolution petrographic, geochemical, and geochronological data to assess the impact of declining magma flux over time and the impacts on magma transfer, storage, and changes in the overall plumbing system architecture. So for that, we have used kernel density estimates. That's an easier tool to represent large scale of data, and you can incorporate the uncertainties as well. So again, the leftmost image, it shows the volcanoes formed via high melt flux conditions were way longer lived compared to the volcanoes formed in the lower melt flux conditions. That is indicated by the red shaded kernel density estimates. And we have also applied the geochemical, the whole rock geochemical signatures that shows the high melt flux condition volcanoes were actually more mafic. So they had more primitive signature compared to their low melt flux counterparts. And also the rare earth and the trace element normalized patterns show more evolved nature of the low melt flux condition volcanoes. So we have also used the porphyricity index, so the amount of phenocrysts in the studied lavas that indicates the southern volcanoes that formed via low melt flux conditions were way more porphyritic compared to their northern counterparts that's formed via higher melt flux conditions, and which is very interesting. So that means the plumbing system of the low melt flux was actually crystal rich compared to their northern counterparts. And again, we have analyzed thousands of in situ geochemistry data set for the phenocryst, the mineral chemistry as well, covering olivine, clinopyroxene, and feldspars. Those are the main constituents. And it shows the exact similar pattern. The phenocrysts are also more primitive in the high melt flux conditions compared to the low melt flux conditions. And also we have observed the clinopyroxene population. There are key differences. So we see more iron-rich magnesium-poor clinopyroxenes in the southern part of the track, whereas the northern part of the track only mainly consists of the magnesium-rich clinopyroxenes, which indicates, again, more primitive nature of the northern volcanoes that formed through high magma flux conditions. And the overall thermobarometric conditions indicate that the entire track possibly formed at mid-crustal level, so basically within the similar depth conditions. So all these observations, we have basically identified mainly three key parameters here. One, high melt flux, longer lived volcanoes, possibly simpler phenocrysts, less phenocrysts compared to low melt flux conditions. And we applied these observations to the well-studied plume-related volcanoes. Those are the ocean island basalt. For instance, the Hawaiian track, the Columbia River basalt, the Galapagos, and the Tristan hotspot track that's located in the South Atlantic. And it shows a very similar pattern. Volcanoes that formed in high magma flux conditions are more primitive and shows less diversity in composition. And the textural observations also link well with this existing body of work. So if we sum this up, what does it mean from like a low magma flux to a high magma flux, to high magma flux to a low magma flux condition scenario? So in high magma flux, that is probably indicating a cleaner magma pathways, a direct magma pathways and crystal pore system, whereas in low magma flux conditions, we see more complexity in the magma pathways. So to make some eruptions, it needs frequent mafic recharge events. So the recharged magma would contain more volatile and probably hot compared to the resident magma, and that acts as a pulse to bring the materials that locked in the plumbing system to the surface, and which is common in the low magma flux conditions. And in the left image, you can see we observe very complex textural patterns which are common compared to the lavas that erupted during the high magma flux conditions. And these complex textures also have complicated chemistry as well, showing reverse zoning in the composition. So now the question is why we are seeing these variations in the magma flux. And that is possibly associated with the changes in the plume flux. So remember I mentioned if we have an increased plume flux, that eventually affects the magma flux. Here, the plume flux possibly declined at some point, and that eventually affected the magma flux. And one of the reasons for this, we have actually two hypotheses for this. One is a massive eruption that occurred after the plate migration happened during 26 to 21 million years and produced the Tweed volcano. That Tweed volcano, that massive eruption, might have caused an exhaustion of the plume. And we have an example in this planet, basically. So the East African plume, the Afar plume, at the mid stage of that plume, a massive eruption basically introduced the waning of the Afar plume, and that eventually started to die out, basically. So that is potentially one reason that can cause the decline in the plume flux. The another reason is possibly the splitting of the plume itself. So in the southern part of the track, we have coeval pairs of volcanoes. For instance, the Warrumbungle Komboen, Nandua, Ibo. So these volcanoes have very similar ages and very comparable plumbing system architecture. And they are smaller volcanoes compared to the northern volcanoes. So that means these volcanoes were forming at the same time with a similar plumbing system architecture. And these splitting head, or not head actually, the splitting of the plume can be occurred when we lower the heat flux. So the recent numerical simulations suggest the the high heat flux conditions produces unbranched plumes, but if we decline the heat flux, the plume starts to branching out. And that is possibly one of the causes that introduced the decline in the plume flux itself, and then the declined plume flux eventually controlled the amount of the magma flux. And it could be a combined effect, massive eruption in tuid, and after that the plume lost its energy, basically declining the magma flux. And there is a long ongoing debate how many plume tracks in the continental Eastern Australia. But the current literature suggests all the plume tracks are basically less than 300 kilometers apart from each other, and we don't have any example of that, multiple plume tracks sitting that close. So this split plume hypothesis could have a potential suggestion for the existing hypothesis that can that can increase the understanding of the current philosophy in the Eastern Australian hotspot track. So to summarize, this study basically identified 3 or 4 key points. One is high magma flux basically introduces cleaner magma pathways. Low magma flux, we see more complex pathways and probably crystal-rich system. And plate reconfigurations that plays a key role in terms of magma flux and plume flux changes. And also a continuous winning of magma flux that affects or that weakens the system to an extent that the plume is not able to generate a volcano at the surface. This study was part of my PhD at EQ and recently got published in Nature Geoscience. If anyone wants to have a read, that's the title of the paper. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Al-Tamini. Do we have any questions from the floor? Yeah, Dave.
I was just thinking, how does the crustal composition or crustal structure or crustal thickness, etc., parameters like that vary from north to south, and how are you able to isolate that as a important parameter?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we have been considering that. So the central volcanoes that's been included in this study, they're located within the thickness of between 36 to 40 or 33 to 40 kilometers. So they are located within that range. And the crustal conditions, what type of rock in the crust, we actually don't have much information on that. But the important thing is to consider here. So if you have a high magma flux condition and more primitive magma, that can precondition your crust that basically provides a cleaner pathways. And it's been suggested in the current ocean island basalt, like in Galapagos. So the plumes, the volcanoes seated at the center of the plume, the axis of the plume, those show cleaner pathways. And irrespective of what the crustal material is, the magma pathways are simpler because it's a preconditioning of the crust due to higher temperature conditions of the melt itself.
Excellent. Any more questions for Tamini? Yeah.
Any ideas on what's produced the position of the hotspot?
Oh, that's probably, I don't have the expertise for that. So it's an extinct hotspot. So we can only imagine, it's coming from a, core mantle boundary, but it could be affected by all these subduction events that's farther eastern part. So we don't have a straight answer to that. Sorry. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Tamini. Thank you. Our last talk this session will be delivered by Julie Hugenholtz, who will be presenting mineral systems from the Dithmir district, Proserpine Bowen region. Welcome, Julie.
Afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to be, as you said, talking about the mineral systems of the Ditmar district in the Proserpine-Bowen regions. Okay, so a little bit about Ballymore first. Ballymore's been really active since they listed in September 2021. We've got 4 really exciting projects. There's Mount Malloy up in the Cairns district, the Ruddigore project up in Chillago, the Ravenswood project in Charters Towers, and the Ditmar project, which I'm talking about today, in the Bowen region. Okay, so, and most of you know that Dave Azadin was meant to be presenting this talk, and I'm filling in for him last minute, so be kind, Mark, be patient, and I'm going to use notes. Anyway, so the Ditmar region was a substantial mining area in the late 1890s to the early 1900s, and Ballymore recognised that it's a really exciting area that really hasn't had much modern exploration for quite some time. So we're now the largest tenement holder in the area. There's 2 granted MLs, and we've got about 500 square kilometres of exploration ground. So gold was first discovered in the 1890s, and it hosts one of the highest grade gold mines in its day, the Ditmar Gold Mine, and that had an average grade of 151 grams per tonne gold, 66 grams per tonne silver, and 2.8% copper. There's also numerous historical mines in the area, and they've also had very limited modern exploration. As an example, Ditmar itself had never been drilled before Ballymore got there, which is pretty amazing. And it's held under a granted ML. Okay, so let's look at the geology of the area. So the area is dominated by the Camilla beds, which are the green units on the map. So they are permo-carboniferous volcanics and sediments. They've been intruded by the Carboniferous to Cretaceous Urano-igneous complex. And both those units have then been intruded by the Hecate granite. And that's the red unit to the west. So the margin of the Hecate granite is undergone a lot of hornfelsing, and that's really obvious in the magnetic image. And most of the mineralisation in the area really sits within this cooked zone. This is the geological model that Ballymore's put together for the area. And Ballymore sees this as being a relatively new IRGS district that's got a range of different deposit styles. The Ditmar area, you can see, it's an area of discrete high-grade veins hosted in the Camilla beds, and that's up there in the green. But to the south, in the southern licences, there's been a bit more erosion going on, and the Camilla beds have been unroofed and exposed the Urano-igneous complex. So in that area, we see more porphyry style and stockwort style veining. That's a Dave special. Okay, so intrusive related gold systems. We're primarily exploring for intrusive related gold and base metal systems. We've seen this a number of times today, but North Queensland is a significant IRGS metallogenic province. Around 40 million tonnes of gold's been identified in the area, and almost half of that's been in IRGS deposits. The deposits show zonation, and there's been excellent work by Morrison and a lot of others that have led to a better understanding of the controls and zonations, and it's a great way of helping vector in on mineralisation. So the Ditmar area, it's considered to be, well, by us at least, to be an IRGS system, but it's younger age than a lot of the other IRGS in North Queensland. It's associated with a Cretaceous intrusive. There's clear metal zonations observed in the project area in the sampling that we've done to date. And there's, like I said, a wide range of deposits in the Ditmar area, including the discrete gold-bearing veins at Ditmar and Normanby, stockwort veins at Cedar Ridge, and porphyry deposits at Juvalon Creek and Andromache. So let's look at the Dittmer vein system in a little bit more detail. So it's the Dittmer mine, gold mine is the largest mine in that region. Most of the mines were discovered between about 1890 and the 1920s, but Dittmer were discovered in 1935, so a bit late in the history of the mining area. It operated between 1935 and 1951, and then it was reopened briefly in 1968 to 1970, and again in 1980 to 1984. It had an average grade of 151 grams per tonne of gold, 66 grams per tonne of silver, and 2.8% copper after handpicking. So it made it one of the highest grade gold mines in Queensland. And keep in mind that last time the mine operated, the gold price was about $330 an ounce, so we're looking at nearly a tenfold increase in price there. And like I said, it's never been drilled before. It's kind of amazing. There's also, the numerous historical mines in the area, and most of them haven't even had rock chips on them, so there's a lot of potential there. So Dittmer, saying this a lot, is a narrow lode-style bonanza gold mineralisation. It's hosted in the Camilla beds in the volcanics. And production grade ranged from about 119 grams per tonne to 214 grams per tonne. It's a copper, silver, gold, copper, silver, bismuth, tungsten, tellurium system with rock chips up to 554 grams per tonne gold, 203 grams per tonne silver, 28.2% copper, 1.29% bismuth, 0.22% tungsten, and 42% ppm tellurium. It also sits, if you look at the model, in the upper part of the system. So there is a possibility that it might turn into something bigger at depth, which is pretty exciting too. So early on in the Ballymore exploration of Dittmer, it became really abundantly clear that due to the terrain, and it is pretty steep there, there needed to be a better way to deal with testing it and with drilling. So the first two holes were about 500 metres each, and it was a struggle to maintain direction downhole, and also finding optimal positions to drill from surface is a problem. So the decision was made to reopen the mine, and that turned out to be a great move. The mine itself is in excellent condition, and it's kind of fun to go in there. And it's allowed us to get in there and set up a drill access. So instead of drilling 500-metre holes, we're drilling 100 to 200-metre holes, which saves a lot of time, a lot of money. It also had other positives. We were able to map it and sample it and get a better geological understanding of it. It gave us insights into the geotechnical stability of the mine, which is going to be in good stead for any potential future development. And as a bonus, it also gave us all-weather access, which allowed us to work over the wet season, which is kind of novel. So the drilling program has been really successful, and it's made for some great advances in understanding of the deposit. One of the most important has been that the main lode's been displaced by a fault, and there's a repetition about 30 metres away from the historical workings, and that's been a game changer, really. We've reported some really great intersections to date. You can see them up there on the screen. Oh, no, you can't. Sorry. There you can. Now you can. Yeah, there's some really good intersections, like 4.3 at 29 grams per tonne gold, including 2.25 at 55 grams per tonne and half a metre at 172 grams per tonne. So I won't read them all out. And work has also shown that it's still open along strike and down dip, and it may be part of a much larger system. So you can see in long section, we've drilled 32 holes to date for about 5,700 metres, and there's been some excellent continuity between holes, which has been really good. So there's significant intersections of veins over an area of 260 metres by 200 metres to date, and the main Duffer lode itself, it's around about 2 metres true width, and it's returning over 20 gram metres consistently and up to 125 gram metres. Okay, so stepping out a bit further from there, there's a lot of historic workings, which are extremely high-grade operations, historic operations, which there's little or no exploration to date, and sometimes the only information we have is the historical production reports, and some of them are really impressive grades, like the Lockney has 567 grams per tonne, and Scorpion has 335 grams per tonne. We think that the Dhidma mine sits on a very large north-northeast corridor with a whole series of northwest structures. So we're pretty excited about seeing what happens at the intersection of those structures. So what's next for Dhidma? Now that we've completed the drilling, we're in the process of compiling an initial resource estimation to understand what we're looking at. It won't be huge, but it'll be a good starting point. We're also starting the metallurgical test work, and we've started some significant exploration work with mapping and soil sampling. We're planning to complete detailed mag survey and follow-up drilling later this year. We see an opportunity for a small-scale, rapid start-up mine on an existing ML. So let's move on to some other deposit styles in the area. There's been a number of porphyry copper deposits recognised in the Dhidma area, including the Andromache and Juvelon Creek porphyry systems. Go on. Doesn't like it. Oh, there we go. Now it's too much. Okay. Right, okay. So the Dhidma area was explored. The only other really modern stuff that's been explored for was by MIM as CC and CRA in the 1970s. So they located several deposits, including Juvelon Creek and Andromache, and they're both hosted in the Urana Igneous Complex. The porphyry systems tend to be localised along major northwest trending structures, and you can see the Juvelon Creek anomaly sitting there in the stream sediment data. It's quite obvious, but interestingly, the Dhidma area also shows up quite anomalous in the copper in the stream, so that could indicate something much larger at depths. Okay, so at Andromache, historical production was not particularly large, but they reported production of about 1,000 tonnes at 19.1 grams per tonne gold. MIM-CC looked at the area in the 70s and recognised the porphyry system. They only analysed for copper and moly, and they chose not to do much work on it for long. Mineral resource development then came along and completed a series of trenches in the area and recognised there was significant gold in the oxide, with results up to 51 grams per tonne gold and 0.75% copper. They then developed a shallow mining area and set up a leach plant and mined the area for gold. The system is typically a copper-gold bismuth moly system, and we've reported rock chips up to 3.1% copper, 24 grams per tonne gold, 155 grams per tonne silver, and 137 ppm moly. So just to the west of Ballymore Ground is the Juvelon Creek porphyry target. CEC first recognised it with a stream sediment survey, and they also ran a gradient array IP survey. They drilled 5 holes and found broad, low-grade copper moly mineralisation, and then very optimistically completed a polygonal resource of 35 million tonnes at 0.15% copper, 110% moly, and that was to 300 metres depth. Okay, so lastly, we'll look at the Cedar Ridge mine, which forms part of the Mount Hector goldfield that's located about 20 k's south of Dhidma. It's hosted in the deeper part of the system in the granitoids of the Urana Igneous Complex. Okay, so the Mount Hector goldfield was actively mined between the 1890s and 1920s. It's a series of high-grade, narrow veins in a floodplain, which makes it a potential blind target. Cedar Ridge was the main operation, and it operated at nearly an ounce per tonne, with ore parcels of up to 111 grams per tonne gold. Mapping has defined a 700-metre long network of stockwork veining with an associated golden soil anomaly. In the 1980s, Mineral Resource Development, who were mining at Andromache, took 650-tonne bulk samples and processed it through their plant, and they had grades return of between 1.5 and 4.8 grams per tonne gold, and recoveries of between 73.7 and 91%, 94.1%. So this target is another one that's never been drilled, and it's our intention to drill it later this year. So, in summary, the Dipmer area has numerous historic bonanza vein-hosted gold mines. It's also got a range of other bulk tonnage targets with a range of copper, porphyry copper, stockwork and breccia and other intrusive related deposits. So the area is remarkably underexplored with limited geological, geochemical and geophysical coverage. It's a significant and previously unrecognised Cretaceous-aged intrusive related gold system with potential for significant gold and base metal deposits. And in the coming years, Ballymore hopes to deliver on that promise. Thank you.
Well done. Never easy stepping in at the last minute. So
no, after 7 weeks with the company.
No, well done, Julie. Do we have any questions? Any nice questions for Julie?
Excellent. No, Mark.
I'll come to you in a second, Callum.
Oh, really? Okay. Sorry, Carl. Dipmer's stunning grades.
Yeah.
What's really striking about it as well, though, is historically it fell over after just 2 or 3 years of operation whenever it opened. So have you got a good idea of what was causing them to close? What were the problems that they were encountering?
Yeah, thanks for that. Well, I mean, the gold price is never going to be helpful, and it is really hard to access it. It's a bit of a difficult terrain, which we've had difficulties with, but we're overcoming. And other than that, I can give you Dave's email address. Yeah. Sorry to be not quite so helpful. Callum, be nice.
I'm being nice. I was just wondering, were you aiming for a resource on Dipmer this year?
Yes.
You were? And I guess, how are you planning on incorporating the historic workings into the resource, whether that's something you look after? But I was just wondering if you'd channel sampled the backs, or because you said you did the mapping and stuff.
Yeah, and channel sampled with the reopening, so they got all of those areas done. Not that it's a huge access; it's quite short little walk into the mine and to the drill access area. But yeah, that was all channel sampled as well.
Okay, cool. You haven't got a figure with the grades on, do you?
I thought I would get away with just saying that. No, is the short answer.
Oh, good. Thank you.
There's no agate in there.
No agate? Oh, walk
No
away from it
bananas.
then, yeah. No, did you have to do much rehabilitation of the old mine?
No, it's really structurally sound. You can ask Dee, who is also geo with Ballymore, who's here today. We both walked in and we were just like, this feels safe, and we're not underground geo. So it was remarkably good condition. So, I mean, they've obviously, when they extended to do the drill access, they've done a bit of work on that, on the new areas. But yeah, it felt very safe. And it more than felt safe, it was safe. So, yeah.
So you just put bolts in because you could?
Yeah. Mining engineer who wanted to. Yeah.
Julie, you may not know, but do you know why Dave has suggested it's a high-level mineralisation system?
Let's just say no. Let's just go with no. I could guess, but maybe safe as not to.
Veins look quite similar to the stuff at Buck Reef West. At the top of that system, you see a lot of carbonate.
All right,
but
yeah.
I didn't see any carbonates in the photos you had on the slides there.
There are carbonate veins in there, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Seen those, and Dave has, as you know, done a lot of work at Ravenswood, so he would probably recognises all of those. All the heads nodding. So yeah.
Well done. 4 questions, and they're all pretty nice, I think. You did well. Thank you, Julie, and
Thank you.
yeah, that was a great talk. Thanks very much.
Okay.
that wraps up the session. Before we do break for afternoon tea, I've been asked about whether the presentations delivered today and tomorrow will be shared afterwards. The GSQ presentations absolutely will be available, but I just need to check with all other presenters if they're happy for the slides to be shared. So if they can, they'll be shared after the fact, but we are recording all the talks. That'll be on YouTube, but PDFs of the presentations that can be shared will be shared a little bit afterwards. So it's afternoon tea time. Be back in half an hour, and see you all soon. Thank you.
And Scott, our project geologist. It's a publicly listed company, ASX, CAE code. We'll be making forward-looking statements, so there's the disclaimer, I guess. So the project area is about 120 kilometres south of Gladstone, about 40 kilometres northeast of the little town of Monto. In the Burnett, North Burnett Wide Bay region. It's an historical mining district. Was discovered as a gold project way back, or gold deposit. Had a little town there in about 1890. Discovered some copper oxide, which they ended up with a little smelter there, and there's even a railway built through there in the 1930s. It's 100% owned by Cannindah, includes a set of mining leases, granted mining leases, been there for 50, 60 years, the mining leases, and surrounding EPMs. And you can see those red stars there, that's the focus of our more recent drilling there. So here's the local geology. Basically, the host sequence, I guess sedimentary-wise, is the Caswell Creek. I think it's the Yarrell Group, Caswell Creek Formation, which are these green units that tend to be hornfels siltstones with some tuff units, and the bluey units there are more calcareous sandstones, feldspathic sandstones. Their recent age dating we've got there that suggests that they're regarded as lower carboniferous, and recent age dates from that unit looks like it's around about 340 million years. They're intruded by a series of Permo-Triassic diorites. The one's called the Monument Diorite and the Cannindah Diorite. It's a difficult country to map, so that these boundaries aren't necessarily haven't been necessarily that accurate, but that's the general geology. And then we've had some recent age dates there that put those porphyries at around 230 million years. And then the later, there's a late Triassic basalt unit, the Munkin volcanics, which overlie these sequences over there on the in the green. The historical drilling there, it was a project that was drilled back from 1970s onwards, held by MIM, held by, also worked by Newcrest, Astric, Queensland Ores, so typical area, it's got a lot of history. All the previous drilling in the area that we're interested in at the moment, the Mount Cannindah Breccia, was drilled from one direction. You can see all the historical holes there. And so we took a fresh approach to look for the continuity of mineralisation, and the first step was this hole is a bit of a long section. This was a proposed hole to try and link up. So this is before we drilled it, just to have an idea of what the asset was going to look like. And we got, in that intercept, we got 280 metres at 1% copper, 0.3 gold, 19 grams to silver, which is pretty close to the resource, current resource there, about 5.5 million tonnes at almost those grades. So we then turned the rig right angles 180 degrees to all the previous drilling, and about 50 degrees off that long section, and
This hole over here on the left was one drilled in 2011 along the same direction, and that was the same direction as all the previous drilling. And it was 600 metre hole, very, very expensive hole, didn't achieve too much. So we didn't want to really repeat that. So we decided to go and link up the mineralisation and have a look at those deeper intercepts. And we ended up with an intercept here, 493 metres at 1.17% copper equivalent, 0.89 copper, 0.26 gold, 15 grams of silver, and then another intercept below that, 11 metres at 3 grams of gold. So that sounds like a lot of copper, 493 metres at 1% copper equivalent, and in fact it is a lot of copper because 2020-2021, this is a league table of the top 10 intercepts in globally. There's only 2 from Australia in that period, and the Mount Cannindah intercept gets on there. So it was a highly significant game-changing for us, and then we've certainly followed that up with, that was hole 3 there, which had that, we actually recalculated some of it's ended up with 637%. This is now only looking at copper. You can see these other intercepts here, 155 metres at 0.8, 278 metres at 0.8. That's about 400 metres from one end to the other there. 117 at 1% copper. If we then look at gold, we've got some very good gold intercepts, some sort of wide intercepts there, 341.2, 278 at 0.4, 275 at, and then more recently this one down here at the south, hole 18, 275 metres at 1 gram gold. Then if you look at silver, the sleeper in this deposit is silver. We have a lot of silver in there. And again, you look at some of these intercepts, 155 metres at 16, 282 metres at 19, 637 at 12 grams of silver, 278 at 16. So it's pretty well a half-ounce silver in a lot of those intercepts. You put all that together, obviously copper, gold and silver together end up with some tremendous copper equivalent numbers, several 200 to 600 metre intercepts of 1%, over 1% copper equivalent. So it's a fantastic deposit. And this is now putting our intercepts with the historical data, and you can see there's a lot of continuity of mineralisation. This is a plan view, so it's projected to the surface. It's dipping basically. The sheet dip of the mineralisation is probably about 70 degrees to the west. So I'll show a little video now from Simon.
Greetings from Mount Cannindah on the 3rd of February 2022. We've got hole number 9 drilling west. We're currently at around 312 metres. We've got work happening outside, lining up and orienting the core. And over here we have the results of the drilling. This is the first. This is from about 190 metres. You can see very good copper from 190 through to 200. And now we'll walk over down the drilling laid out here, a whole bunch of core laid out. And we'll just traverse down this core just to show you the extent of the mineralisation. So we're around about 204 metres here. Good chalcopyrite, beautiful chalcopyrite here at about 210 to 213 metres, coming through here down to now we're around about 224 metres. Another patch of really nice copper here at 228 metres or so, 225 metres. We're still drilling really good copper here through to 230 metres, 240 metres here, excellent copper. And coming back down, still drilling very good copper through to 246 metres, 248. Here we're actually at 252 metres, at 254 metres, good copper. And we come out of the actual good copper around 256 metres, and we've still got broken zones and still evidence of copper further down the hole, but not nearly as well developed. But we're not out of the system by any means. Here we're at 270 metres, and we've got quite a bit of copper as well, and that continues further down the hole. So again, you can see the extent of very good copper at this site.
Next one.
This is core from hole 9 at Mount Cannindah, from 211 metres through to 213 metres. Some spectacular high-grade copper here with big chunks of chalcopyrite infill in a breccia dominated by diorite class, pyrite and chalcopyrite infill, minor amount of sphalerite, but splinter breccia coming up. This unit we have been drilling pretty well similar, although not as high grade as this, but since around about 60 odd metres. So very encouraging results here from Mount Cannindah, and certainly spectacular copper.
So this is what that copper looks like, and I won't have time to really go through any of these slides, but basically you've got diorite classed breccia, you've got hornfells and diorite classed in the breccia, infill of chalcopyrite, pyrite, and some of the things that we've done there of 3D review of the planned drill holes has really helped us. All triple tube, we heard that earlier today. Careful attention to core orientation, we heard that earlier. That's the triple tube advantage. You can get a lot of material that basically you can do measurements on stuff that you would never have a chance in the old system. We've used the core orienting frame a lot. That's a fairly classic example of the drill hole with the core in the background, the core orienting frame. The breccia system, we've been accused of drilling down dip, but the breccia is clearly right angles to the way we've drilled it, the orientation of the slabs and so forth. There are some steep structures there, and they're very high grade. We've got 1 metre at 7% copper and 140 grams of silver on the left, and 1 metre at 80 grams of gold on the right. We've got really good evidence of stockwork veining, porphyry style veining. Breccia's down to, that one's our deepest hole there, 1,085 metres. We've got copper in breccia down to that level. We've got the ones on the left are about 700 metres. Here we've got dikes of probably trachyandesite composition with sulphide development on either side, and these tend to be high-grade gold. In this case, that one on the right there was a metre at 92 grams, the one on the left was a metre at about 10 grams. That's the general view of the mineralisation, the breccia system. They're probably, that one on the left's about 800 metres, the one on the right, the one on the left's probably about 600 metres, the one on the right's probably about 800 metres, with a breccia system with diorite in green and hornfells in country rock in pink there, and the breccias, the main infill breccia up the top there in blue. That's pretty well a cross-sectional view of how we think it's shaped. This is where we've been drilling, and we'll continue. Mount Cannindah will continue to be the focus of the Cannindah system there at Cannindah, but we also have other projects or other prospects to look at, and the one we're looking at the moment is a gold project, gold prospects only about 500 metres to the east, Cannindah East. We're drilling at the moment. How do I get that? Sorry, and then there are plenty of other areas to look at besides that breccia that have been looked at in the past. These are some examples of surface breccias in the general district, and you can see there we've got previous mineral targets, I guess, or exploration targets there of a fairly typical porphyry district of breccia, stockwork veining, some porphyry, and skarn mineralisation. So there's a fair bit more to go on with here, and that's pretty well where the project is at the moment. It's been a very exciting one to work on, and that'll pretty well wind up my 16 minutes. I didn't think I'd get it out there, Evan.
You did very well. I'm very surprised, actually, but appreciative at the same time. Do we have a quick question or two for Simon from the room? Anybody online? No? Yeah, we'll just... I'll just bring the mic over, Mark. We're just the online guys.
What do you think produces the chute-like geometry? Is it just a breccia pipe?
Well, it's sort of not really a pipe. It's a linear. It's more like a curtain, I guess, dipping to the west, fairly steep. But we seem to be drilling down the long axis of it. So, and the layering in that's filled up. It looks like it's filled up that way. There's a lot of open space at the top where all the breccia development there seems to be there in place, or most of it, before the fluids come in filling. We've got perfect, there's some samples out the back there, but there's perfect crystal infill of quartz, of calcite with perfect quartzes growing into it and so forth. So a lot of open space development there. And when you get deeper, you've got more of a chlorite, there's a bit of a change in zoning, chlorite, pyrite, chalcopyrite zoning there. And then there's the sericite, strong sericite association. Then you've probably got dikes that come across, narrow dikes that may be different composition, which bring in the high-grade gold. The whole system's got gold in it, but the really high-grade gold tends to come in with these some of these other dikes. Like peripheral, that's sort of what I showed there. Peripheral.
Excellent. Thank you, Simon. Next up, we have the second Cobalt Blue talk for the day. Unfortunately, Aaron can't be with us, but Helen's kindly put a hand up to give this talk. So welcome for the second time, Helen Degeling.
Thanks, Evan. Now, this is a metallurgy talk, and I am very much an exploration geologist. So I have a script to read from. I want to thank Aaron Einthal for giving me the words for his presentation, and we will go from there. And if anybody has any questions, how about I take them on notice and give them back to Aaron and he can answer them for you. So I'm going to operate multiple devices here. I think we jumped ahead a couple. There we are. All right. While I just operate this. So the main focus, I talked earlier about the waste streams project and how we can use pre-competitive data to basically develop a different type of prospectivity than traditionally we've used. But in this talk, Aaron was going to talk to you about the Broken Hill Cobalt project. And I know that this is the Geological Survey of Queensland, and we're in Queensland here, but this is a really great introduction to what Cobalt Blue does. We certainly have our eyes on opportunities in Queensland, so don't expect for us to be Mexicans for too much longer. And we are involved with the secondary prospectivity project. So everything that I describe here has been applied to the Osborne mine tailings held by Chernova as part of the UQ GSQ project. All right, so Broken Hill. Cobalt Blue aims to become one of the world's primary cobalt operations, whereas others around the world come with associated copper or nickel. At Broken Hill, we have cobaltium pyrite with no copper and no nickel associated. So it's a much more pure deposit in that sense. With the strategy of an integrated mine plus the refinery over in WA, this would be Australia's only cobalt refinery and one of the few in the world that are outside of China. And importantly, one of the few mines outside of the DRC as well producing cobalt, where of course we know that reputationally there are many problems associated with the mining industry in that country. So all of these credentials, I suppose, make battery and car makers around the world keen to diversify their supply sources and hence interest in Cobalt Blue's projects. So essentially we're offering a high ESG product that we can tailor to our clients' requirements. The mine and the refinery, which I think I described in my talk as well, are stage 1 and 2, and then the stage 3 is using that technology and that expertise to extract cobalt from other sources around Australia and the world. So of course that includes waste streams, tailings dams, with the focus on cobalt in pyrite, and I've just skipped ahead too many slides in my notes here. Right. The cobalt market. So ultimately, our operation at Broken Hill and Kwinana in WA plans to produce enough cobalt for 5 million electric vehicles over the Broken Hill mine life. Now, given that we're actively looking for other projects as well, that would expand out. What you can see on the right-hand side of this image in the light blue colour is the projected market growth between 2015 and 2030 for the end use of cobalt, which is EV batteries, essentially. And I've just come out of an investment webinar where one of the investors asked the question about what do we see as the changes in battery chemistry affecting the cobalt market, because now there are LFP batteries, there are salt batteries, there are vanadium flow batteries, there's every single chemistry of battery that you can even think of. But because car makers and battery manufacturers are already well invested in building gigafactories to feed their markets, and those gigafactories, you know, in the Northern Hemisphere have been designed around producing lithium-ion batteries, we won't be seeing lithium-ion batteries going away anytime soon. So, very quickly while I manage multiple screens. So, here is where we go beyond my knowledge, so please forgive me. This is the detail on the patented technology to extract cobalt from pyrite that Cobalt Blue holds. Aaron, who is a metallurgist, has says in his notes that he's not going to do it justice. If he can't do it justice, then I am certainly not going to do it justice, but I will do my best. This is all we're going to talk about, flow sheets. The rest is focused more on the practical side of what we've achieved recently down in Broken Hill. But ultimately, every step along this flow sheet that you can see exists already somewhere in the world. So there's patents that exist, but there's nothing necessarily new about the individual steps, but we have just put it in a unique sequence. And that's one of the main reasons why the companies had to go from pilot scale to demonstration scale to be able to prove the technology, prove that sequence works, and obtain the appropriate engineering design data to then get funding. So in the red and the green components of this image, you can start with a simple mining operation. and then crushing and grinding. There's gravity and flotation separation to produce a pyrite concentrate, and the pyrite is what contains the cobalt. This also means, from the environmental perspective, that we can return 80% of the material that's been mined almost immediately into integrated waste landforms. So there's no tailings dams to worry about down at Broken Hill. The process here consumes very few acids and it avoids SO2 emissions. There is no roasting involved, which is typical of other pyrite resource flow sheets, particularly in gold. So instead, the extraction is broken into 2 steps and ultimately generates a saleable elemental sulfur byproduct. First, in the purple section, the concentrate, which was a pyrite concentrate, is calcined to convert the pyrite into pyrrhotite, and then the pyrrhotite is leached at a lower temperature and pressure. We can then make either MHP, which stands for, as I've recently learned, mixed hydroxide product, or a sulfate product in our plant at Broken Hill to different specifications depending, because every battery manufacturer has their own recipe, has their own particular requirements for the products, so we can work with off-takers to meet their specifications and ship that product directly to the end users. Right. The scale of metallurgical test work development. You can see the thing I like here is all the colours down the bottom. It's a little rainbow going from pyrite to pyrite concentrate, calcine, elemental sulfur, and then the leach residue, the MHP, which is the green one, and then the cobalt sulfate, which is a really bright one at the end. So this shows the test work from 2017, then down the table to now. You can see that the scale of test work that we've performed using this flow sheet to progress the technology from kilogram scale to hundreds of kilograms in the lab, and now we have 40 to 50 tonne pilot plants, and then mining and concentrating over 4,000 tonnes to produce 600 tonnes of concentrate that we're now processing through the kiln and leaching circuits. So, oops, hold on. The top photo in this slide shows the portal of the underground drill and blast mining phase, which went into the side of the Pyrite Hill deposit. This was to mine that initial 4,000 tonnes to run through the demonstration plant. So then you can see the ROM stockpile, and if I had the little thing, I'd point at it. And crushing, there's a tailings dam and water recovery in the foreground. There's an on-site concentrator, which is the spirals. You can see sort of in the centre of that bottom picture. Then there's bulker bags of pyrite concentrate that were produced and then trucked into Broken Hill, which is only about 20 minutes drive away, for processing. Concentrator design. So at the concentrator, we tested feed in a size range from 1 to 2 millimetres using a roller mill as the final crushing step. And I am literally just reading off this page because, again, exploration geologists talking about metallurgy. And then we produced a finer feed with P80 from 400 to 800 microns using a ball mill. So this was much coarser than previous pilot plants that had used RC chip feed material and at the optimal design range. So we were able to optimise grade and recovery and assess deportment across particle size throughout the circuit. And then we get to the demonstration plant scale, which is in Broken Hill. So the picture on the left shows the processing site in Broken Hill, which started a few years ago as a series of empty sheds with no people. It was initially used for the second pilot plant, and it's now been upgraded to include a fully operating kiln, leach and product recovery circuits, and employs about 35 staff locally from Broken Hill. The pilot plant concentrate was processed in the kiln, initially on the left. That's a facility in Perth, but the kiln on the right photo is what has been built, commissioned, and is currently being used in Broken Hill to go from pyrite to pyrrhotite. So that's that calcining phase. Oh shit! I swore I wasn't going to swear. Sorry, I've got a PDF here and then the PowerPoint there, so so now the kiln is now operated with a dust filter and sulphur condensation from the off gases. So the bright yellow sulphur powder, which you can see on the right-hand side, can be formed into prills for safe shipment, so it's very stable. And this has been one of the crucial points of going to demonstration scale, plant scale. So we can now use vendor equipment and collect data for design. It has also enabled a number of variables to be tested, as well as knowledge gained in the areas of off-gas management, heat exchange and materials handling. Some chemistry and pictures, SEM pictures. The thermal decomposition of pyrite to pyrrhotite is step one in the reaction. We're using a nitrogen atmosphere, and that's where elemental sulphur is produced instead of the acid-generating SO2. So you can see in the pictures up here the porosity that is created by the evacuating sulphur gas as the pyrite particle transforms from pyrite to pyrrhotite from the outside in. So just like a geological reaction, but not. And Aaron would also like to take the chance here to thank our collaborating partners and assistance received from university and government, who have confirmed a number of the technical aspects of the technology and helped guide our design and operating parameters. How am I doing for time? Way over time. Okay. This image shows the autoclave trains. So those are the bronzy coloured things. There's 3 of them there in the picture. That's where so after it's been through the kiln, been calcined, turned from pyrite into pyrrhotite, and then that concentrate is fed from the left, cascading from one vessel to the next. Oxygen is injected to drive the next reaction, which is the leaching reaction. Should have been a process engineer, shouldn't I? Okay, so this is the leaching of pyrrhotite. The reaction here is exothermic, and the temperature is both achieved and controlled by the injection of oxygen. So in Broken Hill, we have a nitrogen and an oxygen plant to separate and feed the gases into the 2 stages. The demonstration plant has enabled us to test a number of variables and design selections as listed. So those are the variables like materials of construction, heat management, feed slurry system, slurry discharged, elemental sulphur management, etc., etc. Okay, so I have here just a couple of practical examples of issues that we've overcome through the demonstration plant. So going to demonstration plant scale from pilot plant scale has enabled us to use larger equipment, including pumps and flow meters. So the whole kiln and the leaching circuits are operated using a SCADA control system. This has enabled great control as well as data collection. One of the issues that we had at the pilot plant stage was the operation of the pinch valve at the exit of the autoclave circuit. So it is critical to maintain the leach operating conditions, but also experienced a lot of wear and failures due to very frequent open and close, as well as varying phases of slurry and gas. So now we have the tank suspended and weighed so we can measure the slurry content all the time using the control system. The valve automatically opens fully when it is nearly full to discharge slurry and then close fully before the vessel is nearly empty and any gas can exit. In summary, the last year has been a very busy one for Cobalt Blue down at Broken Hill. We're still very busy operating the demonstration plant and conducting a definitive feasibility study with Worley, GHD and SRK, all taking on parts of that work. There will be a lot of information coming out via ASX releases over the remainder of this year. So, and again, I want to bring this back to the Queensland focus. So all of that work has then also been applied to Queensland deposits, including Osborne, which is part of the GSQ SMI project. So that information should be available at some point. Thank you for putting up with me while I literally read somebody else's talk about a topic that I know very little about. And thanks, Aaron, for giving me the words. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Do we have any questions for Helen? I'm not sure we'll get responses, but we can take someone notice. Anyone online? Emma? No?
Tom's got one
Tom's
over
got a
here.
question. I'll bring the mic over.
Okay, I'll allow it, Tom. I'll allow it.
I was just wondering, you're talking about Osborne and other projects that you're looking at, but are there any other sort of undeveloped pyrite deposits that you identified that might be suitable for this around Australia as well? I mean, I'm sort of thinking along like big things like the pyrite rib, I guess, in Mount Isa that's adjacent to a huge deposit. Obviously, it's owned by someone else, but other things like that?
I'm pulling together a list, I suppose, and if anyone has any things that they think should be on that list, definitely send them to me. But it's, yeah, going back to that pre-competitive data and information that's publicly available. If it's out there, hopefully we'll have a look at it.
Cool.
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you, Helen. Next up, I'd like to welcome to the stage Longbin Huang from the University of Queensland Sustainable Minerals Institute. Longbin will be presenting Rebuilding Regolith from Large Volumes of Mining Waste for Sustainable Ecosystems Rehabilitation. Welcome, Longbin.
Thank you. I'm still feel a bit very strange, you know, what I'm doing here. I can't find gold. I don't know where's the copper. But you guys messing around, I have to fix it up the environment. So I suppose that's the loop we're taking. I just take the opportunity to thank Evan to invite me here. Before we start, we do acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we're meeting. I'm going to draw a lot of the work to introduce the concept where we're dealing with ecological engineering, basically to deal with the large volume of waste. I mean, I think there's a lot of people talking about circular economy. I think most people talking about circular economy is really for cash generating, reprocessing and use of the tailings, but the percentage of those kind of activity won't be more than 10%. So how do we deal with billions of tons? That's about 1,800 TSF storage facility in the world. So that's what our group been aiming to develop some knowledge and technology over the last 15 years. I have 12 people, some students. I got rid of them; they gone home. Our group sort of have about 7 disciplines ranging from chemical engineering to molecular environmental microbiology to soil science to plant physiology to trace element biogeochemistry. Why do I need to have so many disciplines? Is end of the day, I want to be able to scale up from microbes up to soil plant system and deliver the total package of solution to fix the environment. That's the reason. I think a lot of you probably more focusing on looking for the resource, but end of the day, when the life of mine approach, we have to close it. This famous case you probably have already known, Ranger uranium mines in closing phase, gold refineries in closing phase. So there are more and more mines will be approach the closing phase. But the history of mine rehabilitation is not very long, to be honest. Start from the first act of the United States of coal mine rehab back in 1977. So it's really only 4 decades of journey really to look at the rehabilitation. But while we are still learning and doing it, industries try to do some work. The goalpost standards and the community expectations keep shifting. I don't know whether you're aware now, government requires 1,000-year landform stability modeling. Oh well, if you trust the model. And Australia, no doubt, we are one of the main major mining country in the world. We do have a lot of resources. But we also generate a lot of shit in the environment. I did a quick calculation based on the base metal mine tailings rehabilitation. Basic cost of current approach is $1 to $1.5 million per hectare. Okay, geomembrane, high labor cost, we're short of topsoil. Soil cost ranging from $30 per cubic meter in a more earthy environment down to $120 per cubic meter in coal bar. All right, so we used to think dirt is cheap. They're not cheap. So really, we're looking at the next, probably next 20, let's say next 40 years, probably about $100 billion environmental closure cost, if we really have to fix up all the footprint. Everyone knows, you go on Google Earth, look at Mount Isa mine tailings dams close to 1,500 hectares. So we have to fix them. And the limitation of the current rehabilitation cost is we're still learning, nothing to criticize, but because a lot of rehab is moving out of mining practices, so a lot of cases people still think we try to design the environment in an engineering way without taking into consideration the ecological diversity and dynamics. Very important perception we all need to bring in mind is when you finish mining, everyone go home. Who's going to fix it? Who's going to maintain it? When the mining during operation, there's ongoing maintenance and investment. So sustainability is related to inputs. So that's what we really need to consider, that is who's going to shut the last gate and what's going to happen if everyone goes. That's the challenge of ecosystem rehabilitation. And so I thought, okay, we've generated such an amount of waste. How do we do it? So the mining process really pinch whatever parcel contains economic mineral in the profile regolith. All right, we go from down to the rock bedrock up to the soil profile, like coal mine sedimentary formation, and then what happens in nature? The gradual soil formation is the bedrock keep moving up, the radiating profile keep developing. So we have the top 5 meter or 2 meter, a very good biological activity. But we suddenly invert the natural rigorous. We took the geochemically very dynamic stuff or biologically hostile stuff, we put on top. So what do we do? Because we can't, if we can shovel everything back to the mining pit, no problem. Okay, underground. So that's what we try to introduce, that is, after mining, what we lost. Okay, we lost a lot of the top biologically compatible soil, lost biodiversity redundancy, lost the diversity of landform. Because mining is very good at generating linear, consistent, uniform landform. Waste rock dump, tailings dam, tailings slope, straight line, all right? But when we go back to ecosystem, we want nonlinear, diverse, undulating. So everything's go back to the opposite. How do we do it? This is a photo you can see. One is coal mine. Back in 80s, 90s, we probably go down to 60, 100 meter. How deep we are now. So we're getting more and more of the spoil geochemically dynamic soil on top of the land surface. How can we push them become natural landform, natural soil? That's the challenge of the research question we are facing. And in nature, the soil landform development takes hundreds to thousands years to millions of years. Which part we can move, which part we can only get started and allow the ecosystem gradually merge into natural process of the dynamics and development. That's what we very much introducing the concept of ecological engineering, is bring the ecological principle into environmental engineering operation. Therefore, the system we put back has some resilience and natural capability to develop by themselves, okay? I often use medical case, if we have an organ transplant, not because we just want the structure, we want the intrinsic process to develop so the organ can adapt its own functionality according to human activities. And so the ecological engineering, very important concept here is we're not using the engineering methodology to dictate the system. We use the engineering methodology to initiate, accelerate, speed up, regulate the ecological process. Therefore, it can go by itself. So we can walk away. We don't need to put so much emphasis, maintenance into the system. So that's very important. If you want 1,000 years stability, the system development has to be very resilient. So what we try to, I use some cases to just introduce here. We start this concept, experimenting this concept back in Mount Isa mine. We start 6-year project commenced in 2008. Is try to look for alternative. How can we develop copper tailings, lead zinc tailings into soil or rock? So on the left, you can see we did a scaling up field trial, and we found the microbes can live in there, can consume pyrite very quickly. So the pyrite is the problem with sulfidic tailings. Therefore, if we can speed up the weathering and aging it, then geochemically becomes stabilized, and then start to develop mineral cemented aggregates, and we can get the native plants growth there. However, after we done the first phase trial, we did realize the total heavy metal loading is still too high in this kind of soil, does not comply with the regulation. So we stopped that pathway for sulfidic metallic tailings. We went the rock. So we try to develop methodology to make become like sedimentary or cemented rock, which is cemented together by iron, aluminum, silicon mineral gel. And so the system on the right, you can see the tailings develop harp and capping, separating reactive tailings at the bottom, the gray color, and topsoil on the top. The system, this plant system, been functioning for more than 15 years until they ran out waste rock dump, covered, they destroyed the whole trial. Anyway. We also adapt that concept to utilizing microbial bioweathering power and pioneer plant bioweathering power to change the mineralogy, and develop soil aggregate. This is the magnetite iron ore tailings we did for Western Australia. Magnetite iron ore tailings is because it's so fine, it doesn't have aggregate structure. If you go to your backyard, you grab a crumbled soil, it's lots of aggregate. So therefore, the soil system has a porosity, aerobic condition, the roots can grow and functioning very well. But if you have a massive fine texture tailings, there's no air, no oxygen in the profile, the roots cannot survive, soil microbes cannot survive. So one of the key steps is, can we utilize these microbes to stimulate biotite weathering? So the biotite weather releases a lot of secondary iron, silicon mineral, and potassium, and start to interact, aggregate using the mineral cement, interact with organic matter, and then we finish that trial. That's a joint federal government and industry grant, and ready for field scaling up. This is my baby, been working on for 8 years. We start from test tubes, and then we gradually graduated, scaled up to 1 hectare, 2 hectare field trial. So we developed this process, a combination torrent microbes which can live and function at pH 10 and 11, and push the red mud, alkaline red mud, become a soil. In the moment, in central Queensland, Gladstone, there's a lot of red mud. There's gold in the closure phase. There's also low bauxite residue. We need to do something to help generate the topsoil and develop the soil system. And that's a field trial we developed. That's 100% red mud now becomes early, we call early technosoil or soil. That's been going on quite well. And to deliver something really robust and field feasible technology, it takes time because it starts from scaling up. Like Helen, the presentation just said, we have to start from a lab bench scale and then gradually scaling up 1 cubic meter, half a hectare, 2 hectares. Okay. Now, there's coal-tailing spoil landform. So this is the 15-year-old historic trial I did not did, but it did very well. It's been able to generate this undulating landform, help support open woodland without erosion risk. So if you bring ecological principle into your environmental engineering, you can do it. Now, I bring this up. Currently, a lot of rehabilitation practices utilizing superimposing the system. They use agronomy approach by transplanting the hair on the scalp without addressing the scalp's own intrinsic capacity of functioning and development. So there's a lot of failing rehabilitation sites around Queensland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Longbin. Really fascinating talk. So thank you for giving that presentation this afternoon. No, it was great. Do we have any questions from the room? Anybody online? No? Excellent. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, Longbin. Thank you. Okay, last talk of the day, and this afternoon, Anita Parbhakar-Fox from the University of Queensland Sustainable Minerals Institute will be presenting. Anita might have joined already, perhaps, a little bit of an echo. Anita will be dialing in, so I might stop talking and hopefully Anita can get up on screen and we'll see how we go.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Anita.
Excellent. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
The correct one?
Yes. Yes.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you very much for having me today virtually. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it there in person, but I hope that some of you have stuck around and you haven't ducked off for beers, because I actually can't see who's in the room at the present time. Before I kick off, I just wanted to do the acknowledgement of country on behalf of the My Watch team. So we obviously have the pleasure of visiting many sites across the country, and so there's many different lands that we get to visit. So just on behalf of the My Watch team, we'd like to pay our respects to the traditional owners and their custodianship of the lands on which we meet, and we pay those respects to the ancestors, and we recognise their valuable contributions to the Australian and the global society. So I guess, it's probably quite relevant for me to be talking about the role of coal mine waste in the pursuit of decarbonisation today at this meeting in Mackay, because obviously it's certainly a place where coal mining is not just this thing that happens in someone else's backyard, it's something that's happening right there, right now. So in terms of, what do we do with the masses of mine waste that's generated from coal mining, I guess that's what I want us to focus on in this final talk of the day. So before I kick off, I do want to just acknowledge some of the team that helped with this particular piece of research. So My Watch, Mine Waste Transformation Through Characterising, is going from strength to strength. We obviously hired a new postdoc last week who's going to focus on some of the mineralogical characterisation aspects, which this talk will highlight why they're so important to really get to grips with in terms of thinking about that metallurgical reprocessing. But for this particular piece of work, that we're talking about today. I'd like to thank Laura, Cam, Christy, Rosie and Josh for their efforts. And I see that Emma Beattie is online, so thank you, Emma, for your contributions in terms of all that sampling. And there's various people at the Department of Resources and Helen Degeling that I'd also like to thank as well for, administering and, helping us get this project off the ground, and certainly giving support for us to go and focus a couple of our Stream 1 sites down at the power stations just outside Brisbane. So they're the two sites that I'll be talking about today, Swanbank and Tarong, where we looked at the coal combustion products in the ash dams there to see what potential critical metals could be hosted in those waste materials. But why are we so interested in coal? Well, I suppose anyone who's working in mining right now knows that we are facing quite a struggle when it comes to, coal mining being favourable or not favourable by society. So kind of doesn't help our sector when, the UN Secretary General, makes these big statements such as cancel all planned coal projects globally to end this deadly addiction. So, as a society, coal mining has really fallen out of favour. But in terms of the energy transition and meeting that, obviously we're trying to set the ship on course to actually meet those transitioning energy demands. But it's not a simple case of just turning off, the coal mining sector and just bringing online all of these new resources and this new way, indeed, to generate power. But what's the consequence of just switching off coal mining? We're going to be left with many masses of, different waste materials produced from the mining of coal, and we are going to have to deal with those too. So I guess there's a lot of kind of challenging issues as we go through the transition. But I guess one thing that I want to highlight is that there are opportunities that this material can contribute positively to that global transition if we find some critical metals. So I guess we've been talking about a lot of different commodities today, so I guess I just wanted to bring the audience back in to just think about coal. So I've put together some fast facts. So obviously we know it's the most available fossil fuel worldwide. In terms of annual production, we're looking at about 5.5 billion tonnes. We have reserves in more than 70 countries, so any technologies that are developed to really think about how we can repurpose coal mine waste, it's going to be something that's picked up globally. We're a global community when it comes to dealing with coal mine waste and sort of some of the issues that we have around the energy transition. So this is really a good opportunity where we can develop and collaborate, and maybe Australia can be on the front foot of some of the innovations that we see in this space. And when we think about the composition of coal, certainly this is one that's very important for us to think about as geoscientists when we do start to think about what the potential critical metal content could be. So, typically coal composition, quartz, clays, chlorites, pyrites, calcites, siderite, so to a lesser extent apatite. So I guess what this signals to anybody in the room is that there's the opportunity, particularly for rare earth elements, to be present amongst this cohort of minerals. And obviously having the word pyrite there indicates that there could be additional things too, such as selenium, there could be, copper, cobalt, all these sorts of things that we can look at in sedimentary pyrites. So lots of things to think about that could be present. And when we think about coal resources in Australia, certainly we do have a pretty decent share. We have the 4th largest share of coal reserves globally. So I guess what does this amount to in terms of business? It's about $112.8 billion worth of exports, which isn't too shabby. And when we think about where sort of our coal deposits are, I mean, certainly, I guess before, we've been focused on metalliferous sites, but certainly working with the Queensland State Survey and the New South Wales Survey, it's really highlighted to me, the importance of, the coal mine wastes that we have. And certainly we can see there's, a lot of coal mines, coal activities over in the Bouma Basin, the Surat Basin, pushing into the Sydney and the Cannindah Basins too. And that's really where we've been sort of focusing a lot of our attention in the New South Wales Basin, the Sydney and the Cannindah Basin. But, when we think about what we've been doing in Queensland, we haven't yet really pushed too hard into the bone, but we've had a couple of sites just out sort of in the Clarence Morton and the Ipswich Basins too. And so I guess, it's just highlighting, globally or nationally at least, there's certainly a lot of opportunities for where we could be exploring to find future resources of critical metals and rare earth elements. And, just to highlight why, climate change is important, certainly there's a lot of statistics, we'll find lots of statistics around sort of scope 1, 2 and 3 in terms of what's coming out of the coal mining sector and what relates to coal mining in general. So we can see, certainly on this graph here, there's the contribution of coal mining to scope 1 emissions. And the message that we hear from, within this community, from the news, everywhere basically, you can't really go anywhere without hearing the message that industries must decarbonise to meet our climate targets set by the Paris Agreement. Are we doing that? Yes and no. So certainly, you know, the major mining companies have all set out, you know, various kind of agendas and targets that they have to meet, you know, net zero by 2030, 40, 50, etc. Are they on track? I'm not going to comment on that, but certainly it seems like there have been some good innovations and technologies, and really a good look at sort of their systems to really think about where they could sort of, you know, change things to actually see if they could achieve decarbonisation. So that's obviously a good thing in terms of thinking about that particular environmental challenge associated with coal mining. But I've said a few times, you know, I've referenced the waste, and so what types of waste materials do we have left when we do mining with coal? Now certainly acid and metalliferous drainage is one that is associated with coal mining waste, and you can see this glorious picture in the background there showing acid and metalliferous drainage from a coal mine waste site in the US. Now interestingly, and it's interesting to me, I hope it's interesting to you, there are a lot of the industry standard tests that we use to predict acid and metalliferous drainage, so in our standard reporting of NAT-NAG, etc. All of those tests were born from the coal mining industry back in the 1970s. So certainly, I guess, identifying that relationship of AMD to coal mining waste is one that really came from the coal mining sector, and indeed that's what we use in the metalliferous space right now. So I do have, you know, particular sort of thoughts and issues on that. Not a talk for today, but when we think about, you know, for the fact that every 1 tonne of hard coal that's generated by mining, about 400 kilos of that is waste materials. That spans from the overburden, the coal, but we also have sort of more bespoke mine waste types that are associated with the coal combustion products. So we're talking about our fly ashes, our scrubber sludge, our gypsum, our bottom ash, our boiler slags. All of these different materials could have, you know, potential to have very different mineralogical properties, those coal combustion ones, because they've obviously been through a very different process to sort of be deposited. And so what we're thinking about is, can these waste products be used in the pursuit of decarbonisation? So what sort of metals do we need? And again, I'm speaking to an audience who are very well versed in this. The types of things we need: lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, rare earths. And if we take a few steps back to an earlier slide, obviously I did highlight that rare earth elements could be something associated with coal mine waste. So that's one thing that we should definitely keep an eye on. So really the question is, when we look at this kind of spectrum of metals, which ones of these are actually present in Australian coal waste? So what we started to do is to sort of go out and sample and think about that. Now we're a little bit slow to the party, I must say. I mean, this is a really nice map that I found in a paper recently. Really what it's highlighting is the amount of coal mine waste produced by, I guess, many different jurisdictions around the world. Certainly we can see that China's got the lion's share there of 4.5 billion tonnes produced, presumably per annum. That isn't actually written there, but certainly in other places we can see in Australia it estimates about 50 million tonnes produced per year, India 60 million tonnes, etc. So the reason I've popped up some of these articles is just to demonstrate that within each of these countries there is massive amounts of activity going on in terms of thinking about sustainable reuse of some of that coal mining waste materials. Not necessarily just for critical metals or rare earth elements. You know, there's this paper here which is looking at rare earth element extraction from coal mine drainage. That's actually a really popular thing right now. There's lots of startups popping up looking at how they can actually extract the rare earth elements that are already mobile in that acid and metalliferous drainage. So that's obviously a big area of progress that we're seeing. But there's other things we should be thinking about too. So I mean, you know, thinking about how we could use these coal mine wastes in not just metals, but actually, you know, can we turn these into construction materials? And certainly Morocco are a place where they like to really think about phosphate wastes and indeed coal mining wastes in that more kind of, I guess, aggregate and sort of construction space. There's other ways in which we could use coal mining waste as well. So there's a recent paper one of my PhD students, Savannah Goldfields, who's now a postdoc with my watch, focused on, and what she did was she was kind of taking those fly ash materials and looking at if she could integrate those into cover systems over reactive mine waste materials. And so we focused a lot of that down on sort of Tasmanian case study sites around the track. So we picked some diverse kind of mines down there with sort of high sulphide, low sulphide, etc., to see how we could optimise the use of fly ash and boiler ashes in that capacity. So there's lots and lots of different things we could do. But I guess the question is, you know, what other things could we be doing here in Australia? And so the Stream 1 programme, which I'm sure Helen sort of highlighted this morning, is where we kind of come into action here. So through the state government, we've had the opportunity to sort of go around Queensland sampling lots of different mine waste materials. And so far we've only sampled 2 sites with that sort of coal focus, and that's at Tyrone and Swanbank, as you can see, just sort of to the south east sort of corner down here. So, you know, if I was just to sort of talk through through one of the sites, Swanbank. It's about 40 kilometres southwest of Brisbane. Here we're basically looking at a site where the coal was predominantly sourced from the Clarence-Moreton Basin, although it is thought that some of the coal also came from the adjacent Ipswich Basin too. So what we have is a system where we had power stations fired by coal. They were started in 1966, so you can see now some of the ash dams here are actually quite heavily vegetated with pampas grass and other sort of types of vegetation. But I guess most recently, the site actually switched off from coal and turned towards being a gas power station. So what we can see is that in terms of ash deposition, we've had a period for about 10 years plus where there hasn't been any active ash deposition, hence the vegetation going on here. But it was an opportunity to kind of study a slightly older site in comparison to Tarong, which is about 180 kilometres outside of Brisbane in the other direction. So here we're looking at coal that came from the Tarong Basin. It's the Meandu mine which feeds the power station, about 7 million tonnes of mine per annum to go into that particular power station. We've got two that are in operation there. The newest station was sort of powered up in 2003. But we also have examples here where the ash has already been repurposed. So they actually use some of the ash already for these things called spheres, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And these are kind of these really quirky kind of hollow spheres of alumina silicates that are used to reduce the weight and increase the strength of things like concretes, resins and plastics. So, there's opportunities to recover things like that. And they're already doing that, which is great to see. But is there, opportunity to be recovering some critical metals from there? So I guess some of the things that we thought could be in there before we went out were rare earth elements, vanadium, gallium and scandium. So I guess those are some of the targets that we were focusing on when we went out to sample. And in terms of what we did actually sample, that's what you're looking at here. So in 2022, there's Emma there. So we went out to site, we used Des's geoprobe, which is what you're looking at here. We had the opportunity to sample 3 of the ash dams, A, B and C. We were only allowed to go down to 1.5 meters, unfortunately. So there was a lot of infrastructure and cables and things like that kind of within the ash dams. And so they didn't want us to penetrate below 1.5 metres to preserve, I guess, the integrity of those services. So quite limited in terms of depth, but we were able to sort of, target 81, or collect 81 samples across the site from about, 28 different sampling points. So for us, that was pretty good coverage. And this is a 21 million tonne sort of ash dam that we're looking at there. If we just look at quickly what we did at Tarong, here's the Meandu mine that we mentioned before, and there's the power station. And so the ash dam's just up here to the north, and it's really a combination of furnace ash and fly ash materials. A bit smaller in terms of tonnage, but I think we calculated it was about 13 or about 14 million tonnes. Again, we sampled this in 2022. We couldn't actually sample too extensively across the dam because it was still quite flood impacted after the Brisbane rains in February last year. So we're only able to sort of access 7 sites to sample. We're able to get a bit deeper, 2.7 metres. But we were also able to use some data from a previous study that was done in 2019, where they looked at sort of, I guess, sampling towards the centre and slightly towards the north of the dam too. So in their study, they collected 10 grab samples. So they didn't really get too much in terms of depth, but they did get some grab samples in areas we couldn't get access. So we do have a plan perhaps to go back and collect more materials to substantiate our study a bit further once they drill some piezos and allow us access to do that. So what do we do with the materials we collected? We put it through our sort of standard stream 1 approach, from sampling to geochemical assay, and where we could, we did MLA and XRD. So with Tarong, we had a slightly abbreviated program because we do intend to collect more samples so we can then complete the full study. But at Swanbank, I suppose at this point, we don't have plans yet to go back, so we were able to sort of take our samples to the laser ablation station and actually start looking at the mineral chemistry to understand what's going on. And in terms of what is going on, I'm just going to walk through some of the, I guess, the more key results. Take the assay data, plot it up in iron gas, have a look at, the average abundance of earth crust of these various metals. And what we can do is we screen it by sort of what's elevated above sort of 10 times crustal abundance. We can see things like tellurium, selenium, and rhenium actually really stood out. Things that were about 1 to 10 times crustal abundance included moly, gallium, scandium, vanadium, yttrium, and several rare earth elements. So kind line with some of the things that we were expecting, but some things that we weren't actually necessarily expecting. And Paddock A certainly seemed like it was the most endowed, and that, I believe, is the oldest of the paddocks. And so, spatially, what does this look like? Here's some examples here. We can certainly see with tellurium, we seem to have a concentration around sort of the down walls rather than in the centres. Whereas with rhenium, it seems to be a little bit the opposite. So we seem to have some of our hotspots actually within the centre of the dams. Gallium and germanium, again, gallium sort of seems to follow the trend of, I guess, what we saw previously on the slide. But germanium itself seems to actually concentrate on some of the older materials that we have here. So it actually seems to be highest in Paddock A. Looking at selenium and moly, again, selenium looks relatively uniform across the dams. So I guess in that upper metre and a half, it seems to be sort of fairly laterally sort of similar. Whereas for moly, we can see again, perhaps there's a bit more of a concentration around the dam walls. So maybe this relates to mobility, obviously saturation, maybe these things, you know, under the pH conditions, they're actually moving towards the edges. Not sure yet, we need to do a bit more work to tease out why we're actually seeing those particular trends. But they are sort of, I guess, linking with tellurium and with gallium as well, so potentially maybe sharing the same host mineral. When we look at the sum of the rare earths, we see the highest grades generally in Paddock C, but it's, you know, pays to sort of pay attention to what the scale here actually is. So the lowest concentration of the sum is up to 250 ppm. So if we think about average crustal for the rare earths being sort of, let's just say 150 ppm, we can see we've got fairly decent values here. And same thing for vanadium again. So vanadium, you know, is this, you know, the sort of thing that's going to get people up in the Agate Creek excited? Not necessarily when we look at the bulks, but it gets a bit more interesting when we start to look at the mineral chemistry, which I'll show you in a couple of slides' time. So in terms of mineralogy, what have we got? So really hard to resolve the mineralogy of, I guess, boiler ash or coal combustion product materials. So, you know, certainly we're looking at amorphous material as reported by XRD, and looking at the MLA data, here we've got an opportunity to resolve what those phases are. And we can see we've got a series of undefined aluminosilicates. So are these clays, are these glasses, are they sort of perhaps a combination of both? Probably most likely. And so, you know, in terms of rare earth elements, mentioned these, you know, don't look too terrible for this particular site. We seem to, you know, I guess looking at the data in a bit more detail, I'm not going to show all of it, but certainly we think that the rare earth elements co-occur with zirconium, so potentially hosted by zircons. But we do think there's redistribution of rare earth elements, which has occurred during the combustion processes within the furnaces there. So we do think that, you know, there's a combination or there's an association with the glassy materials, but also perhaps with some severely weathered clays and aluminosilicates that we've kind of picked up on too. And so, tracing the aluminosilicate story a bit further, we did some mineral chemistry work on there, and what we can see here is certainly, if we look at some of these individual laser ablation traces, we can see that these aluminosilicates really are quite good hosts of vanadium. So we're looking at up to, you know, significantly over 2,000 ppm vanadium, also significant yttrium and scandium hosting these aluminosilicates. And if a significant component of that is actually within that amorphous, or what the XRD referred to as amorphous, then actually potentially there could be, you know, something quite interesting in terms of vanadium grade actually within these materials too. So it wasn't necessarily something we went in expecting, but it was something that seemed to have popped out. And so I guess when we think about the next steps at this particular site, certainly we do need to go back, we need to make a bit of a petition if we can actually do some deeper sampling and see if these trends are actually reflected at depth. It's quite a significant tonnage of material there, 21 million tonnes. So I think it's definitely worth doing, you know, in a bit more detail if, you know, those indicatory grades of that upper 1.5 metres actually is throughout that profile. So I think we need to sort of do a bit more mineralogy to understand the deportment of the tellurium and selenium. But certainly, you know, the vanadium looks like an interesting story too. So I guess what's going on with the operator now is that we are discussing further investigations, which I think is probably a good option for this particular site. Now, I'm not going to talk about Toronto, I realise that probably overshot myself with time, but I guess what I want to highlight is, again, we're seeing that very similar signature in terms of high tellurium, rhenium and selenium in those materials too, as highlighted here. So, deeper drilling, more sampling needs to be done. Here you can see we just managed to get a bit of a sniff around here to, I guess, about a maximum depth of 3 metres, but it is enough to build a bit of a case to go back and do additional harms. And also think about some additional products that could be there as well. So lots of things going on there. How do these rank, you know, across what we've been doing in Australia? So a quick snapshot in terms of how this compares to, you know, other sites we've looked at for rare earth elements. not too bad actually. Mary Kay being our sort of biggest show of rare earths, but Taronga and Swanbank certainly hold their own. And again, for scandium, definitely our juiciest sites were these two, so I think it pays to be looking a bit more in our coal wastes for scandium and maybe vanadium too. So I guess, you know, there's certainly opportunities there to include it further in our program. And just looking at some research that has been done by CSIRO, I guess they had an opportunity through APOC to look at signatures of coal, different coal basins across Queensland and New South Wales. They reported that we have elevated lithium, gold and bismuth in their particular study. And down in New South Wales, we've been kind of evaluating some of their coal mine waste, and that's what we showed you there, different sampling for some of the campaign down there. So I think we've got the opportunity to sort of perhaps take these methods into Queensland and explore a bit harder the Bouma Basin and the Surat too, just to really find, you know, all those goodies in case we are missing them. Because now there are lots of technologies out there that are suited to recover these potentially valuable metals. So things like using bacteria, using new membranes, new sort of leaching technologies that sort of use less ammonium. And certainly we have a whole bunch of startups popping up that are really sort of taking this by the helmet and sort of seeing what they can do. So it's a really exciting, buzzing sector in terms of thinking about circular economy solutions for coal mine waste products. So I think we do have potential to contribute to decarbonisation. And if, you know, we want to get into the guts of that a bit more, just a quick plug there for the Australian Mine Waste Symposium that will be held next year in 2024, where hopefully we can get some people who are actually working on those innovations to recover that value actually in the room to explain how they're doing that. So thanks for your time today. Sorry that was a bit of a quick one, and I'm really sorry that I've stood between you and beer. I certainly know that I would like to go and get one. So, you know, if there's any questions, perhaps give them to Matt to pass on, so I can let you go for the day. So hopefully class dismissed. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Anita. Echo. Yep, right. Excellent. Thank you very much to all the presenters today. It's no mean feat to get through 18 talks in a hybrid format, so thank you very much to everyone who gave a talk and kept to time and produced some really interesting content. We are now done for the day. Sundowner drinks are available downstairs, and then we've got the networking drinks at Moss on Wood at Ridges in town. For those who are flying out tomorrow, if you want to check out from the hotels tomorrow morning and bring your luggage here, it can be stored and then going straight across to the airport. If you want to do that, you're most welcome. But yeah, thank you again for your participation. Thanks to everyone online, and we're back again tomorrow, kicking off at 8:30. Thanks very much.